Volume 11. Chapter 1001, Giant Serpent Church. Giant Serpent Church. The plague had cut the population of the Sicartes Empire in half, and their military power had sharply declined as well. Leyland's Hope stronghold continually absorbed the nutrients of Debanks Island and grew ever more prosperous. However, he estimated that a new wave of power would soon arise. The earthbound spirits and totem spirits should be planning something massive. Leyland stroked his chin and pondered. The spirits of Debanks Island were in fact born of the wandering spirits of the various regions. Their strength was somewhat limited to the area they came from and the knowledge they possessed. Leyland had only slain the spirits of small tribes thus far, even the strongest among the totems containing a shred of divinity. Even if such a spirit possessed a domain, Leyland did not fear it in the least. However, the Sicartes Empire had several powerful spirits with strength approaching the level of demigods. In their own domains, their powers would be amplified to put them on par with true gods. Put bluntly, if Leyland stepped into the boundaries of the Sicartes Empire, he would be mobbed to death by godlike spirits. On the contrary, if those spirits dared to venture out from their domains, they would at most have the strength of demigods. Their strength would even deteriorate in the vicinity of Hope's stronghold. Due to these conditions, Leyland was not eager to challenge them. Instead, he would continually weaken them and erode their forces. To him, these spirits were like caged beasts. He could weaken them easily with the power of faith and mortal armies, so there was no need to hurry. With the aid of the plague, Leyland's forces grew without any resistance, slicing through their opponents like hot knives through butter. There were even occasional natives who had thrown off their faith in their totem spirits and requested entry into the stronghold. One tribe's nobles themselves had abandoned their beliefs to come seek shelter. After all, Hope's stronghold represented life to the mere mortals. Outside of it, one could only wait for death. Under such immense pressure, only the most zealous worshippers of the totems would be unwilling to convert. The spirits did not have any solution to Leyland's plan at all. Given their powers, the priests and clerics they had nurtured would at most be able to save a small part of the nobility. The commoners would be left to die. What was even more shameless was that Leyland's pathogen could infect a person even after they had been healed previously. Debanks Island had now turned into an island of plague. The natives who didn't comply with Leyland could only hide in their city corners or altars, waiting for the inevitable plague to strike. Once most of them had abandoned their faith, the totem spirits and earthbound spirits would be a bunch of sitting ducks. A demigod couldn't sustain their divine force on the backs of zealots, priests, and nobles. Their holy magic would decrease, causing more people to die. It was a vicious cycle. As their control over their worshippers dwindled, so did the domain of their powers. Right now, Leyland's influence had spread to almost a quarter of the island. Although it started at the corner of a region, the totem spirits of the empire were unable to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Leyland's influence only grew more as each day passed. Leyland felt like he didn't even need to personally attack them. The regional spirits would go extinct purely due to a lack of worshippers. On the other hand, it wasn't as if these spirits lacked countermeasures against him. Although large-scale battles were impossible since the inception of the plague, they had passed down oracles with a strategy to stop the natives from moving over to Leyland. They were spreading rumors that it was Leyland himself who had spread the plague, which ironically was the truth. The giant serpent from the west cruelly dug out the hearts of our people, using their fresh blood to make a sacrifice to evil. That is how this devil of a plague was born. The fair-skinned devils never came with good intentions. They covet our wealth and fertile lands, and are even prepared to use our lives in doing the bidding of their gods. Such rumors were very prevalent on Debanks Island, some even making their rounds within Hope's stronghold. However, it was precisely from these actions that Leyland detected something abnormal. Life and reproduction are the most primordial desires of living beings. The strength of this desire leaves even gods in awe. He looked at the bustling Hope stronghold and grinned widely. And the desire to live is far greater than the desire to reproduce. Even if I proclaim that I am indeed killing the natives and using their flesh and blood for sacrificial rites, they still have a strong will to live. As long as they are able to undergo my baptism and get rid of the plague, there will still be many natives who come over. Before the gods find an antidote to this plague, this situation will be irreversible. As for the rumors, they can at most increase the workload of Tiff and the church. The pathogen Leyland had devised was backed by his ability as a magus, and the power of bloodlines from another world. In addition, it was only effective on the natives. It was almost impossible for those gods to find a cure for it. Almighty Lord! You are the colossal snake which will devour the world, the torchbearer of massacre. One day, you will turn into the stars in the sky. Tiff entered from a large door behind Leyland, dressed in pristine white robes. In this vast and boundless world, Leyland had finally established a church with a proper schedule. Constant battle and conquest had given him a great number of worshippers, and the acolytes had undergone a baptism as well. They were now equipped to carry out his bidding. He had given Tiff a group of clerics, and placed a member of his own family in charge of administration, leading to immense gratitude from both parties. Apart from that, he had a foundation of zealots in huge numbers and a church. Everything else would just fall into place. Leyland had named it the Colossal Serpent Church, with an image of a Targaryen as the insignia. Tiff was taking care of the Holy Scriptures and the like. Given that he'd been infused with Leyland's soul force and was the second legendary of the church, he had naturally been appointed as the Pope. With Tiff's contributions in nurturing the acolytes, the position was his anyway. This was in line with Leyland's plans, and Isabel would never fight over this position. What is it? Leyland turned around, the occasional imposing aura radiating from his body. We have already captured a few suspects spreading rumors to taint your reputation. While Tiff had an inkling of the greater ploy at play, neither him nor Leyland would openly admit to it. In cases like this, unless they caught the perpetrator himself in the act of spreading the pathogen, what evidence would suffice? As for the cure in holy water, they could justify it by saying that Leyland's divine force countered the pathogen. He had not cultivated the domains and godhoods of plague and disease anyway, so he wasn't afraid of an investigation. Truth be told, if the gods did try to get to the bottom of this, the goddess of plagues would become a scapegoat for Leyland, who asked her to enjoy doing malicious things like spreading plagues and diseases in the first place. An epidemic not backed by divine powers was unheard of in the world of gods, where such a thing entailed ascending to godhood in that very domain. After all, what Leyland had done came from another world. Almighty Lord, should we punish them? Tiff asked in a low voice. The punishment would naturally be their life. After all, Tiff had originally been from the dark world, and had done countless things like this. Even the purest of good gods had people in the church carry out their dirty deeds. Tiff, Leyland's voice was extremely gentle, but it carried a dignity that could not be opposed. Tiff stiffened and listened earnestly. The church is open and above board. We will grant a fair trial even to those vile rats from the darkness, especially in such matters. I understand. Tiff put on his best thinking face and left respectfully. Leyland's meaning was for him to convict them of their crimes immediately, only publicly. He could not fool the sages and intelligent people, but so what? In every era the commoners made up the largest part of the population. Making the arrest official, and substantiating it with some proof, Leyland could use his rulership to convict them. He and the church needed a white cloth to cover themselves in, and if they disposed of people on the sly it would only lead to more rumors. However, if his prestige and reputation were to pick up, those people who could see past his ploys could no longer overcome this surging wave. Sometimes, superficiality was extremely important. With his troves of data and memories, Leyland was way ahead of the gods of DeBanks Island in controlling the hearts of others. Several days later, the trial began under the watchful eyes of the people, who bustled to watch the scene. Tiff did not press them to admit their crimes, instead charging them for smearing the holy name and causing distrust amongst the worshippers. It caused a huge buzz amongst the gathered people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002, Invasion. Invasion. Hope Stronghold and the baptism of its god was the only salvation of the natives of DeBanks Island. Only where the light of the winged serpent god shone could they avoid the plague. They could even continue living healthily, unafraid of suddenly vomiting blood and ending up dead by the roadside. Once Tiff exposed these suspects of their crimes, it immediately drew public outrage. The masses jeered and shouted, and if not for the peacekeeping troops on standby, these convicts would long since have been ripped into shreds. These unlucky suspects were adjudged guilty. Not only did they spread rumors and dig for information on Leyland's background, they were even looking for the origins of the holy water, an extremely important mission. Each and every one of these acts was an attempt to smear the reputation of the church. As expected of the holy protectors, these suspects whom the natives had seen on a daily basis were quickly captured. All evidence pointed towards their guilt. Although they wanted to deny these alleged crimes and confess to their other wrongdoings, they discovered that nobody would believe them. The stereotype that bad people committed more misdeeds was a prevalent one, and the truths they spoke were dismissed. Very soon, Tiff righteously announced the crimes of these spies, and sent them to burn at the stake. This was accompanied by jubilant cheers from the public. The rumors floating around were very soon suppressed by this event. Leyland had less and less interest in the dealings of mortals these days. The natives only had two choices anyway: they could either convert to his faith or die from the plague. With the only options offered death and salvation, it was extremely easy to conquer DeBanks Island. Having lost their worshippers, the totem spirits had turned into a thing of the past. They had no more chances to turn the tide. However, these spirits were no fools. With their existences threatened, they would choose to gamble with their lives. The very night Tiff ordered the execution of the criminals. The sky was bright and clear, with not a single cloud blocking the vast river of stars and the silver moon. Moonlight and starlight dimly shone upon Hope's stronghold, giving everything they touched a silver glow. Tiff and Isabel had just ended their daily duties. Suddenly, they felt their hearts constrict and palpitate, as if some prehistoric beast was drawing towards them from the distance. A nervousness made their hair stand on end as they made their way to the windows. They gaped. A trail of fire lit up the sky, its dazzling rays lighting up the horizon and basking Hope's stronghold in its radiance. At the end of this golden light were several figures with monstrous auras that left the two of them somewhat suffocated. The tribal gods. They came here directly, Tiff cried hoarsely. These totem spirits weren't foolish enough to let Leyland chop them apart. With the immense pressure he put on them, they decided to band together in a ferocious counterattack. Their sources had confirmed that Leyland was the one behind all this. If Leyland's main body was killed in a holy war, then everything would be over. God, Tiff clenched his crest subconsciously, with apprehension in his eyes. Even if those spirits had left their strongholds, they were still demigods. Although their powers had waned, they planned to overcome Leyland with sheer numbers. Although Tiff knew he couldn't lose his grip in such times, his heart still skipped a beat. It's the Flaming Guardian. Almighty Akaban, the sun god. The phenomenon in the skies had alerted the natives, and when many of them looked up into the skies they saw the demigods they had forsaken. They cried out in fear, calling the names of the gods they used to worship. There is no need to fear, children, a voice sounded from the Targaryen statue, traveling to the depths of each worshipper's soul. It seemed to come to life, the voice carrying a soothing energy which calmed them down immediately. HSS, a phantom Targaryen appeared in midair, facing the enemies. Leave this to me. Focus on the natives' fight on the other side, Leyland transmitted into Tiff's and Isabel's minds. Done with that, he raised his head and sized up what would be the most powerful opponents he'd faced since his arrival in the world of gods. Once I eliminate them, the entire Debanks Empire will fall into my hands. Leyland's eyes reddened as the nightmare eye appeared on his forehead. Splendid golden rays lit up his body, seemingly on the verge of burning up. The powerful aura caused a few opposing totem spirits to change their expressions. Oh, few totem spirits had come in the first place, they likely knew that divine beings could do little to him. The ones here were all demigods, blazing with their unique godfires. At the middle was a gigantic flaming chariot with a half-naked native on top. He wielded a golden lance and had a grave face, emitting the distinct aura of a king as his eyes glinted with wisdom. What was more surprising to Leyland was that the blazing horse that pulled his chariot was also a demigod, yet it stayed under the native and allowed itself to be used as a mount. On the sides of the flaming chariot were a double-headed lion with golden fur standing on end as well as a scorpion that seemed to be made of pure gold. 4 demigods. Is this all the hidden divine power of Debanks Island? Leyland met their gazes without weakness nor fear. Intruder, undo this sickness. I, the founding emperor of the Sicardi's empire, the sun god and king of all kings, controller of all flames, mountains and rivers, Akaban, can grant you a dignified death if you comply. The demigod on the war chariot exclaimed in his tongue, holding onto the reins of the blazing horse. Since demigods could comprehend all languages and writings, there wasn't an issue with communication. His mind isn't corroded by the faith of the natives? Leyland was slightly surprised. Is it because he was a native soul who merged with the faith of the empire, becoming a valiant soul after death? As Leyland pondered over Akaban's threats, the demigod lion and scorpion snarled terrifyingly. Scanning him more closely, Leyland could not help but feel great pity. What a pity. While you're doing all you can to comprehend godhood, you're too ambitious. That won't help you break through the restraints of the natives and become a true god. Akaban was obviously very wise in strengthening his domain, but he was still unable to become a true god. It showed how tedious this path was. Leyland conjectured that there were 2 plausible reasons for the failure. Firstly, there were the flaws with the native souls. On the other hand, Akaban himself might be too ambitious. The domains of the sun and moon could actually contend against greater gods, but Akaban still wasn't satisfied with them. He wanted to spread over into other roles, becoming an overlord. Pitifully, the meager bit of faith the natives could provide wasn't enough to do so. It left him stuck as a demigod. Had Akaban chosen domains related to the natives or savagery, he might long since have become a true god. If that were the case, Leyland would have had nothing to do with Debanks Island. Akaban, your misfortune is my greatest fortune. Having thought this through, Leyland seemed to hold the pearl of wisdom. The look of absolute confidence he had evidently stabbed at Akaban's ego. What can a mere divine being of another race, someone who isn't even a demigod, do to resist attacks from all sides? Given that he was a founding emperor, there were no such words as modesty or consideration in Akaban's vocabulary. He looked at convenience and benefits. With a wave of his hands, the double-headed lion and golden scorpion surrounded Leyland. Akaban himself rode the chariot to roam the battlefield, bundles of golden flames splashing everywhere and forming a resplendent scene in the night. The blazing horse, itself a demigod, whinnied, and a shadow of a sun rose up behind Akaban. The imposing aura curbed much of Leyland's energy, and Akaban prepared to deal Leyland the final blow. Chick! Chick! The golden scorpion cried out without end. Its tail shot forth, containing toxins within that were much more potent than the wizard's finger of death. The double-headed lion roared as well, using its innate skills. One head spat out flames, while the other spat out blue lightning. Most importantly, their domains rippled out, beginning the process of crushing Leyland. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003, Advancement. Advancement. Surrender. You will lose in a mere contest between domains. Akaban's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. He was circling Leyland leisurely, aside from the two demigods in combat. He had the valiant spirit of an emperor, and before becoming a demigod he had clearly been a tactician. His words were designed to affect Leyland's mind. Sadly, Leyland's own hardships had given him a will that was harder than diamond. Such challenges were pointless, only revealing Akaban's lack of confidence to him. Are you worried about any trump cards that I have? Or is it my background on the mainland? The gears in Leyland's mind whirred, and he soon understood what the other party was thinking. Akaban seemed to know a little about the gods on the mainland, which was why he was guessing at Leyland's identity. Unfortunately, Leyland was now completely alone. Even if he were to be killed here, nobody would cause trouble for Akaban. Besides his main warlock body, that is. I can wipe out all four of them easily if I use the floating city, but then it won't be a secret anymore. Leyland looked deep in thought. He had amassed a tremendous number of cards up his sleeves, and the jaws of the other gods would probably drop if they found out about it. The floating city had shifted to the area outside Banks Island, awaiting his next commands. At its peak performance, the floating city could contest against true gods. Taking care of a few demigods was like playing around. Unfortunately, such power would be sensed by the other gods, making things difficult for him in the future. Massacre Domain. Leyland chose to fight it out with his own strength. The dark red domain burst forth from him, allowing him to get a huge boost in strength. He was now on home ground, after all. The dark red domain that held the power of tyrannical bloodlust abruptly expanded, and even pushed the domains of the two demigods away. They were now on equal ground. Such pure bloodlust, and the strength of this domain, watching from the sidelines, Akaban immediately seemed to be put deep in thought, as if he'd gotten some inspiration from Leyland's domain. Is it the purity? I was too greedy in the past. To become a true god, I'll need to completely grasp at least one aspect. This inspiration seemed to change Akaban's body, making his divine form more solid. This was the most terrifying part about him. He could learn and improve even in battle, but if Akaban could walk out of this battle, then he would be able to get rid of the heterogeneous elements in his domain and obtain a divine domain. That would make him a true god. Unfortunately, you won't get that chance. Leyland laughed wildly, the legendary spell in his hands seemingly cast instantaneously. Meteor explosion. Crushing palm. A dazzling explosion and a large palm drowned out the two demigods fighting him. Enraged howls sounded out amongst the bright spell lights as Leyland used dimensional leap to arrive in front of Akaban. A golden staff appeared in his hands. Chiu. Chiu, lights flickered, and a flaming golden bird came into existence. Its gigantic wings flapped out flames like they were petals as its large beak began to peck at Akaban. A divine being's soul? Is that what you're counting on? How naive. Facing such an attack, Akaban merely frowned slightly. The horse in front of the chariot abruptly snorted, absorbing all the scattered flames. Seeing that you gave me pointers on my path, let me send your true soul to the astral plane. The golden lance in Akaban's hand pierced forward, striking the beak of the large flaming bird. A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the flaming bird's beak began to fragment like glass, revealing the golden staff underneath. The beak of the bird had actually been the staff's tip. Be it the strength of your domain or your accumulation of divine force, you cannot match up to me, Akaban seemed to sigh, his golden lance mercilessly striking the crystal at the top of the staff. Chiu. Chiu, the large flaming bird soul in the crystal emitted a miserable cry, and the core that held a slight hint of gold shattered. However, Akaban felt that something was off. Ha ha. Thank you very much, you helped me take care of the last bit of resistance. I would have found it rather difficult to tame it. Light flickered, and Leyland's figure quickly left. The flaming bird at the tip of the staff exploded, and reformed. However, unlike before, it seemed to lack intelligence, looking rather stiff. Bundles of flames enveloped the staff, and energy undulations with more than legendary might rippled out. All this happened in what seemed to be the blink of an eye. Leyland had made use of Akaban's strength and completely subdued the flaming bird, even refining the red dragon staff once more. The name Red Dragon Staff now no longer suits you. Let's call you the Blazing Scepter. Leyland sized up his work in satisfaction. As he had used the soul of a divine being and had help from a demigod, even if it wasn't a divine weapon, yet the Blazing Scepter was much stronger than other legendary items. A divine weapon needs the flesh and divine force of a god to be completed, Leyland sighed in thought. Meanwhile, Akaban was thoroughly enraged in front of him. Wretched sinner! How dare you make a fool of me, thought. His fury was like that of a regent, and a large hole opened up in the night skies. Blue lightning, each bolt as thick as a human arm, fell continuously. Akaban felt the ultimate humiliation in being made use of to refine a weapon, and teased by a mere divine being. The wrath from such disrespect could only be eased with the fresh blood and soul of the sinner. I will show you the sin you have committed. The warhorse snarled, and the flaming chariot charged forth. Akaban's lance danced as the lightning in the skies gathered at its tip. Roar, asterisk chick. Chick, asterisk. Meanwhile, the two demigods Leyland had occupied for a while pounced over as well. Although they looked a little pitiful, there weren't any injuries. The joint attack of the four demigods pushed the air out of the region, forming a strange vacuum. The pressure on Leyland rose rapidly, and the force that surged towards him from all directions seemed to want to tear him apart. As expected, a divine being trying to fight a demigod will lose. Leyland could only smile wryly, and then began to look resolute. Did you only just notice? It's too late. Your body shall be placed under my golden throne to be used as an eternal decoration, Akaban roared. Along with the other three demigods, his attacks soon drowned Leyland out. Lightning, flames, poison. All sorts of forces mixed in with the power of divine force. The domains formed a colorful, spotted, and chaotic region of energy. Leyland's aura quickly weakened within, to the point that it completely disappeared. Even I won't be able to deal with the attacks from four demigods. Akaban withdrew the golden lance in his hands. It's a pity that I didn't get the method to undo the plague, but I now know that becoming a true god is possible. Wait. Akaban's expression quickly changed, as he sensed the descent of powerful world origin force. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. The skies quickly darkened, and the stars and silver moon quickly hid their luster. It was as if a berserk dragon was traveling through the dark clouds, and compared to it, Akaban's lightning was like that of a kid playing house. The descent of world origin force. This is the appointment of a demigod. Akaban had experienced this once before, and naturally would not get this wrong. Just as he was about to do all he could to interrupt the process, an absolute and powerful strength burst forth. Traces of the conscience of the world will send him and the three other demigods flying. The gods truly were the darlings of the world, and when they advanced they naturally caught the attention of the world origin force. The isolating energy that came was not something four demigods could deal with. The world origin force that had come roaring in immediately attracted the attention of a few powerful gods. While the advancement of a demigod was nothing much, there were a few existences who still noticed him. It feels like a demigod, and the location is at the south of the South Seas, the natives' territories. Has a totem spirit or natural spirit advanced? To the gods, the totems of the natives were like a group of useless things. They were weak and could not leave their respective areas, which was why they were not worthy of attention. Several streaks of godly conscience gathered in the skies, and then dissipated like this had nothing to do with them. However, no matter how careful Leyland was, his reputation of being the youngest legendary wizard was sound, and he had caught the attention of some existences. Golden light flickered on Fallen Island, within Joaquin's church. It turned into a woman dressed in luxurious golden robes. I could never be wrong. This aura is that of the wizard. Has he become a demigod? Joaquin's eyes crinkled in a smile. Interesting. His name as a genius will probably resound through the continent once more. At this thought, Joaquin called out sternly. My servants. Mistress. A few priests of wealth knelt and listened to the goddess' commands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004, Demigod. Demigod. Leyland had no time to care about the events outside. He was currently immersed in an extremely peculiar state. Becoming a demigod was as difficult as scaling into the skies, but it was no issue for Lyle. He'd amassed enough divine force a while ago, but he'd lacked a turning point. That turning point appeared today. The immense pressure of 4 great demigods allowed him to break past his limits and pushed the ignition of his godfire. Becoming a demigod required cooperation with the laws of the world. It was a very valuable experience for Lyle. In the moment of becoming a demigod, one is shrouded in world origin force and laws. It is probably the safest place. Lyle did not worry about the events outside, immersing himself in his senses. This was just him becoming a demigod. When he attempted to become a true god with a divine realm, even a greater god would not dare attempt anything on him that moment. The gods usually waited for the process to complete, attacking the new god at their weakest. Compared to their eternal life, a period of patience was minuscule. Just the same, Akaban's group chose to watch on, keeping some distance so as not to infuriate the world origin force. The sea of origin force has descended. A golden light glinted in Akaban's eyes as he saw a large sea of origin force that was even greater than the weave. It surged forth and whistled, forming songs of praise. Based on the current situation, the chances of his success are high. Akaban frowned, sensing that he now had another impressive enemy. But then, he laughed involuntarily. Unlike him, the 3 beasts did not have many worries. Even if that divine being successfully becomes a demigod, he's still a newbie who can't control divine force properly yet. How could he be a match for the 4 of us combined? They only felt an instinctual fear right now, unable to help growing intoxicated from studying the process in the hope of benefits. It was a rare opportunity to watch the sea of world origin force surrounding the ascent of a new god, and no god would let it pass them by. These fellows, Akaban shook his head, shutting his own eyes and using his divine vision to observe the web of origin force. This gushing sea of energy represented everything in the world of gods, showing Akaban its secrets from behind the veil. However, this intoxication only lasted for a moment. Akaban's eyes widened in shock as he turned in Laylan's direction. The origin force had already formed a spiral like a black hole, its might leaving his heart thumping in fear. What a huge tide of origin force. This is already comparable to a true god. Does that mean his accumulations far surpass my own? The strength of Laylan's ascent was several times greater than his own. The implications left Akaban in no mood to appreciate the world origin force further. Few in the history of the world of gods could have drawn such a tremendous sea of origin force as a mere divine being. Although Akaban did not know what this meant exactly, his expression turned dark. However, no matter how complicated his feelings were now, he could only watch the whistling origin force surge and roll, before being sucked into the black hole with Lyle at the center. Beep. Unknown energy detected. Host soul has experienced a transition. Secondary system updating. The AI chip went to sleep. Legendaries of the world of gods were equivalent to morning stars of the Magus world. High-ranked legendaries were comparable to radiant moons, while divine beings were at the breaking dawn realm. A demigod was close to rank 7. In other words, Laylan's clone was now as strong as his main body in the Magus world. It was quite natural for the accumulated energy to allow the AI chip to upgrade itself. Lyle was already beginning to anticipate the day he could return this upgraded secondary system to the original. When they combined, they would surely possess terrifying abilities. Originally, the powerful cheat that had helped him become a Magus, the AI chip, was all-powerful amongst those below rank 7. However, beings of laws had thinking speeds that did not lose out to the supercomputers of his previous world. A series of inexplicable changes occurred as they traversed through space and time, and the AI chip had fused with Laylan's soul it could now develop with him. The chances of such an event were so small it would likely never occur again in the multiverse. This miraculous property had allowed the AI chip to upgrade itself multiple times, assisting Lyle. It could give him the upper hand at decisive moments during battles with other beings of laws. It's good for the AI chip to sleep for a while anyway. I want my main body to feel the power of laws again. Lyle slowly withdrew his divine conscience. The golden luster on his body had grown even more dazzling, causing him to seemingly turn into a god made of gold. It made each and every action of his seem holy. Lights converged, and began to blaze underneath the sea of origin force. Lyle had taken in Beelzebub's worshippers from the mainland, and established a base in the outer seas. Just the faith from that could support a demigod. But he wasn't satisfied with just that. He'd crossed the seas to occupy a portion of Debank's island, and he now had over 300,000 native worshippers. They were indebted to him for saving them from the brink of death, so their faith was very enthusiastic. Even with the flaws in their souls, the power of this faith was still massive, more than enough to support a new god. All these things combined, Laylan's accumulations could be said to have reached the limits of a demigod. His massacre divinity had condensed to a point unprecedented in history. A regular divine being would just explode, unable to contain so much power. However, Leyland was different. His main body was near rank 7, and a warlock at that. His previous experience allowed his divine will to reach all parts of his body, controlling everything. At this moment, all the followers that worshipped Leyland felt a surge of desire in their hearts. In this state of intense longing, all of them set aside what they were doing. They faced the holy radiance in their hands, a statue in the church, or even just the skies as they began to pray. Our Lord, Kukulkan. You are the world serpent that devours all. With the sharp blades of your massacres, even the stars in the sky lose all their luster before you. An exceptionally strong wave of faith rushed forth, immediately giving rise to an even more intense change. Rumble, the divinity on Leyland's body, was now completely visible. It burnt off all his clothing, leaving him in his birthday suit. Amidst this surge of faith, he was like a huge fire in a pool of gasoline. Rumble, golden flames immediately appeared on his body, glowing with a sacred luster. With the amassed power of faith and the massacre divinity, Leyland's own fleshly body fueled the resplendent glow of the flames. Asterisk drip. Drip, asterisk. Leyland closed his eyes, each and every action following that of the world origin force. Under the illumination of flames, his perfect body melted like wax into the flames. The powerful aura fell silent as everything condensed down, including the golden flames. The godfire shrank to the size of a soybean, but the power that beam gave off was horrifying. This was the foundation of a god. The godfire, once it was ignited, divine beings would become demigods, truly demarcating themselves from mortals. They had reached the realm of the gods. The godfire seemed to be a condensation of all laws, and it kept shrinking and growing. It was like the flames were breathing in faith, transforming it into a pure divine force. Only with divine force were gods able to bestow divine spells upon their followers. It was what qualified them to be gods. This godfire was what allowed the power of faith to be transformed into divine force. While Leyland had amassed a large amount of faith with the unceasing prayers, his pitiful priests had not one divine spell. They could only spread his faith through word of mouth, and if not for the holy water that could cure the plague, he could probably die trying to spread his faith on Banks Island. Doing the same on the continent would render far worse results. The golden threads of divine force sketched an outline of a human figure, forming first the golden bones, then the flesh, veins, and the skin. This was followed by his eyes and other features, as a god's body made of divine force took form. This was a process all demigods had to go through, their lives themselves experiencing a qualitative change as their souls were refined to a higher level. The golden divine force vanished, to reveal the divine body's true features. Muscles bulged to form elegant and beautiful lines, holding a trace of laws as if the body itself represented the origin force of some will. His facial features were distinct, and filled with a masculine beauty. Although Leyland's appearance had not changed, he now had a tremendously imposing aura to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, Divine Spells. Divine Spells. Is this the feeling of being a demigod? Leyland muttered under his breath, sensing the ever more sturdy threads of faith as well as the terrifying origin force in his body coming from the godfire. He extended his right hand, and a trace of golden power appeared in the veins on his palm. This power was something unique to him. His will could transform it into all sorts of energy, be it chi, magic, or something else. Divine force? The tremendous power of faith had been transformed by the godfire, becoming a large amount of divine force that filled up Leyland's body. He felt like he could tear the very world apart. Beep. Upgrade complete. The AI. Chip's voice sounded at this moment. With Leyland's own soul advancing into the divine, the AI chip had also reaped unknown rewards. Having resumed operation, it began the tedious work of updating Leyland's hugely changed stats. Beep. Host has ignited his godfire, becoming a demigod. All stats +5. Host's Arcanist rank has risen. Now rank 27. Beep. Host's stats have all reached 20 points. Intermediate perfect body has advanced with the bonus of becoming a demigod, and is now divine body. Beep. Secondary system has been upgraded, computational power increased. Analysis of levels 8 and 9 of the Weave are at 100%. Host has obtained all spell models, and will no longer forget any spells. No materials required to cast spells. This was evidently the boost the godfire had given to his stats. However, even Leyland himself found the extent of the increase terrifying. Because of the restrictive laws of the world of gods, it was very difficult to increase one's stats. Once they reached a threshold, each point would grow more and more difficult to attain, and at the same time increased one's might greatly. This stat increase of 5 points each wasn't small at all. It was a huge increase in his power, over tenfold. Beep. Host's stats and data have changed greatly. Recalculating, almost at the instant this prompt showed, the AI chip showed his stats on a screen. Leyland Fallen. Race, human, demigod, rank 27 Arcanist, legendary. Strength, 21. Agility, 21. Vitality, 21. Spirit, 27. Arcane Energy, 270. Divine Force? Status, healthy. Feats, legendary sturdiness, well-versed, dreamscape vision, extreme adaptability, divine body. Specialties, origin force detection, arcane amplification, illusions. The outer weave has been analyzed completely. Beginning analysis of the inner weave. With the outer weave done, I need to begin on the divine spells and web of faith in the inner weave. I'm already a demigod, so I have the right to use a part of the inner weave anyway, Leyland muttered to himself before looking at the description of divine body. Divine body. A god's true form is made entirely out of divine force, and can change in any way. Grants peak tolerance to all environments as well as the ability to travel to the outer planes. Grants the permanent ability to understand all languages, as well as epic damage reduction and epic magic resistance. Grants immunity to all spells below rank 9, as well as other spells like Time Stop. Divine body? So that's where the true strength of a demigod lies. Leyland sighed in awe as he read through the information relating to the feat. The defense the divine body provided him ensured that few beings in the mortal world could harm him. Regular and arcane spells imbued with divine force would now become his best weapons. But I can't see my divine force statistic yet. I'll need to determine units for it, and then find the patterns and rules behind it myself. Most importantly, I can finally bestow divine spells on my priests. But that's only up to rank 5, as was instinctual to a god. Leyland immediately knew what divine spells he could bestow. In general, they're all blessings and cures. There's also devil detection and massacre blessing. A large number of divine spells appeared before him, along with general descriptions. There were rank 1 spells like blessing, cure light wounds, and command, then there were rank 2 spells like bear's endurance and bull strength. It went up to the rank 5 cure light wounds, mass, spell and summon monster. There was huge variety. The 2 specific spell models he named left Leyland in deep thought. The divine spells priests could cast were all virtually the same, but sometimes there were unique ones characteristic of the god that bestowed them. These 2 were Leyland's. He was proficient at identifying devils and his domain was the massacre domain. It gave his priests spells like devil detection and massacre blessing. Having acquired divine force, demigods can establish churches. It gives them a chance to eventually compete in the mainland. After all, there isn't much of a difference other than the lower-level divine spells. In fact, the time of a church's establishment is the best time to join. The first worshippers will be offered the greatest perks. Most demigods only established their churches after igniting their godfires. Leyland, however, seemed to be ahead of the pack. If not for his astonishing capabilities and the devil worshippers and natives aiding him, he couldn't have done it so easily. Now, his church finally had a sturdy foundation, which gave him a shot at competing with other gods for faith. There was a special title for such demigods in the world of gods. They were called false gods. They could bestow holy spells and reply to their worshippers' prayers, but weren't true gods yet. They were often repressed by Helm, the god of protection. However, Leyland's church was located on Debanks Island, so he wouldn't have to fend that off. The churches on the mainland would wind up in a worse state, so much so that they would have to cease their operations and hide in the abyss. This caused originally good demigods to shift to evil as well. The transformation ended. What seemed to be a long while to Leyland was only minutes for the 4 demigods. He's out. Once the tidal surge of forces died out, Akaban looked solemnly at the figure that emerged. Leyland had put on an illusory white robe now, and although his features weren't different, he possessed an imposing aura. This was the authentic aura of a demigod. You've gathered a lot of faith. Akaban looked Leyland deep in the eye, his expression betraying his jealous thoughts. The 2-headed lion, the golden scorpion, and the blazing horse had similar reactions. I am the devouring serpent, the ruler of massacres, the monarch of the devils. The winged serpent, Kukulkan. Divine force streaked past Leyland's eyes. He did not pay any attention to the 4 demigods, instead letting out a divine decree. A giant half-bodied phantom appeared above Hope's stronghold, declaring Leyland's authority and might. Having advanced to become a demigod, he could finally get rid of the constraints that held him back when he was weak. He could now connect with his worshippers in his true form. Almighty Lord, you are the savior of my soul, the salvation of the mortal world, many clerics found after a prayer now that multiple divine spells were inside their bodies. They were like normal magic spells, and could be cast if they were willed. Even the most foolish would realize that the winged serpent god had advanced and grown stronger. They immediately cheered. The large group of priests felt like they'd gotten power which could suppress everything. Although holy spells were not as efficient as regular spells, clerics trained much faster than wizards, not to mention the number of people who would be training at the same time. The holy spells were extremely effective at shocking the natives. No matter what plans Akaban had made, they'd now failed completely. The numerous cheers and the tidal surge of faith formed an astonishing current beside Leyland. Not good. Now that he's a demigod, this is his domain. Retreat. As a regional spirit, Akaban had the same weakness as totem spirits. The power of faith he possessed waned if he left his lands, and another divine domain would suppress him. Before Leyland had advanced, it hadn't been at evidence. Now that he had, though, the suppression was one of equal levels, and it had a frightening effect. Akaban had originally dreamed of crushing Leyland with numbers, but after seeing Leyland's true might, this founding emperor of Sakartis shuddered in fear. First you taint my domain, then you want to leave? Isn't it too late for that? The massacre domain stretched out, covering the entire sky in crimson. It had already been strong, but Leyland's advancement had maximized its potential. I control massacre itself. The ichor of gods will provide me strength, their wails giving me energy. Your bones will form my scepter, and your eyes will be turned into jewels. These words sounded like a song of legends, and the decree of a curse. Leyland instantly appeared before the two-headed lion. Roar, the demigod knew that it was in danger, and let out a crazed roar from the depths of its soul. Immense divine force appeared from its jaws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1006, Kill. Kill. Beep. Host is under attack, activating divine force field. A formless, contorted force field appeared after the AI chip's notification, having the two-headed lion's might. What remained had no more effect on Leyland's divine body, not even affecting his robes. Divine force field? So in a battle between gods, the focus is now on divine force, divinity, and their domains? Leyland's eyes flashed as he ignored the lion's attack. He had a way to negate it, but now that he had the powers of the divine force field, he could do even less. The lion roared with rage, and Akaban and the other two demigods saw an unforgettable scene. Let it out. Ignoring the lion's attack, Leyland jumped on its back and ripped through his skin and flesh. Ichor splattered across the sky. Shing, even as cries of anguish sounded, he pulled out the lion's spine. Such a thing would cause severe injuries even to a demigod with a divine body. After all, the divine body took an immense amount of divine force to build. Leyland had used the world origin force to make it the first time, but such a thing could only happen once. Your blood will give me strength. Leyland's chant reverberated in the massacre domain, as if the best of musical accompaniment. Your bones will form my scepter, and your eyes will be turned into jewels. The chant reached a high note, and the severely injured lion shuddered. 4 grotesque claws appeared from the void, stabbing the two-headed lion's 4 eyes. These claws were a murky green, the skin as dry as the bark of an ancient tree. Strange curse runes were all over them, more intricate even than the runes carved by arcanists. The 4 claws pressed on the lion, causing it to cry out in extreme pain. Soon, each of its 4 eyeballs had been forcefully extracted from their sockets, and they flew to Leyland's palm. And your soul will become the pool of energy for my divine weapon. Leyland looked at the lion and spat out the final line in this sacrificial rite. Boom, golden flames filled the sky, melting the lion's spine to form a short staff. The eyeballs shrank continuously in midair, finally embedding themselves into the crown, becoming 4 differently colored jewels. Once Leyland spoke the last line, the world itself had seemingly stopped. Formless power restrained the lion, bringing its body in front of Leyland. Incinerate! A wisp of black flame began to engulf the lion. One could see the shape of the totem spirit within, forcefully being extracted from its body and transferred into the staff. The flames licked at the corpse until they reached the godfire. Bang! The golden flames dimmed after the lion's death. It extinguished itself on its own, the power it had contained leaving Leyland cautious. Asterisk crackle, asterisk white lightning streaked across the sky, as if sending off this fallen demigod. Only then did Akaban and his party regain their senses. These demigods only wished to leave this dreamy state. What had they just seen? A demigod perished. He was on the same level as Leyland, but he was slaughtered like a lamb and turned into a divine weapon. It had happened too quickly. By the time they regained their senses and wanted to help the lion demigod, it was already dead. Leyland ignored the other demigods, and looked at the staff embedded with 4 jewels. Although it's a weapon made from a demigod, it's an incomplete divine weapon, at most at the same level. Still, it should be enough as the sacred item of the church in the mortal world. What's next, is you guys. Leyland's eyes slanted to one side as he glared, emanating an incomparably murderous aura. Chick, the golden scorpion chirped, turning into a black gust of wind as it disappeared. The speed at which it fled made Akaban's expression turn even darker. His trustworthy comrade had actually been scared away from just a glare. This isn't the strength of a demigod. Who are you? Akaban asked, teeth clenched. He knew that the void had locked in on him, so he instead chose to ask the wise question. Me? I am the winged serpent Kukulkan. The serpent which devours everything and controls all massacre. Of course, you can address me as Leyland. Leyland grinned, and walked over to Akaban. The increasingly pressing aura left even the demigod's horse neighing in unrest. Although they were both demigods, Akaban could only feel fear in front of Leyland. Are you mocking me? How could an ordinary demigod have a strength such as yours? Akaban howled, his eyes turning red. You just watched me advance, Leyland replied honestly, but it made Akaban want to puke blood. If he knew that Leyland would be this powerful after advancing, he would have killed Leyland at all costs the moment he appeared on Debank's Island. However, it was too late for regrets now. Leyland laughed inwardly as he saw Akaban in a state of bewilderment. Although he had accumulated many trump cards, he was ultimately only a demigod. To really crush others on the same level was impossible. However, he didn't just have one body. There was an even more powerful warlock, nearing rank 7, in the Magus world. Once Leyland advanced in the world of gods, the injuries to Leyland's main body had recovered. They did share the same soul, after all. He could now provide even more strength to the clone inside the world of gods. Hence, fighting Leyland right now was like fighting a demigod and a near rank 7 warlock at the same time. Furthermore, a long period of research, along with the appearance of the world origin force and laws, had enlightened Leyland in many areas. It allowed him to transfer Magus spells over to this world. The claws from before, the ones that butchered the two-headed lion, were an amalgamation of his learning. However, he still wasn't very familiar with the laws of the world. He could only cast Magus spells every once in a while, and even he hadn't expected such good results. It had only been theorized before. The extremely powerful Magus spell had killed a demigod and scared away another. Leyland could not have asked for a better result. Of course, Leyland would not reveal these secrets to Akaban, only creating a fearsome image which would be imprinted in Akaban's mind. Even if you are an evil god from the main continent, don't ever dream of controlling my empire. A holy war between gods was based on the power of faith, which was the most raw and resolute of battles. There wasn't an inch for negotiation. Akaban's gaze was resolute, as golden rays radiated from his body. Nay, as if understanding his determination, the blazing horse in front of the chariot neighed loudly, as a light golden domain was opened. Conquest domain, huh? And with such a combination, the AI chip's light flashed in Leyland's eyes, but he was not one bit unafraid. That's great, it's about time to test units for divine force. AI chip, begin recording. Beep. Mission established. Collecting host data, monitoring divine force, the AI chip's voice intoned. Ha! Akaban was riding the flaming chariot now, waving his golden lance about. The sun runes on his body were even more visible than before, as the shadow of the sun behind him grew even more radiant and searing. A tribal demigod is indeed just that. There's no technique at all, Leyland said in disgust, a wave of divine force welling in his hands. Divine force transformation absolute break. With divine force as the source of his power, this legendary arcane spell had obtained even more power than before. A dark light instantaneously hit the tip of Akaban's lance. A crack soon spread from the tip of the lance, looking like a spiderweb. A moment later, the lance turned into dust. The same came into effect on Akaban's chariot, and his blazing horse's armor. Akaban stared in disbelief as he separated from the flaming horse. This absolute break spell had obtained an unimaginable victory for Leyland. However, the native demigods really are destitute. Apart from the weapon and the chariot, there weren't any other artifacts. Leyland waved his hand, and the golden light of divine force formed a palm. Shattering fist. The golden fist grew larger and larger, the runes on it as clear as water. This fist seemed to be made of flesh and blood, and carried a massive amount of power as it sent Akaban flying with a trail of blood. This is the strongest demigod on Debank's Island? What a disappointment. Leyland waved his hand again, and this time an incomparably large mage sword appeared, shining with divine force. He chose not to control this one with his spirit, instead grabbing it by the hilt. Die! The mage sword slashed downwards, and golden light filled the spot where Akaban was struck. The immense power even split a mountain behind the demigod into two. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007, Running After Defeat. Running after defeat. Whoa, as the mage sword was about to strike him, an enormous figure appeared before Akaban's eyes in a flash of red flames. No! Akaban watched his beloved mount get torn apart before his eyes, pitiful moans spilling from its gaping jaw. The flaming horse had moved in front of him, laying down its life to take the killing blow. Was that flame teleportation? I wouldn't have been able to stop you if you fled. What a pity. Although he was uttering such words, Leyland still moved to the flaming horse's side. The demigod seemed to sense its imminent death, and it turned towards Akaban. Its eyes were full of admiration and helplessness, regret that it had to leave its partner behind. The horse then summoned up the remaining trickles of its divine force, and an enormous sphere of flames enveloped Akaban. He disappeared from sight. No! The only thing that remained was Akaban's pained roar, his regret reverberating in the plains. This noble steed had been his partner in all his fights. He loved and trusted it more than he did his imperial concubines and offspring. Even in death, he wanted his horse to accompany him. Were it not for such passion, how would a demigod allow him to ride it? Now, everything would be destroyed. So you had such affection for your steed? What a shame. Leyland praised Akaban's loyalty, but the mage sword in his hands was unhesitatingly put to use. Whether he was a hero or a villain was all a matter of perspective. He clearly knew that with the horse's loyalty the chance that it could be soothed into submission was practically zero. What was his course of action, then? With the grudge between them only resolvable by death, he considered the complete destruction of his opponent the most reasonable course of action. He's already escaped the outskirts of Hope's stronghold? He really is quick. Having shut his eyes and sensed a faint trace of Akaban's coordinates, Leyland gave up on his plan of pursuit. After all, Akaban was one of the tribal gods of the natives. With the power of faith in the Sicardi's empire, he was infinitely close to becoming a true god. Given Leyland's current strength, chasing after him would be a masochistic idea. This went the other way as well. Had Akaban not acted so stupidly in bringing his subordinates into Leyland's divine domain, he wouldn't have lost as badly as he had. The battle of the divine has come to an end. Now, it's time for the battle of the mortal world. Although he did not intend to continue his pursuit, Leyland did not plan to let Akaban off. Since the demigod was so reliant on the natives' faith, it was time to dig his foundation out. Once he conquered the entire Sicardi's empire, Akaban would be a stray dog with no home. Anyone could slaughter him. Tiff. After returning to the cathedral, Leyland immediately expressed his intentions. My lord. You are the stars in the heavens, and the ruler of all there is to devour. Slaughter is the sharp sword that you hold in your hand. Tiff answered Leyland's summons before long, appearing at the center of the cathedral. His eyes were filled with emotion. His body still had trace bloodstains on it. It was clear that the mortals had acted in tandem with the gods that had united to attack Leyland. It was a shame, though. All their schemes had disintegrated the moment Leyland ascended and bestowed his divine spells. How's the current situation? Although he could mostly divine what had happened, he still needed Tiff's personal report to obtain the concrete specifics. Tiff knelt on the ground as he respectfully reported the situation. The Sicardi's empire conducted a surprise raid. Luckily, my lord, we had your blessings and managed to force them into retreat. We didn't even sustain heavy losses. Those who were injured healed extremely quickly with your divine spells, returning to their troops. The difference of morale between troops who had priests and those who didn't was like night and day. The power of the healing arts was too formidable. Healing resources were rare in the prime material plane, so the divine spells of the priests were the only clutch that injured soldiers could depend on to survive the battle. The priests were also indispensable when boosting morale directly. The native troops hardly equaled Hope Stronghold's legions. The only upper hand they had was the surprise attack, but once the clerics came into play they were utterly defeated. After all, their shamans and other divine professionals could only wield their divine spells within their god's domain. In Leyland's territory, the opposing troops didn't have the home ground advantage. It was pointless to discuss victory and defeat. Leyland nodded. It looks like you didn't face many enemies this time. They seem to have pinned all their hopes on the divine battle, and these troops were only used to sow chaos and serve as a distraction. His eyes flashed with understanding as he bestowed this divine edict. Those despicable natives. They will inevitably pay for their actions today in blood. Having become a demigod, Leyland's aura had grown even more powerful. It even held a trace of the power of laws. As you command, my lord. Hope's stronghold will start a war. This time, we must teach them a painful lesson. Tiff respectfully bowed his head. No, not a lesson. This will be extermination. I wish to never see the word Sicardes marked on a map ever again. Leyland's cold reply caused Tiff's heart to constrict in fear. Tiff gritted his teeth, but he still replied with determination, your will shall be done. After all, Leyland was the absolute authority in this place. Very well. Leyland nodded, and with a wave a golden staff flew into Tiff's hand. Its handle was decorated in the motif of a lion, and the 4 differently colored jewels on its crown shone radiantly. The entire staff seemed to be encircled by a formidable power. Is this a divine weapon? Tiff asked as he looked on in bewilderment. Yes. It's a weapon I refined using the enemy's false god. The jewels on top contain the power of lightning and fire. It's only a demigod-ranked weapon for now, but it should serve as the authority of a pope. My lord, Tiff's voice was choked with emotion. Go, I will watch you from the skies. Leyland waved him away. Yes, my lord. I will defeat the entire Sicardes Empire for you, and conquer all of Debanks Island. Tiff solemnly swore to Leyland. Leyland's ascension hadn't just affected him. Hope's stronghold itself had grown enormously stronger. With the support of the priest's divine spells, the troops could now show a military power that was several times greater than before. As for seizing the opportunity to conquer the Sicardes Empire in battle, it was already a foregone conclusion. With the boost from Leyland's divine aura and divine weapons, Hope's stronghold's main army effortlessly invaded the heart of the Sicardes Empire with irresistible force. The decadent native troops were unable to withstand a single blow. Well, this was all really just the propaganda spread by the church. Although the outcome did not differ much from what was in the official reports, the course of events was something entirely different. Away from their home ground, Leyland's armies were facing enemies that had the support of a demigod and similar numbers of clerics and other divine professionals. Their opponents possessed several hundreds of years more of accumulated resources. However, spring had arrived. Sadly, the plague that had been curbed by the bitter cold broke out vehemently once more. In Leyland's previous life, spring had always been the season where epidemics spread widely. The situation here was comparable, so it was hardly surprising. The plague was even more ferocious than before as it swept across the entirety of Debanks Island, creating more and more ghost towns. With its ability to infect even those who were once cured, even the divine professionals were left up to their ears in work. Leyland had previously killed 2 demigods, and it was the same as cutting the number of available clerics in half. With the balance at such a crucial point, even a single feather's weight was of paramount importance. What then about losing half of your clerics? Sicardes was now met with another wave of death. There were so few clerics available that even nobles were dying out, forget the commoners. The troops from Hope's stronghold who had forced their way into Sicardes numbly took over ghost town after ghost town. A high number of enemy troops had surrendered to them as well. There was nothing else to be done. If they continued to stay, all that waited them was death. Defecting would give them the holy water that could save their lives. At the same time, those natives who had surrendered used themselves as an example to show that none of them had been turned into sacrifices, or demoted to slaves after their surrender. Naturally, this situation was not without pressure. Furthermore, for the sake of preserving their lives, those native commoners had fallen over each other in their eagerness to riot and erupt in chaos before the troops from Hope's stronghold arrived. They had even sent people to request the stronghold to rescue them. Generally speaking, the current situation was going great. It would only be a matter of time before they conquered Debanks Island. In these circumstances, Leyland chose not to personally get involved. At this point, his personal perspective and status had already changed. He only needed to respond to the daily prayers requesting divine spells, and Tiff and Isabel would take care of everything else. Leyland had now entered seclusion. After becoming a demigod, there were far too many differences between him and an ordinary mortal. Without much experience being one, he needed to slowly feel out his new role. With his special senses as a god, his followers were presented before him in successive screens. They were even clearer than when he'd been a mere divine being. His connection with his priests was incomparably more convenient, and a lot quicker than before. Within the limits of the weave, he could gather faith and bestow divine skills with ease. Mistra probably only has complete control of the outer weave. She can only interfere slightly with the deeper levels. Leyland understood the innate character of the goddess of the weave in that moment. She was essentially a jailer in charge of looking after the many magi at the core. The numerous gods would never entrust their own worshippers to Mistra's control, so there were considerable limits to her influence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008, Beginning of Battle. Beginning of Battle. The interweave is a convenient way for a god to channel faith towards them. It didn't reject me using it, so it seems to be open. The basic requirement is that one is a demigod? Leyland looked lost in thought. The innermost core of the weave, as well as Karsus' avatar, the rank 12 spell, the thought of how difficult it was to release the conscience of the numerous magi, even Leyland frowned. He had to get rid of the entire weave to do so, which included the outer weave that numerous wizards counted on and the inner weave that the gods used as a channel for faith. Would the gods willingly abandon such a convenient channel as the weave? Regardless of their intellectual abilities, and their ability to count the number of worshippers in their divine realms in an instant, the weave was more than just an upgrade to their calculative abilities. It greatly reduced the cost of bestowing divine spells, and increased the convenience. Having become used to such a great advantage, could they still accept and tolerate more traditional methods? Once I shatter the weave, I'll be going up against the entire world of gods. Leyland looked grim. It won't just be true gods. All demigods, and even nature spirits or divine beings who can use the weave will probably become my enemies as well. Only Leyland, who was from a foreign world, would have the guts to take on an entire world. However, even he had to consider his options carefully. While Distorted Shadow still had incomplete conscience in the outer world, he had not done much in tens of thousands of years. That was only to be expected. I'm afraid I'll have to push my agreement with Distorted Shadow back. Leyland stroked his chin, having made up his mind. Now that he was a demigod, the injuries to his main body should have completely healed. Having taken over DeBank's island, the faith in him had greatly increased. It could even support his ascent to godhood. Time was definitely on his side. If this dragged on, and both his bodies reached a higher realm, the terror that would be brought forth when they fused would be enough for him to take the plunge and challenge the world. The spread of faith is one thing in ascending to godhood. Another is to guide my worshippers, forming my unique role as a god. Leyland was now aware of the relationship between faith, godfire, divine force, and a god's roles. Faith was the source, being transformed by the godfire into divine force. This was the root of all gods, and the power of faith wasn't all the same. There were slight differences, and for example, the soul energy radiated by great anger was completely different from that in extreme fear. The faith in a demigod was heterogeneous, so it took a lot of effort to transform it into divine force. A god's roles acted as a guide, planning for the soul energy of their worshippers in advance. If godfire was an engine that purified faith to provide a more stable source of power, a god's roles were the key to separate the diesel from gasoline. While in general the soul energy that could be absorbed after a god classified themselves would decrease, it would grow in purity. It reduced the burden on the divine, to the point that the amount of divine force left after the transformation was actually greater than before. After all, which was easier, burning either diesel or gasoline, or both? Most probably would know the answer to that. A god's rule doesn't simply separate soul energy. It involves delving deeper into that domain, and acquiring even more terrifying might. Leyland could now sense the faith from the pious worshippers and their tremendous soul energy. His godfire burned more vigorously than before, a few runes representing laws beginning to appear. When it came down to it, a god's role was an embodiment of their laws. These runes indicated that he would soon form his own. Even the incomplete golden characters allowed Leyland to gain a better understanding of the world of gods. The essence of the runes seemed to tend to massacres and conquest, as well as sickness and healing. Will my first role as a deity be amongst these? Leyland's eyes flashed with the rays of the AI chip. AI chip, is it possible to record this script? Although these law runes were incomplete, they were very unique. They weren't three-dimensional, instead perhaps near four-dimensional. The AI chip of the past would have been powerless at this, but after the upgrade its limits weren't defined yet. Leyland wanted to test what it could do. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scan, the AI chip loyally intoned, large amounts of blue data streaming past Leyland. Beep. Target scanned. Discovered high energy force field, attempting to break through. Successful, beginning to analyze the characters of laws. Recording. Beep. Target has the properties of a 4D image, discovered interference from spacetime radiation. Data partially lost. Beep. Characters have been scanned. Records only 67.66% complete. The large paragraph caused Leyland to grin in glee. He looked at the database of the AI chip, seeing a subdirectory under laws called Godly Role Runes. Within it were the characters that had just been scanned. Although they seemed less complete than those in the Godfire, they still had the distinct charm of the original. The AI chip of the past would definitely have been unable to make this scan. That it could force a partial copy gave Leyland a pleasant surprise. If all these characters are analyzed completely, the chances of even natives igniting their godfires to obtain godly roles should increase by 50%. Leyland nodded in satisfaction, and then focused on the analysis of the characters. Massacre and conquest, sickness and healing? The results of the AI chip's preliminary scans were according to Leyland's expectations. This was indeed the image he gave the natives of DeBanks Island. The selection of a god's role could easily give rise to battles between gods. Based on the AI chip's conclusions, Leyland sank into deep thought. The characters of laws show that most of my faith comes from massacre and sickness. They're the most likely way for me to become a god. There's less in terms of conquest, the natives don't really have a concept of races and culture, and there are many battles even between their tribes. Faith in healing is the least, huh? Pure faith would not lie, and Leyland could only laugh wryly. From the looks of it, even if his church bestowed holy water and helped with the sickness, the natives still treated him as a personification of massacres, sickness, and death. Well, faith arising from reverence is always more stable than that from love and respect. The grin on Leyland's face widened. Looks like I'm not fated to be in the good faction. Leyland had already decided to walk the path of massacres. With the power he held, he definitely wouldn't side with the good gods anyway. From the power of faith alone, massacre and sickness seem more stable. Leyland had made his choice. He valued a domain in massacres more than one in sickness. Besides, few gods had grasped it, some of them being Sirik and Malor. Although Sirik was a greater god, he was half crazy, paying no mind to the administration of his mortal church. It had caused the priests of murder great distress. Things were different with sicknesses and plague. Leyland would rather fight against lunatics and beasts than the goddess of plagues who was clear-headed. He did not wish for there to be occasional plagues in his territories. And Sirik? Leyland lowered his face, ridiculing him with soundless laughter. From the viewpoint of the gods, everything on DeBanks Island was right before their eyes. Saintus, our vanguard has already taken over the 2 citadels and a Dew City in Dole City. As long as we get Dole City as well, the capital of the empire shall be right before our eyes. The troops of Hope Stronghold were proceeding smoothly along the massive lands. The girl Leyland had conferred a title to, Saintess Barbara, had completed her routine prayers. She was now listening to the routine reports of a native army official. Golden light flashed on her fair forehead, causing her to be bathed in a holy luster. Aya and her little brother stood respectfully at her side, having become her maid and servant. Out of gratitude for their savior, as well as the need for survival, the two of them now worked for her. The saintess seemed to admire the great relationship of the pair, and had brought them with her. The capital? Aya's eyes lit up as if she had recalled something, but that quickly dimmed. Barbara seemed to think of something, and she asked, Aya, you came from near the capital, right? I was once a clanswoman of a Dew City's Juna tribe. I escaped with the rest of my tribe once plague struck, Aya spoke slowly, and her brother bowed his head as if he had recalled something terrible. Truth be told, most of the natives that had fled with them had died on the way. Sickness and famine were the greatest natural enemies of the commoners. Less than 1 in 10 had gotten across the mountains and waters, making it to Hope Stronghold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009, Devil Hunter. Devil Hunter. Recalling the hardship along the way, and how they'd made it safely, Aya felt like she was in a dream. This is all due to Master Kukulkan. At this thought, she couldn't help but grab the sacred crest in her hands, beginning to pray silently. The imperial capital of the Sicardi's empire. If I can take that down and offer it to the master, an idea arose in Barbara's mind, filling her thoughts. She wasn't being greedy, everything was just happening too smoothly. Although she'd brought less than 10,000 troops from Hope Stronghold, many natives suffering from sickness had requested to enter. Even those from the Imperial Army changed sides. On top of that, having obtained the news about the divine battle through some secret channels, even the nobles of the Sicardi's empire began to waver. The consequences of this was that Barbara's army kept expanding without needing to expend effort. They had even reached near the capital with effortless victories. Along the way, in order to obtain the holy water and blessings from the feathered serpent god, many native refugees took on arduous jobs. The secondary army also suppressed rebellions to express their loyalty. Knowing that Hope Stronghold lacked people, Barbara accepted all offers from refugees and armies. In a short period of time, the army had expanded by 5 times. There was now a native army made of 50,000 troops, as well as other refugees. Tiff had initially been worried there might be spies who snuck in, but it seemed that the natives had no intentions in this regard. Rather, due to the huge numbers, making commands and logistics created a headache for them. There had been a few times where things were extremely chaotic. The Sicardi's empire now looked to be done for, when it could not even take care of such an oversized army. The continuous successes naturally raised Barbara's ambitions. As long as I take down Dole City, the imperial capital will lose all its protection. Barbara planned in her mind, before watching the chaos at the city in the distance, stunned. Thick black smoke and screams could be heard from afar. Report! A knight darted over, looking to he had something urgent to report. Let him come. Barbara waved her arms, and the guards that had held him back dispersed. Saintus, a few leaders in Dole City have joined hands to create a rebellion. They have now gotten control of the entire city and agree to giving up their faith to accept the feathered serpent god, but only if we give them the holy water as soon as possible, and that they hope we can take in people from the city that's now in chaos. Proceed. Barbara nodded and sent down the order. At the very beginning, this sort of scenario had gotten her all excited, but she was now numb to it. She was even feeling disappointment of achieving something herself. However, at this moment, she had something more important to do. The takeover of the city went smoothly. Under the threat of death, there were very rare cases of false surrender. Barbara had used her previous experience and sent a batch of people to help fight the fire. She then met with a few leaders and, after promising that the holy water would be provided, the entire Dole City was somewhat in her grasp. The reason why it was only somewhat in her grasp was because there were still altars and priests. These were also the last bit of resistance in Dole City. When it came to battles stemming from faith, they were far from intense and terrifying than usual ones. For this reason, Barbara did not relent and headed to the altar. Saintus, the altar here is for the two false gods, the giant flaming horse Woods and the emperor who established the empire, Akebon. While the priests of the giant horse has lost all power, the clergy of Akebon still have support with divine force. They've managed to get a group of soldiers to guard them. One of the leaders who now sided them led the way with sly smiles. After changing sides, their totem godly spirit had immediately become false gods. If Lyle were here, he would definitely lament at the practicality of humans. I understand. Leave the rest to the church. Barbara watched the altar that was now treated as a defensive structure, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. While she was disgusted at the betrayal of these leaders, she had no choice to take them in as examples for the rest. After losing two demigods, the priests of the demigods could no longer handle the demand for healing required, and at this rate, death was certain. In Barbara's eyes, betraying for the sake of survival was extremely understandable. However, there was a batch of forces that would resist, which made things slightly troublesome. Get the warriors from the church over. After walking through the defensive structure, Barbara finally acknowledged that the enemy's elite forces were truly powerful, and similarly sent her own elite men. Amongst the natives, there were also exemplary professionals. The classics included forest hunters and Amazon warriors, who had caused Isabel some trouble. Now, many of those guarding the altar were these sort of professionals. However, after building the giant serpent church, Lyle too began to build a church that was militarized, now that he had a huge number of natives under him. Now, a batch of half-naked and highly capable native warriors with devil tattoos arrived in front of Barbara. Saintus. The warriors of God shall heed your commands. Good, warriors of our master. Use your fury to expel the last bits of filth of the false gods. Barbara stood in front and sent forth a command for them all to attack. Almost at the very instant that the order for mobilization was made, there was a huge change to these natives. They all began to row, muscles bulging bit by bit as they quickly became mini giants. The luster of divine spells lighted up on their bodies, bringing with it the unique radiance from the feathered serpent god. Under the illumination of such radiance, the devil tattoos on their bodies became more vivid, and their eyes shone with a devilish glare. The abilities that only devils had were given to these warriors. For our god. Go! These native warriors with devil tattoos unhesitatingly charged forward, resulting in an attack similar to a tsunami around the altar. The number of warriors of our master has increased by a huge degree. Barbara now looked reassured, boosting these warriors with divine spells alongside other priests. As a church, priests and military strength was extremely important. Tyr, for instance, had a distinct professional pathway of paladins. While combining what he knew of the Debanks Island with his own strength, with help with the AI chip's simulation calculations, he had also created a whole new strength pathway for his church. Devil Hunters. As the name implied, all professionals that had ranked up in this area could obtain sensitivity to devils and the unique tracking ability of hunters. By activating the devil runes, they could even obtain an ability similar to bloodline abilities of devils. This profession that was a fusion between warriors and bloodline holders was very powerful, but there were also flaws. The professionals had to meet extremely tough requirements when it came to their willpower. In addition, the pain from branding devil runes was horrifying. Thankfully, Leyland now had many subordinates. He had slowly selected beings from 300,000 people, and getting a few thousand devil hunters was not difficult. Leyland had especially created something special for this strength system. If a being could capture a real devil and seal them in their own body, the hunter would obtain much of the strength of the devil. Their ranking might even increase. Only hunters with devils sealed within them were truly devil hunters. For a certain reason, Leyland might not have a blood feud with the devils, but they were clearly mortal enemies. The reason he created this profession was in preparation for the devils on the continent. Besides followers of gluttony, all who had anything to do with devils would be struck with fatal attacks from devil hunters. This would begin to weaken the strength of the 9 hells of Bator. In addition, devoting efforts to attacking the devils was politically correct for the faction of gods on the continent. Nobody would complain. Barbara naturally knew nothing of Leyland's intentions. Meanwhile, she was sighing in shock at the astounding abilities of the devil hunters. Those who had retreated into the church and guarded the altar were obviously diehard followers of the false gods. There was no need to differentiate between them, and it was enough to kill the whole lot. Once the altar was purged, Barbara grimly stepped inside the hall. The green flooring was now dyed in bloody red, but she did not find anything wrong with this. For the natives, stealing everything from the opponent, including their lives, was something natural. At the heart of the altar, there was an obsidian statue with a warrior riding a war chariot. However, the horse in front of the chariot had long since shattered days ago. Wang Wang. As if sensing that he was being disrespected, a terrifying pressure rose from the empire-establishing emperor, Akiban's statue. Humph. False god. Barbara merely glanced at the emperor disdainfully and gripped the holy crest in her hands. Our master, feathered serpent Kukulkan. Please bestow upon me strength. Holy luster characteristic of Leyland emanated from the holy crest. White rays flashed, and the immense pressure from before disappeared, and there were even some cracks on the statue. Destroy the statue and purify everything that has to do with it. Barbara ordered solemnly. Soon enough, statues, holy crests, books, and even drawings hung on the wall were torn down, turning into ashes from the flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1010, Founding a Nation. Founding a nation. Done with the basic cleanup of the church, they erected a statue of the winged serpent god. With Saintess Barbara's lead, numerous warriors, soldiers, and nobles knelt to pray. Praise to our Lord, the winged serpent god Kukulkan. You are the serpent of the world that devours everything and grasps the power of massacres. Your body extends across the universe, stretching into past, present and future. Your beautiful eyes are like the clearest of lakes, the water from which can cure everything. The statue of the winged serpent god began to glow with the prayers, setting the worshippers' minds at ease. Our master has responded, the statue is complete. Barbara exclaimed in delight, and then began to pray loudly. The power of faith converged to form a tide. Within this tide of faith, the 2 eyes of the statue seemed to come to life as they brightened with intelligence. Dazzling divine force spread in all directions across the church, covering the city and even the skies outside. It was as if it was cleansing something, repelling and rejecting a golden glow tinged with dark red. This is a battle between faith. From the perspective of a god, Leyland could see all this happening even more clearly. A large region, with Dole City at its heart, had now completely escaped Akaban's control. His own power now filled the area. Akaban's regions were now dwindling. From here on out, the area around Dole City would no longer be his home ground, instead becoming Leyland's territory. Akaban's strength would drop if he came over, and Leyland would easily slaughter him. Maps showed that the faith in Akaban had been reduced to a minimum. All that was left was a tiny region surrounding the imperial capital, the remaining lands surrounded and nibbled away by Leyland. The day they broke into the capital would be the day of Akaban's death. This was the tragedy of earthbound spirits and gods. They could not abandon their territories and followers, for only death awaited them otherwise. And for the same reason, Leyland wasn't in the least worried that Akaban would flee. Those true gods lead much better lives in comparison. They aren't limited to specific domains or regions for their faith, and even if they fall they can recover as long as faith in them still survives in the prime material plane, if their worshippers call the god's name from the bottom of their hearts. They're basically as tough as magi of laws. As Leyland was pondering, his eyes suddenly shifted. That guy still dares to come here? His body disappeared, reappearing at a church near the bounds of his territory. Chick. Chick. A large golden scorpion was waiting in midair. Seeing him, it took the initiative to move out of the way, stowing its stinger and claws as if acknowledging allegiance to Lyle. Some information was transmitted into Lyle's mind. Looks like it isn't here to fight. Beasts have an instinct to follow the strong, huh? The demigod golden scorpion was obviously here to pledge its allegiance. Seeing the death of the double-headed lion, as well as Akaban's constant weakening, this was an obvious course of action. Then, prove your worth to me. Lyle transmitted with a divine glint in his eyes. He already had plans to take the scorpion in. After all, it was a native god and had so many uses. Since he planned to expand his power and establish a pantheon, he needed to have gods in that category. Akaban wouldn't work. He represented all of the natives here, and naturally had the right to succeed and rule over the region. Lyle had to destroy him. However, things were different with the golden scorpion, and he could use it as an example. You should be the totem of the raring winds, right? That large tribe of natives? Lyle stared straight at it. Use all your strength and join my attack on the capital of the Sicardi's empire. That will prove your loyalty. I also hope to see you around in the divine battle. This condition evidently did not surprise the scorpion. Without any hesitation, it agreed. Alliances are so fragile in the face of disaster, Lyle lamented as he watched the scorpion leave. The rapid weakening of the powerful native gods had given him a great warning. When he built his pantheon in the future, he had to consider things more comprehensively. There was a need for firm contrast, and also a requirement for equal opportunity and justice at the minimum. Without these things, even if the gods grew powerful, they wouldn't escape the fate of betrayal and abandonment. The last campaign will begin soon. Lyle looked into the distance in the direction of the Sicardi's empire and made his own prophecy. With no more defenses blocking her, Barbara was planning to take over the rest of Dole City in one spurt. However, that was interrupted by an order from the church. I should await orders? The Pope and Lady Isabel are coming as well? Barbara gasped, and then glanced at the emissary. I will definitely abide the will of the Pope. No matter how courageous she was, Barbara would definitely not go against Tiff and the others. When it came to status, she was still a native, while Tiff and the rest had been longtime worshippers. Although there was talk of equality and freedom, the natural gap between them was hard to overcome. In addition, she was a mere worshipper herself. She naturally had to abide by the orders of the church. Barbara knew full well how much influence Pope Tiff had, and she was merely a worshipper who was bathed in their god's favor and come to be called a saintess. As long as she was not a chosen of their god, she had no power to go against Tiff. What should I do to gain more of the Lord's favor? Barbara placed her palm under her chin and sank into deep thought. Lyle didn't bother with such trifling thoughts of his followers. As long as they wanted a better life on DeBanks Island, all beings would side with him for a variety of reasons. This battle was one that would wipe out an entire nation. A new order would be built on the ruins of Sicardi's, and something like that would net a person both fame and fortune. It wasn't something to give someone like a saintess. In reality, even Tiff did not have the qualifications to do so. There was only one person that could govern the area to combine both reason and law. And that was someone who had Lyle's blood flowing in them. For this very reason, once Tiff and Isabel brought the elite army of 50,000 troops over from Hope Stronghold, Lyle himself arrived at the barracks quietly. That their god personally came down for them immediately raised the morale of the soldiers to a terrifying degree. In comparison, Dole City was in a dismal situation. Huge numbers of nobles chose to give up on the rule of Akaban and his children, pledging their allegiance to Lyle in secret. Once the raring winds that believed in the Scorpion demigod hastened over with their elite warriors and over 10,000 men, they combined forces with Hope Stronghold. With such an army surrounding the imperial capital, even those who had resolutely believed in their emperor now faltered. The tall city walls could not hinder the spread of the plague, and they could obviously do nothing against the crumbling will of the people. In a mere 3 days, the capital of the Sicardi's empire was broken into from the inside. Flames surged into the sky from the imperial palace, causing the army that had planned to fight to halt in their tracks. They could only watch as the palace that represented the glamour and splendor of the royal bloodline vanish. On that same day, Lyle intercepted Akaban, who was planning to escape. He killed Akaban with the Scorpion's help, officially ending the more than 5-century rule of the Sicardi's empire. The horrifying news that their god was destroyed shocked the leaders and nobles. Having lost someone to pledge their loyalty to, few chose to fight Hope Stronghold, especially since it had holy water that could cure the plague. Most quickly chose to side with the stronghold. The new capital was now called Fallen, and a whole new empire was formed after the flames of war washed away all filth. Because it was a country formed from faith, Lyle was unwilling to pass on the responsibility to others. He became the very first emperor, and from then the rulership would be succeeded by those with his blood for all eternity. The new empire was quickly acknowledged by the surrounding tribes. After everything that belonged to the Socrates Empire was taken over, and his organization had expanded to the entirety of Debanks Island, they began the intense effort of eradicating the plague and clearing land. With the holy water and the god's baptism, the grim reaper that devastated Debanks Island was finally controlled. To the commoners, the giant serpent church was like the sun in the sky. Since the war had ended quickly, and they'd taken in a large number of tribes, the initial assessment of the population in the region came up to an astonishing 920,000. The plague had taken away about half of the initial 2 million natives, but it also left behind a huge amount of wealth. After all, the mean wealth was lower when a huge population shared limited resources. This was also the cause for life and death battles between tribes. Now, however, the overgrown lands far exceeded the needs of the population, and the intense societal conflicts were eased. After organizing the clearing and plowing of land, as well as announcing the liberation of some slaves to take charge of their own land, the empire quickly gained a positive reputation. Lyle took in all the faith of the followers, turning it into a firm power that would support his ascension to godhood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1011, Semiplane. Semiplane. Calendar of the Gods, year 37671. With 5,000 pirates, Lyle Fallen had taken down Debanks Island, which had a population of more than 2 million people, destroying the Socrates Empire to create his own country. He himself had become a demigod, becoming one of the higher-ups in the world of gods. Many were astonished. This youth was only 26 years of age, and yet he'd achieved something so astounding, they could only look up to him now. Numerous elite devil hunters and native knights surrounded a group of luxurious horse chariots in the new fallen city. The knights' crests and the caravan's flag were symbols of a giant serpent, indicating the might of royalty. The plague's been taken care of, and we're beginning to plow the land for spring. We're doing great. Lyle pulled apart the curtains of the chariot, gazing at the green fields with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Saintess Barbara knelt at his side along with beautiful maids, their eyes full of an unconcealable fervor. The empire would be governed by the blood of its god. This was the decree of Lyle's giant serpent church. To get a more stable foundation, this god himself had brought a few natives around. Almost right after the new country was established, the 20 purest and most beautiful refined girls of Debanks Island had been sent to the palace. It didn't seem like such things would stop any time. Lyle never rejected such matters. Besides, this suited his standards better. He was currently traveling to proclaim his strength to the entire empire. The view of his fleshly body would also draw in more worshippers. Lyle had developed a better understanding of the island's situation through his travels, and at the same time imprinted the might of the empire deeply into the hearts of the natives. This is the most fertile land in the empire, and it's close to the imperial capital. It's understandable for them to have such results, Barbara said, her eyes glinting. It's great that they have knowledge in this area, especially when it comes to these matters. Lyle understood the schemes of his worshippers like the back of his hand. Hearing what Barbara said, he had no idea whether to laugh or cry. However, such things were also a part of the path of faith, and Lyle had to consider his options carefully. Based on the way things are going, we should be able to get past this year's famine well. After patrolling the entire country, Lyle was in a better mood. While the plague had greatly affected societal order, activity was slowly resuming normal levels. Thanks to the accumulations of the Socrates Empire, this new country was headed in a better direction. A lot of things determine the strength of an empire. There's the population, agriculture, economy, military, and faith. Lyle stroked his chin. I have 50,000 soldiers stationed in the capital. With Debanks Island itself only having 900,000 residents, it's definitely the greatest military. On the other hand, my finances are a problem. The agriculture and economy were affected by the plague, and it will take some time to return to normal. Most importantly, there's faith. Lyle had dealt fatal blows to Debanks Island's totem spirits and nature spirits. All those unwilling to serve were wiped out along with their tribes. With the golden scorpion at their head, the rest became subordinate to Lyle. That took up a portion of the faith in the empire. Lyle was more than happy for this to happen. After all, his church was still the majority with more than 80% of the faith. The nature spirits could only divide the remaining fifth amongst themselves. On top of that, he was a demigod now. His priests had divine spells, something that the shamans of the native gods could not compare to. He had a huge leg up over the competition, and was obviously unafraid of competing with them. These gods would likely be forced to hang around near him with no other choice. Then there's governance. I've already rewarded the pirates greatly, with land, slaves, and noble status. However, they are still fewer in number than the original native chiefs and nobles. Leyland shook his head. From his position as a ruler, the population of the natives was terrifying. On the other hand, there were less than 5,000 who'd followed an outsider like him. The difference was like that between a drop of water and a lake. Leyland had no doubt that if he did nothing, basic governance would fall to the natives in less than 30 years. Outsiders could only join in, be it passively or actively. To change this, he had to bring some new people in, and kill some others. Only by bringing people from Fallen Island and killing natives could he ensure the stability of his power. Unfortunately, Leyland wasn't just a ruler. His bigger priority was his godhood, and a massacre that dropped the number of natives would only reduce his power of faith. It would not benefit him. While he was conquering them, these natives were his enemies and it was essential to reduce their numbers. Now, however, they were part of his ascent to godhood. Killing them lost all meaning. A god didn't care if the one governing the empire was a native or an outsider. All that mattered was that he received the same amount of faith. With the support of the church, his descendants wouldn't fall to the level of mere symbols or puppets. That would be enough. There is no eternal empire, but the gods have long lives, Leyland muttered. Compared to the long life of a god, even the most glorious of empires in history seem short-lived. Beep. Response to today's prayers completed. Handled a total of 348,761 cases, bestowed 13,286 spells. The AI chip's prompt caused Leyland's lips to curve upwards in a smile. Gods had to take care of their worshippers' prayers, and bestow divine spells every day. While his now divine soul could process fast enough to take care of this himself, it wouldn't be a walk in the park. The effort would drain him. With over 900,000 followers, a following even more enormous than that of some true gods, the amount of work he had to do was vast and complicated. However, the AI chip took over the tedious work, which made things more convenient for Leyland. Even for a true god, such difficult work took more than just their bodies and avatars. Some even designated subordinate deities to the task. The AI chip performed these tasks better than most gods, and on top of that Leyland could trust it absolutely without fear of betrayal. Your Highness. Heading all the way back to their emperor, the numerous youthful and beautiful maids greeted Leyland immediately. Most of them exposed their bare arms and lower abdomens, showing their smooth skin with a heated gaze. Leave alone the girls the tribes had offered, even the maids in Leyland's palace were rather good. Some could even be the heads of noble families. Leyland didn't mind a cordial conversation with them on the average day, but now he had something more important to do. The center of the capital's power had been Akaban's church. It had been remodeled into a headquarters for the giant church after the war, dedicated to Leyland's worship. Leyland was standing on the location of the old altar, observing a gigantic piece of obsidian on the pedestal. This rock had a metallic luster to it, and looked like a black brick. However, Leyland's astute senses found something different with it. If not for Akaban's statue being destroyed, it would never have shown itself. I've finally found it. Is this Akaban's trove? Leyland placed his hand on the surface of the black brick, immediately linking his divine will to a huge space. Divine force surged in the air, clearly beginning to dissipate already. Numerous translucent souls looking to be sleeping on the surface, with some still withering away. They filled an entire layer of the place. The souls of Akaban's followers. I never thought I'd be so lucky as to find a semiplane containing them. While it isn't all that large, it's still much better than most demigod weapons. Guiding the souls of followers was the task of divine souls. Whether pious worshippers turned into petitioners, valiant spirits, or holy souls, they were all of great help to their gods. Naturally, they wouldn't easily be abandoned. Demigods lacked their own divine realms, so many built their own demigod weapons or other items to be containers that could store the souls of their followers. Akaban was obviously very lucky to have found a semiplane. There are at least 1 million souls. Having estimated the number of souls within the brick, Leyland was shocked once again by Akaban's accumulations. A semiplane was no divine realm. No matter how hard one tried to protect them, the worshippers within would still die. Akaban would only guide the most devout of followers into the plane, which eliminated a large number of natives with more general faith. Akaban's fall had killed most of the souls, and those left over were actually the best of the best. They were the essence of the millions of native souls over the Empire's centuries of existence. This is what true gods count on. I am far too weak in comparison, Leyland sighed and observed the semiplane. These souls evidently only worshipped Akaban, and they were useless to Leyland unless he destroyed them to take their soul origins. However, that was too wasteful. Instead, his greatest harvest was the semiplane itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:12, Emissary of Wealth. Emissary of Wealth. Demigods had confirmed their path to ascension. All that they had left to do was make their preparations. They required faith and a divine role, but other things like a divine realm were also indispensable. If, by coincidence, one already had a semiplane, it would take much less effort to build their divine realm. To a true god, their divine realm was where their true body lay. No matter how much care was put into creating it, it would not be enough. Lyle already had his own plans for his divine realm, but now that he had a semiplane he could use it to contain the souls of his worshippers. I can make use of it once I've modified it slightly. It's better to seal all of Akaban's worshippers' souls here. Lyle had soon determined the uses of the semiplane. With the standard divine power to alter reality, the semiplane began to whistle. Golden divine force rippled the air, pushing out Akaban's brand and alarming a few powerful souls. Who encroaches on the master's country? Golden flames blazed, and tens of native souls ascended into the skies, glaring at Lyle, false god. This is not a place for you. Ooh, valiant spirits? Lyle knew that the souls of these natives should have been heroes of the Sicardi's empires past. There could even be a few past emperors amongst them. Akaban has fallen. It's about time that you, who have been abandoned by the changing eras, enter the trashcan of history. In Lylan's eyes, these valiant spirits were zealous worshippers of Akaban. They were useless to him. As his chant sounded, the snarling spirits suddenly froze as the spiritual force that made up their bodies fell apart, beginning to dissipate. How gutsy are you, to dare go against a god? A tremendous aura exploded forth from Lyle, and the few valiant spirits that had managed to hang on disappeared. Their existences had been supported by Akaban's divine force. With his fall they were far weaker than before, so how could they do anything in front of Lyle? After he took care of these last bits of resistance, the rest of the souls all became confused or fell into a deep sleep. They had no power whatsoever to rebel. Something like a hurricane swept through the semiplane. A large black hole appeared at its heart, and many souls were swept in. At the end, the tail of the hurricane reached Lylan's hands. A huge number of souls were piled up into a golden crystal ball, swimming inside like tadpoles. Akaban already made this place suitable for the souls of worshippers. However, it's still lacking. Looking at the desolate semiplane, Lyle frowned. Divine force, change reality. I command. Let there be light. It was like magic. The moment he spoke, a dazzling light was formed amidst the chaos, expanding and chasing away all the shadows. I command. Let there be water. The dry ground immediately closed up, as streams appeared and formed lakes and seas. With the water must come plant life. Tender green sprouts emerged from the barren soil tenaciously, and the greenness that was full of life spread through the area. Soon, they covered the entire semiplane and formed large plains and forests. That should be it for the basics. The tremendous amount of divine force required to alter the semiplane was slightly strenuous for Lyle. With a flick of his sleeves, thousands of milky white souls fell into the plane, turning into bewildered souls. You will stay here for now. Amongst them were natives, pirates, and even a few that looked like devils. After hearing Lylan's voice, they all knelt down respectfully and began to pray. Yes, Master. You are the serpent of the world that devours all, the master of death who guides all souls like us. There is an agreement between a god and his worshippers. As the worshippers give up their faith, I must protect their souls after death, Lyle muttered to himself. This was the responsibility gods took on. Taking care of it, he'd suddenly felt his connection with his worshippers suddenly grow more firm. It's still fine to place the followers' souls here for now, but I still have to become a true god as quickly as possible and build my divine realm. That's the only place souls should return to. The use of altars, divine weapons, or even semiplanes to contain souls was something only demigods did, and it was because they had no other options. It was a makeshift strategy that could not protect the souls of followers well. A semiplane was slightly better than altars or divine weapons when it came to the rate at which souls disappeared. It was usually so fast that demigods' hearts ached. On top of that, the life in the souls would be erased slowly. The gods obviously would not stand seeing their wealth dissipating. However, all methods to contain worshippers' souls had this flaw, except of course for divine realms. However, becoming a true god was still extremely tedious for demigods. Lyle couldn't forget about the middle god Helm, whose role was to be the protector. His church prioritized attacks on false gods, and unfortunately he definitely viewed Lyle as such. Thankfully, his main territories were in Debanks Island, and there was a proven problem with the natives' faith. He hadn't gathered attention yet. However, with his rise right now, the secret couldn't be kept much longer. No, there already are gods who've noted my existence. Leyland looked towards the harbor, seeing a numerous fleet. The howling sea breeze and terrifying ocean spray smacked on the gleaming, splendid surfaces of these large warships. At the top of the warship was a large, bright gold coin bending in the winds. This was the gold ship, belonging to gold priest Xena under the goddess of wealth. Leyland had seen it before at Port Venus Harbor, and it was now approaching the seas of DeBanks Island. Priestess. Based on the directions of our god, we will reach the continent soon. At the bow of the gold ship, Leyland saw a familiar Bishop Xena. She was dressed in a white deerskin coat, looking lost in thought. I understand. You may leave. Xena waved her arms and sent the captain away, her mind like the great waves on the surface of the ocean. A giant serpent church is rising amongst the native islands. I must know everything about it. This was a divine command Lady Joaquin had given her. Only a decree from the goddess could get this gold priest to abandon Port Venus, where gold seemed to flow like a river, and instead risk immense danger to enter the native sea regions. Show goodwill, but also observe carefully. Xena thought over the goddess' words, looking slightly hesitant. The goddess hints that the native empire had something to do with Port Venus thrilled her. Though I don't know why, I'm certain that the only one capable of doing this is the legendary young master of the fallen family. Xena had an instinct that was unique to women. There are ships ahead. Be on alert. At this moment, the sailor at the observatory tower yelled at the top of his voice. Enemy ships? The canoes of the natives? Having had several experiences with them, Xena found it hilarious as she gazed at the waters, but then could no longer laugh. Tens of huge warships leaped out through the horizons, under the lead of an even larger pirate ship that was modified with magic as they surrounded them. On the warships were numerous elite soldiers and sailors. When had the natives obtained such giant warships? Xena was puzzled, but after seeing the blood-red skull and dagger flag at the top of the giant ship, she gasped. The scarlet tigers that are famous in the outer seas. It's actually them? Is this their base? Xena had a very strong impression of these famous pirates. Some special channels had informed her that the daughter of the dragon was actually a legendary sorcerer, and the fear she had for them rose. What shocked her more was that the Scarlet Tigers definitely had connections with the fallen family. If they're showing their flag, does that mean they're fearless now? Xena forced a laugh and sent down the order, "Show our banner. We come bearing goodwill." After the signal was put up, the fleet at the other side quickly gave a response. They lined up at the two sides of the church's ships, as if they were guards. They want us to maintain our speed and follow them. The sailors quickly understood the meaning of the other side's banner. Do as they wish. Xena took a deep breath and calmed the anger within her, making a logical choice. They were scared so easily. I was even going to plunder the goddess of wealth's ship. On the pirate ship that headed the rest, Ronald disdainfully pursed his lips and put down the copper binoculars in his hands. Bring them to Port Pato. All members and attendants must be checked carefully. Be vigilant. We are now the navy of the Empire. Don't get up to any tricks or I'll cut you into pieces. Understood, head. The other pirates chuckled and giggled as they answered. It was evidently difficult for them to change their attitudes. Those native sailors, however, were now much more respectful. They would be the backbone of the Imperial Navy in the future. Ronald sighed with relief, now filled with hope. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013, Having an Audience. Having an audience. Port Pato. After handing over an application and going through a strict examination, Xena and her people were finally allowed into the port proper. They were given accommodations in what seemed to be a rushed building. Although they used wood and stone bricks, Xena could still see the shoddy work of the natives. Compared to the grass huts next to it, however, this building seemed vastly superior. A port that's under construction? Xena recalled the market she'd just seen. It couldn't even compare to the commercial street of a small town, at most the gathering of a pile of stalls. The items were only sold in clay jars, and trade was with barter without any basic currency. From her point of view, this was blasphemy towards her goddess. These darned natives. How lazy and filthy they are. A few attendants complained, but Xena did not think the same way. Although they'd only been in contact for a short time, she had seen how energetic DeBanks Island was. Goddess. Although these natives are base and weak, all their jewelry is made of gold. If this industry can be developed, grasping an opportunity to make more gold was instinctual to the priests of the goddess of wealth. I never thought this expedition would have such great harvests. However, the ocean currents in this sea region are far too dangerous. Xena frowned inside. Dinner was the natives' version of curry rice. They used banana leaves as plates, and the spice was astounding. After enjoying the sumptuous dinner, Xena summoned high-ranked Thief to her room. A golden luster filled the room. Although Xena didn't believe the natives could be all that powerful, she was still very cautious. "How is it? Have you made any discoveries?" Xena looked at the tall, slender figure in front of her that seemed to want to disappear into the shadows. "How could we get so much information in a day?" Thankfully for the blessings of our goddess, the natives didn't seem to know how to keep secrets. "We managed to get some intel through their legends and songs." The thief's voice was hoarse, like he was a bald eagle. "Speak." She frowned. "Firstly, this place used to be called the Sicardi's Empire, but a war occurred recently. Fair-skinned godly beings came from the west and defeated them, destroying their empire. That's the direction of the mainland. There's something more surprising. There seem to be very few of those fair-skinned godly beings, numbering less than 20,000 total." The thief supplied. 20,000? Xena was caught between laughter and tears, but the Scarlet Tigers have about that number of people. An empire conquered by 20,000 people. Ha ha. She looked pleased as punch, thinking the Sicardi's empire to just be some large native tribe. If you knew the true might of the native empire, you definitely wouldn't be laughing now. The thief interrupted her coldly. What's their population? Upon hearing how serious he sounded, Xena reacted appropriately. Based on what they said, it would take 50 sunsets to walk from the beginning of the empire to the end. Each city has numerous tribes within, and the empire was also protected by the sun god who governed everything, Akaban. The thief now looks solemn. A conservative estimate puts the empire's population between 500,000 to 1 million. Their outer borders were as extensive as a kingdom's, and they were protected by a false god. To be able to defeat such a powerful empire with less than 20,000 pirates. Goodness! It would be difficult to do so even if they were 500,000 pigs, Xena exclaimed, shocked. Exactly. What I'm going to say next is key. The thief now sounded slightly emotional, trembling from fear. Remember the holy water we were sprayed with when we first got on shore? That's just water with some sort of potion. It isn't holy water. Xena called to attention. This was rather important when it came to religion. She would never admit to being blessed by another god, unless she was sure she wanted to betray Joaquin. All right. That potion. The thief quickly realized he had misspoken, and immediately corrected himself. There seemed to be a tremendous plague at the beginning of the war. Large batches of natives died, and the winged serpent descended suddenly, possessing the abilities to heal them. They gave the natives the holy water. Winged serpent? Xena quickly thought of the goddess of wealth's divine orders, as well as how she was required to look into the giant serpent church. Yes. The holy water has astounding healing abilities, and was exceptionally effective against the plague. These fair-skinned beings were seen as heroes sent down by the heavens to save them, and are supported on a large scale. That's how they defeated the original Sicardi's empire. Is that so? Xena looked down, clearly deep in thought. She then turned to the thief, sounding serious. Do you think that plague has anything to do with the plague mistress? It shouldn't. I've fought the priests of her church. While she can spread sickness, it shouldn't be so infectious. Also, her priests only know how to kill others and not save them, the thief muttered bluntly in answer. Good then. Get more intel, especially related to the giant serpent church. Xena gave a long sigh and sent the thief away, staring at the oil lamp on the table as she muttered to herself resolutely. The Scarlet Tigers, the legendary wizard of the fallen family, and the winged serpent capable of healing sickness. What is the relationship between the three of them? At the beginning, she'd thought this was just a practical joke on Leyland's side. However, by the looks of it, it seemed impossible. Mistress, please give me guidance. Xena gripped the holy crest in the palm of her hand, and began to pray piously. A golden luster enveloped the entire room, making it look misty. So it's the goddess of wealth. I've had the greatest amount of contact with them. Port Venus has Joaquin's church, so it's natural for them to have recorded my aura. Leyland wasn't all that surprised. After all, it was necessary for DeBanks Island to interact with the outside world. DeBanks Island had far too much work to be done, and trade would greatly help recover its vitality. It was much better for them to be discovered by Joaquin than by Helm. After all, the goddess was neutral in alignment. With the plentiful resources from DeBanks Island, and the fallen empire as a whole having so many consumers, Leyland had no doubt the gold priests would be greatly attracted. However, it wasn't worth Xena risking her life. The only thing that could spur a gold bishop on was the goddess of wealth, Joaquin. No matter what she expects, DeBanks Island can definitely support itself. There's no need to fear any blockades or threats. Of course, if they can be enticed and we can get support from the trade network on the mainland, it would be great. Leyland moved his arms. Send down the order. Receive them with the most politeness possible, and send them gold and cornelian embedded utensils. Cover the floors with fleece, and welcome her to my palace. Leyland wasn't just the ruler of a new empire. He was also its patron god, so his orders were carried out without any hesitation. Xena and her people obtained large amounts of gifts from the natives, and seemed to be dazzled by their wealth. They made multiple stops along the way, before reaching Fallen City, which was being rebuilt. This had been the Sicardi's empire's capital. The roads and houses were already very spacious, and were now being expanded further. The vast driveways could even let a dozen horses walk side by side and speed alone. The planning of this imperial city. The conqueror's ambition is very obvious, Xena mentioned Leyland indirectly. In the natives' eyes, he was someone who represented blood and massacre, but she saw more than that. Because of the natives' minimal comprehension and the communication gap, she still had no idea who he was. Still, she was certain that he was extremely courageous, with great might and possibly more slyness than a devil. The huge disparity in powerlessness she felt caused Xena to sigh deeply. If not for the light of the goddess supporting her, she would have long since escaped from DeBanks Island. Information on the giant serpent church is very vague, but the priests definitely have divine spells. The person behind the giant serpent church should at the very least be a false god. Anything that had to do with gods would be a source of trouble. Xena could feel an intense headache coming on. We're here. This is our emperor's palace. Only you are allowed to enter. Elite devil hunters blocked the rest of the emissaries at the splendid golden entrance to the palace. As the bodyguards that would guard Leyland, these natives were definitely loyal. Their strength was also first-rate, and they could even be considered heroes. Their potential power was something that left even Xena's heart thumping in fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1014, Meeting. The main doors of the Golden Court flew open, revealing an enormous hall devoid of a single soul. Spotless white fleece was laid down on the floor, as delicate as a snowflake, while bright red curtains embroidered in gold hung at the corners of the huge French windows. This was the Empire's Hall of Government. Normally there were learned sages, treacherous bureaucrats, and those with dreams struggling here, criticizing each other. All manners of plots and massacres were born of those moments, a normal scene unable to convey any of that atmosphere. A delicate and unique fragrance hung in the air, but the incense was not thick enough to be intoxicating. Xena seemed to grow nostalgic, and she once again transformed into a naive 19-year-old young lady. Leyland had not been in possession of this place for a long time, but this palace still seemed to have some unique historical charm. It seemed like the very air had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of the vicissitudes of life. Even a gold priest like Xena was left in a trance when shrouded in this atmosphere. Just as a gap appeared in her spirits, the sound of steady footsteps drifted into her ears. It sounded like the walls were heavily besieged as several deep cracks appeared. She saw a young man walking unhurriedly into the palace hall. He wore white robes, tailored precisely to fit his body. His even pace and bearing revealed his extraordinary confidence. Since the young man walked with his back towards the light, Xena could not see his face clearly. All she could sense was a brilliant radiance shining continuously from his body. I am Gold Priest Xena, an emissary from the mainland's Church of Wealth. I request an audience with you, Your Majesty the Almighty Conqueror. Xena had already inwardly confirmed the man's status. She bowed deeply to show her great respect. No need for pleasantries. After all, we've met several times in the past. The voice was far younger than she'd expected, and also one she could never forget. Xena raised her head, finally able to see Leyland before her. So it's you. Xena's tone revealed her confidence in her own hypothesis, as well as unconcealed shock. Although she knew him to be a legendary wizard, Xena had never expected him to conquer the entire native empire with a pirate crew. Still, that wasn't the most pressing matter. This aura. A divine being, no, a demigod. Only a demigod can put me under this much pressure. A legendary wizard who's just over 20? Ha, he's already a demigod. How could this be possible? Although she was stupefied, Xena recovered her composure fairly quickly. After all, she'd dealt with many churches in the past and had plentiful experience. It wasn't unheard of for ordinary people to meet with unexpected success in the world of gods, ascending into the heavens with a single leap. Cyric had only been an ordinary thief as a mortal, and now he wielded formidable divine power as the god of murder. He'd had the luck of obtaining a fallen god's godhood, along with their divine weapon. This had instantly made him a powerful deity himself. Compared to that, even if Leyland's progress was universally shocking, it was still acceptable. Leyland himself didn't dwell much on Cyric. The god of murder had obtained his strength by pure luck, and his powers were nothing if not for his divine boosts. As a result, he would easily suffer the control of his own powers. He was already halfway insane, so he couldn't be considered a formidable enemy. Furthermore, Leyland had grievously offended Cyric already. He had even killed a legendary of his church, and their hatred and desire for revenge was boundless. This was the main reason why Leyland had chosen the path of massacres. Although compatibility was one consideration, he wasn't afraid of slighting Cyric again. It would have been a little short-sighted to ignore him, stirring up trouble instead with a mid-ranked god like the Mistress of Plagues who he had no grudge against. Besides, a godly role in Plagues was more limited in scope and application than one in Massacre, without much room for development. A god could process all these thoughts in a split second. To Xena it seemed like Leyland asked his next question without hesitation. "Xena, why have you come all this way?" Leyland currently had a formidable divine aura, and in her reverence Xena almost knelt down before him. Still, she was still a gold priest of Lady Joaquin. A trickle of power surfaced from the holy crest on her chest, lending her its strength. "I am here to pass on my master's sincerity." Lady Joaquin's sincerity? Leyland looked at the bishop standing before him, a trace of playfulness flickering across his transformed golden eyes. Not so long ago, a youngster like him had needed to cautiously weigh up the disadvantages and advantages of his schemes in front of a bishop of her rank. He'd even had no choice but to let a part of his profits go in order to rope her in. Now, however, Xena could only crawl and pray for his benevolence. This gap between gods and men was so clear one could get drunk on the power. The momentary silence caused Xena to assume that Leyland was put off. She immediately continued, "I've noticed DeBank's Island has ample reserves of gold and silver. Your people luxuriously use pure gold for ornaments, and if these things were transported to the continent, just a tenth of them would win you unimaginable profits. The accumulated wealth would allow you to build 10 cities as large as Fallen." It had to be said, when Joaquin's priests saw enormous profit their expressions changed completely. They would discard their cowardice, daring to deal with even devils and demons. Now, an inferno raged in Xena's eyes as she faced a demigod. Her pretty little cherry lips spouted devilish words of enticement. "Trade? Well, I can consider it." Leyland seemed to be considering Xena's deal on the surface, but there was a different story in his mind. Is it a trap? But Joaquin has always been strictly neutral. Is she just attracted to DeBank's Island, or maybe it's my potential? The fight against false gods was Helm's job. Leyland had never heard of the priests of the Church of Wealth actively taking such jobs. On the contrary, the priests of wealth were often dazzled by the sight of gold. There were occasional rumors of secret deals with the devils even. Although most were groundless rumors, Leyland was keen enough to notice an inkling of truth in them. Unlike demons and devils, false gods weren't considered particularly evil. Furthermore, even if DeBank's Island had enough resources to satisfy him for now, if it received the support of trade with the mainland, it would recover much faster. This would also supply Leyland with a greater amount of faith. "I can accept the trade, but you need to talk concrete details with Tiff and Isabel." Leyland no longer hid his association with the Giant Serpent Church. Or perhaps he didn't particularly care if other gods discovered that he was the Serpent Kukulkan. Too many gods had been known to assume false identities, using avatars in the prime material plane. "Apart from this, my master has several very, very small requests. If your majesty can help her, my lady will absolutely be willing to provide many things that will leave you satisfied." "Oh? How interesting, do continue." Leyland stroked his chin, a smile blooming on his face. After a short while, Xena quietly left with a self-satisfied expression on her face. Leyland was left alone in the great hall. A divine glow flashed across his eyes as he watched Xena's departing back, his gaze filled with pity. Even the goddess of wealth had to comply with the oaths and unwritten rules of the gods. There were many things that she had to do despite her reluctance. Business with a false god, for example, was prohibited. This was why Joaquin hadn't shown her true self. She'd sent one of her priests here, to serve as her shield at critical times. If Xena did not manage to see the truth, she wasn't likely to have a good future. As for Joaquin's commission itself, Leyland was rather interested. "So she wants me to help her find several items, using them as an exchange? How interesting. First is the Scepter of Savras?" The image of a magic staff appeared before Leyland's eyes, before quickly shattering into pieces. This divine artifact is rumored to be able to guard against prophecies and tracking by gods. That much is true, but the main part of the scepter could be in any corner of the prime material plane. It could even be down in Bator or the Abyss. Despite all that, she still covets this the most. Leyland furrowed his brows rather distrustfully. This woman, what on earth is she thinking? It was a shame that she was an intermediate god, equivalent to a rank 8 magus of laws. Leyland could not pry apart her thoughts. One thing's for sure. Be it for the trade or to hunt these items, I'll have to leave Debanks Island. I need to go to the mainland or the outer plains. Is that what she wants? Leyland couldn't help but guess. They weren't close in any way, so he wouldn't believe that Joaquin could so generously come over and help him so suddenly. If what I guess is true, Leyland's drooping eyelids obscured the dim light in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:15, Scepter of Savras. Scepter of Savras. After days of careful contemplation, Leyland summoned Xena and agreed to the goddess of wealth's conditions. He handed over all matters pertaining to the native empire to Isabel and Tiff, while he followed Xena's ship back to the fallen island. He was currently back at his wizard tower. Although this tower had already been upgraded several times, Leyland still found it too crude. This wasn't an issue with design, rather that he'd advanced too quickly. The basic facilities of this place couldn't keep up with his demands. Thankfully, he did not have high expectations for the environment he was to be in. With the wizard tower's isolation abilities as well as his own divine force as a cover, the preparations were complete. Chiu. Chiu, inside the enormous forge at the core, a golden staff floated in midair. Threads of pure gold flames were dispelled in the surroundings, forming the figure of a large, gorgeous bird. What had been the red dragon staff had undergone massive changes and improvements. The coarse and solid staff was now more slender, and the dragon claw at the top had been refined, forming the claw of a bird. The most important part, the soul within the crystal, was now replaced by the flaming bird. Beep. Red dragon staff has been resmelted. Connection and containment perfect. No conflicts in energy. The AI chip projected large amounts of information before him. Item name, Blazing Scepter. Rank, Legendary 3. Length, 0.76 m. Weight, 2900 g. Materials, dragon crystal, dragon bone, dragon blood, dragon scale, divine spirit, divine blood. Item abilities, 1, storage. The staff can contain spells, rank 9, 1, rank 7, 3, rank 5, 5. Currently empty, 2. Blazing Skyfire, legendary spell. Can be used once every 20 days. 3, Domain of Terror. For Blue Blaze, absorbing the strength of divine souls, the staff can deal a one-time mental attack or boost itself. Will harm the imprisoned soul. 5, Fire immunity. Description: this staff once imprisoned a powerful legendary dragon soul, but its owner attempted a more terrifying experiment, sealing the soul of a divine being. All who use it without permission will suffer the wrath of gods. What I gave Tiff was symbolic of the church. This suits me better. When he conquered Debanks Island, Leyland did indeed come into possession of the flesh and souls of other demigods. However, this staff was still his most perfect creation. Although what he'd given Tiff was a demigod weapon, it was impossible to upgrade it. This staff had a limitless future. I can upgrade this staff at any time as long as the materials I have on hand are suitable. It could even become a divine weapon. Leyland was very confident in this. Having completed the blazing scepter, Leyland did not opt to rest, instead going to another room. He closed his eyes as if in meditation, but his mind was actually communicating with the AI chip. AI chip, how goes the task I set you on? Beep. Analysis of legendary arcane spell, chain contingency at 100%. Transmitting into host's mind. Beginning preliminary branding. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded. It had never let Leyland down before. On the continent, a demigod means power at the apex. The Debanks Island is too remote, and it's impossible to dispatch large armies and laborers to go on long journeys here. So, if they really want to deal with me, there are only a few methods. This is the one with the best chances of working. Leyland pursed his lips as tremendous spiritual force and arcane energy declined. A continuous stream of divine force made up for the losses just in time, creating a unique cycle. After a night of this, he finally set up the chain contingency on himself. While he had his own conjectures, he still chose to do as had been planned. After all, it was just foolish to offend a goddess without any evidence. Besides, he had his own plans as well, and he needed her cooperation to complete them. I hope all this is all in my head. But it's not bad to make preparations against it, right? Immense divine force surged out, erasing the spell-branding aura on Leyland's body and hiding it in the aura of a god. Not long after Leyland completed all this, Bishop Xena visited him. Our church already has leads on the scepter of Savras. However, we need some help from Sire. Xena looked respectfully as she spoke, eyes showing she was not faking any of this. Looks like this bishop always thought that the true mission was finding the scepter. Leyland sighed, and then smiled. As long as we do things according to our agreement, I'm fine with it. At the borders of the Dambrath Kingdom, at the west of the Werjackal Mountains. As the climate and food here was suitable, there were huge numbers of werejackals around. There were even high-ranked bloodline holders and professionals in their midst who possessed greater intelligence than their peers. They monopolized the whole mountain, becoming a man-made dangerous area. All races that were not werejackals only had one fate in the mountains: they would be torn to the bone to be eaten. There was little the Dambrath Kingdom could do about this. Even a legend that had been employed could only retreat in defeat. As time passed, the Werjackal Mountains became a forbidden area. There were even rumors that in the depths of the Werjackal Mountains, there was a mysterious large door that went straight into the abyss, where there was the god of the werejackals, a sovereign king who loved flesh. The nearer it was to the Werjackal Mountains, the more desolate the villages were around the area. On this path, however, there was a group of knights who were hastening on their journey. Just from their unruffled aura, it was evident that they were not mere elites of the kingdom. In the middle, guarded by knights, were a young man and woman on two handsome horses. However, when it came to the might they had, it was hard to tell who was being protected. The lead for Savra's scepter is in the town up ahead? Leyland sniffed at the air, frowning slightly. Yes, sire. This was Xena speaking. Ever since the bishop found out that Leyland had attained a realm she could never hope to reach, she had become increasingly respectful to him. She had even taken to addressing him as sire, and if Leyland had not stopped her, she might even call Leyland, Your Highness. Based on what the hunter in the village said, he once accidentally entered the Werjackal Mountain and, at the outer regions of the valleys, saw a terrifying statue in the illusion of a scepter emitting multicolored rays. That's all? Leyland's eyebrows raised. After that, we dispatched the legendaries in our church, but even 2 legendaries weren't enough to break through the layer at the outer regions of the valley. However, the 2 legends also saw the scepter emitting multicolored rays, and the likeness to Savra's scepter as recorded in historical records is above 90%. As she still needed Leyland's help, Xena laughed wryly as she explained. A boundary that even legends can't enter? And the scepter? Leyland nodded. In that case, this trip is worth it. But I've been staying at the outer seas recently. What's happening on the continent? After hearing that this was not confidential information, Xena gave him a simple rundown of the situation on the continent. First was the north. The unrest here had attracted the attention of the entire prime material plane, and it might escalate even further. The 2 greater gods, the Weave Goddess and God of Justice, working together was something the Orc gods all feared. They had first wiped out the reinforcements of Malor and a few other Orc gods, and then supported Illustrial as she started war at what had been the north. After a few large-scale battles, Illustrial had successfully gathered a few revolutionary forces and taken over a decent amount of land. With the support of a few great noble families in the north, she had ascended the throne a few months ago and re-established the Silvery Moon Alliance. However, the Orcs were still as powerful as before. Orc Emperor Saladin had the help of the divine weapon, Thunder God's Hammer, and was still one of the most powerful on the prime material plane. If not for Illustrial blocking Saladin personally in a few battles, as well as the Orc being afraid of the side effects from using the weapon, success would not have come so easily. With all this happening, the Orc Empire that had been dealt a heavy blow raged and began to gather their armies. Silvery Moon trained hard as well, obtaining more support from the nobles and gods of the north. It wasn't hard to imagine that sometime in the future, there would definitely be an even more terrifying war breaking out. That would be greatest test for the newly formed Silvery Moon Alliance. On top of that, there was the short-lived reappearance of the Western Desert's floating city. A number of legendaries had fallen there. The death of just one was enough to stun the entire continent, and on top of that, it had to do with the floating city. It was just that the Western Desert was remote, and had blocked off means of communication. News was only being sent out now. A few churches had verified that the floating city had been robbed by a mysterious person, and they had come up with great rewards for this. It was said that this had caused a mad flurry in the dark world. Numerous old monsters had been startled out of their shells, pursuing traces of the Lich Ilio. It had to be said that the reason Leyland had kept Ilio was so that the Lich could bear the brunt of the blame. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1016, Valley. Valley. The only things that alarmed the continent were the matter with the North and West Desert. The rest are just small issues. Xena stopped at this point, her beautiful eyes turning to gaze up at Leyland. But of course, if news about you were to be leaked, my lord, that would create a whole new storm. Those two things actually have something to do with me. Leyland thought as he rubbed his nose, but he had no plans of coming clean. Xena lowered her voice, speaking by Leyland's ear, the birth of a new demigod and the conquest of over 1 million natives with just 5,000 pirates. Either one of these events could stun the mainland, even affecting the outer plains. I'd rather not for now. I don't want to attract the attention of Helm's Church. Leyland sternly stopped her, but this only caused a sly look in Xena's eyes. Please don't worry, my lord. Our church has worked with those like you before, and both sides have returned satisfied, but... I think we should discuss this in more detail tonight. Hearing Xena seemingly hint that she could help him solve the problem with the god of protection, Leyland's eyes darted around. While he was unsure if everything she said was the truth, it was always better to have more knowledge. They reached the little village Xena had spoken of without issue. Soon, however, Leyland found something strange about the place. There aren't any commoners here? They're all professionals. The radiance of a professional's soul was vastly different from that of a normal human. If the former were like a grain of sand, the latter was a firefly. Although they were both minuscule to Leyland, there was still a difference. Once we discovered this valley, our church bought the surrounding regions and stationed our knights to patrol and guard the area. Xena clapped, and 4 dark figures charged over from the village ahead. Their agility showed that they were high-ranked knights. Priestess! My lord! The 4 high-ranked knights seemed extremely humble as they led the 2's horses along like servants. The scene left Leyland speechless. He sighed after a long while, then said, as expected of the Church of Wealth. They're overbearing. Xena didn't immediately respond to this, but her eyes showed her pride. Who's defending the valley now? She asked a black-armored knight in front of her. It's the Spear Crusader, Lord Jeffreys. The knight unknowingly showed a look of worship. We beat down a few waves of werejackals recently. A group of adventurers from the kingdom were attracted to this place as well, but none of them were powerful. The churches of the world of gods possessed divine spells and limitless wealth. They also had large numbers of zealous followers, as well as true and eternal gods backing them. They could be called the most powerful organizations in the prime material plane. Even the human kingdoms had to yield to them, giving their people the right to worship. Given the situation, about half the powerful beings of the world were undoubtedly affiliated to churches. Unlike soldiers and adventurers, paladins had better equipment, more guidance, and overall better lives. If not for this advantage, they would consider changing gods. We'll rest here tonight, and enter the mountains to meet with Lord Jeffreys tomorrow. What do you think of it? Xena now acted like the master here. Yes, that sounds good. Leyland had no objections, although a dark hint flickered in his eyes. There don't seem to be any traps, or they might be buried too deep. Night soon fell. Leyland gazed up at the starry skies and then at Xena and other knights who knew so little. His eyes showed how indifferent he felt. They're all dispensable. The gods are that heartless, he muttered, his voice so low nobody heard his words. This is the valley where the strange events took place. Lord Jeffreys is waiting for you up ahead. Xena had unknowingly become a guide. She was even attempting to rope Leyland into her church, although all she did was fated to be in vain. Lord Jeffreys. Xena jogged forward, bowing towards the legendary that Leyland had met before. My apologies that you had to come all the way here to meet us. Lord Leyland. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've already attained so much. Jeffreys didn't pay attention to Xena. To legendaries, those below their rank were ants unworthy of attention. However, Leyland was different. An intense bloodlust and threads of envy arose from Jeffreys' eyes. All legendaries desired to become gods. While Jeffreys had glory that most could not even begin to imagine, as long as he remained in Joaquin's church he would never be able to rid himself of the shackles that bound him. Seeing Leyland having taken that important step and left him far in the dust, Jeffreys had a strange expression. What a pity. No matter how powerful you are, or how talented, you won't be able to fight off fate and the gods. Jeffreys sighed inside, steadying his faith that was on the verge of crumbling as he carried an amiable smile on his face. You gave me a very good impression during the ceremony, Lord Jeffreys. Leyland answered easily and conversed for a while longer. They soon entered the valley shrouded with mist. The elemental aura here is strange, and the mist seems to have a powerful sealing strength. Be careful. Jeffreys led the way ahead. There were more and more black vines about even as the area turned more sandy, and the gray mist around them became increasingly thicker. Such great sealing strength. Even a large-scale spell formation can't be maintained for long, it would take up too much energy. It makes sense for this to be the radiation of a divine weapon, since the Scepter of Savras is rumored to have powerful sealing abilities. Werejackals, human soldiers, and adventurers seem to have been corroded by the mist. They've morphed into a different life form, so they're difficult to deal with. Just after Jeffries spoke, the winds howled and strange sounds echoed as a werejackal darted out of the mist. The strong smell on its body caused Xena to frown. What a joke! Jeffries brandished his spear and a milky white light hacked the werejackal into two, revealing black innards and bones. Once they're corroded, these things gain great vitality. It'll take ages to kill them, Jeffries explained. He then saw Leyland crouch on the ground in seeming interest, observing the flesh where the werejackal had been sliced apart. This is the contamination in the outermost regions. It's even worse inside. If not for there being traces of a divine weapon here, I'd be prepared to tell the Druids Association and let them know of this natural pollution. Jeffrey's annoyance could be heard from his voice. Oh, I'm sorry. It's my first time seeing beings like this. Leyland got up and apologized, and the group continued to advance amidst the mist. We've already tested this place. Even high-ranked legendaries can't get through half of the valley. All of a sudden, Jeffrey stopped. He looked at the normal-seeming Leyland and Xena, who was straining already, a strange expression on his face. Fight me, Jeffries suddenly requested. Lord Jeffries, Lord Leyland is an esteemed guest of the church. How could you do this? Xena exclaimed loudly before Leyland could respond. You're attacking now? I'm curious, why didn't you bring me further in and surround me? Leyland raised his eyebrows in doubt. What? Attacking now? Xena took several steps back, suddenly realizing that she knew nothing. She'd been played like a puppet. There's no fun in attacking you with others. A proud legendary should never fall just like this. I've also wanted to battle with you for a long while now. A milky white spear suddenly appeared in his hands, its sharp barbed tip emitting a terrifying chill. Besides, you'd noticed it before I even told you, no? Leyland did not deny it. I just wanted to confirm my suspicions and see how evil you are. Golden rays emanated from Leyland's body, as if giving him golden armor. The dark red massacre domain abruptly extended, causing Jeffries to breathe roughly. There's no need to hide anymore. Get out here. As Jeffries' enraged roars sounded out, powerful energy undulations rumbled out before a few figures appeared around Leyland. The gray fog slowly condensed into a cage-like structure, revealing a barren area. So it's you, Benedict. Are you done with the matters at the north? Leyland had never expected that he'd see an acquaintance. Leyland! You almost wrecked the plans of our master back then, and turned into a sinner of the north. The Bishop of Tyr was standing right in front of him. This fellow had attacked Leyland once before. Behind him was a group of paladins, and next to them were priests and wizards that worshipped Mystra. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1017, Attack. Attack. Joaquin, Tyr, Mystra, they're pretty much all here, huh? Leyland was surprised by an unfamiliar organization amongst them. Their armor was spotless, with red capes attached. On the breastplates and capes were the symbol of a large golden eye, seemingly never closing. The armor was threaded with gold and had gems embedded in it, making it look dazzling. Armor with the eternal light spell, as well as that symbol. Are you priests of Helm? Divine force flashed, the powerful massacre domain causing everyone's expressions to change. False god. One of Helm's priests spat out, and layers of light emanated from the eye at his chest. It was clearly on equal ground with Leyland, perhaps even overpowering him. Helm was the god of protection, and his church was built to crack down on faith in false gods. Naturally, they had experience in dealing with divine beings and even demigods. Our mission is to crack down on the belief in false gods, purifying the origin of the world. The priest looked pious, as he prayed with the rest of Helm's warriors and priests. They each took a step forward, their eyes full of fervor as if they were heading to church. Rumble, a surge of power whistled out, and a golden eye appeared in the air. It locked onto Leyland, showing an inverted reflection of him. Beep. Host has been marked by the god of protection. Divine force locked, domains weakened by 20%. Host's location will be relayed every 3 hours. Remove? The AI chip's voice sounded, and Leyland turned grim. As expected of a church that deals with false gods. They've made ample preparations. Leyland was still smiling confidently, and he ordered in his mind, prepare to remove, but wait for my order. Remain in observation mode. Leyland was not surprised that Helm's church had surrounded him. After all, the God of Protection's mission was to deal with false gods. As long as news about Leyland was revealed, the zealous priests would come join in on the fun, bringing their own rations along with them. Still, I never thought I was being lured into so many enemies. It looks like the gods are afraid of me. Or were they alarmed by some divination? You'll have to explain this later, Jeffries, a priestess of Mistress said as she walked out. She had silver hair, and her eyes glinted gold. She was looking at Leyland like he was a dead man. Jeffries answered with a cold snort. All legendaries have their own pride, so how could he bow down to someone else? On top of that, Jeffries served Joaquin, and he had nothing to do with Mistra. I stand by my request. If you win over me, I shall leave immediately. Jeffries pointed his spear at Leyland, causing the priestess to turn red in her fury. Forgive me, but before that, can I ask who planned this out? Leyland interrupted. It is the will of our God. The priestess admitted. She looked flushed. This slightly exceeded his expectations. He wouldn't have found it surprising if Helm's church had been the ones to identify him, planning an attack. The same would if Joaquin was coveting his lands and wealth, or even Benedict who just hated evil. However, none of this had anything to do with the goddess of the weave. From how it seemed, she was the person who feared him most. Are the prophetic abilities of the gods that great? Leyland immediately recalled his rank 12 arcane spell, Karsus Avatar. He himself wasn't even as strong as a lesser god, and was unable to deal much damage to them. This spell, though, defied logic. One use of it would give him control of the weave's power, causing Mistra to fall. On top of that, the destruction of the weave would release the conscience of the numerous ancient magi from the core, causing the ancient final war to once again rock the world of gods. Is she afraid of what I can do if I develop further? I could become a huge threat to her, so she's making the first move? It was impossible for Mistra to know the existence of Karsus Avatar. The only possible explanation was that she had a premonition that Leyland would bring great danger to her. When an ant threatened them, most people would just end it with a stomp. This was obviously Mistra's own course of action. But since much of her strength was stuck in the north, she'd roped in quite a few other helpers. In such a situation, it was likely that Leyland would fall. Things would have been troublesome had I not made preparations, Leyland ran through his thoughts, and came up with numerous possibilities. If I'm at my wit's end, I'll definitely risk using Karsus Avatar. That'll give me a chance of survival. But that means Distorted Shadow could also have something to do with this. Leyland had a strong feeling that Distorted Shadow had leaked his location, as well as the degree of threat he posed. After all, he was an ancient peak rank 8 magus, equivalent to a greater god. How could the conscience in the ruins be the only thing he left behind? It required no effort to use the power of distortion to show the truth to the goddess, or even just give her some clues. If the process itself was much too complicated, then one could find the truth by looking at who would benefit by the result. Thinking everything over, Leyland believed that the most likely case was that Distorted Shadow had played his hand from behind the scenes. If it's him, I won't be able to use the Ghost City as I wish. So I have to abandon Plan 3. So, who's going to be first? The pure gold blazing scepter emerged, and powerful spell energy surged out. It caused everyone's expression to change. Our church has arranged a spell formation specifically to subdue false gods. He can't use the power of his domain completely. The channel of faith from his worshippers has also weakened greatly, and our Lord has marked him AH. The priest of Helm soon cried out in pain, covering his eyes. Leyland had commanded the AI chip to remove the mark, and it caused the golden eye in the sky to fall apart. It seemed to have affected these priests. Good. This is the kind of opponent that I want. Jeffries burst into laughter. He'd let go of everything in his mind at that moment, only focusing on his opponent. He let loose a sudden attack, and faint black lines appeared around the holy spear as it crushed the space around it. Benedict seemed to be operating some spell formation as well. Large beasts the size of hills crawled out of the mist, and the legendary wizard nearby seemed to be preparing some legendary spell. This is what I prepared for you. Benedict now had an unnatural flush on his face. A few of the giant beasts roared as he waved a hand, the thorns on their backs emitting a chilling glint as they attacked Leyland. I'll let them play with you first. For churches had joined hands here. Even a small attack could cause the entire prime material plane to gape. Still, Leyland's expression did not change in the face of this attack that could almost kill gods. Chiu. Chiu, he tossed the scepter out and the flaming bird totem appeared, bashing into the giant beasts. Sacred spear? Is that considered amazing? Leyland stared at the spear that seemed to be moving in an instant, as if dealing with it was beneath himself. 2 spells were cast simultaneously with a wave of his arm, striking the tip of the spear and the black cracks surrounding it. Greater Disjunction. Shattering Palm. Jeffrey's spear crumbled instantly against the disjunction spell, and the gigantic golden palm sent him flying. His chest caved in, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He can instantly cast legendary spells? The legendary wizard that had come with Mistress Church noted the spells Leyland had cast, and then at the large number of materials in his hands with the spell he was halfway through preparing. His expression grew extremely dark. I don't care anymore. As a wizard himself, he understood how powerful Leyland had to be to cast legendary spells instantly. After weighing the pros and cons, he immediately made his choice. A teleportation gate opened, and the legendary wizard immediately took his apprentices and hid away. He showed Leyland a few signs, a declaration of peace amongst wizards. The Mistress Priest saw the legendary wizard leave and suddenly twitched, on the verge of coughing up blood. Although they'd known wizards lacked faith, they hadn't expected it to be this bad. Truth be told, there was little they could do about him. At the very least, he'd come all the way here. With his connections, attacking the legendary wizard would cause chaos within the church. Damn it! If the goddess Avatar were here, nobody would dare do that. The female priest gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1018, Teleportation. Teleportation. Leyland was growing more vicious in his attacks, seemingly blinded by the killing. He was going to beat them at their own game, and after looking at which opponents were going to attack, he would show his strength and intimidate the rest. He was basically exhibiting his full power here. That was the full power of a demigod. The support of an endless stream of faith and emotion combined with his experience as a near rank 7 magus, giving Leyland a battle might he himself was surprised by. He tore 2 of the giant mist creatures apart with his bare hands, and suddenly jumped. Once he touched the ground, he'd caught up to Jeffries, who was quickly retreating. Having been hit with the greater disjunction, Jeffrey's spear had been destroyed, as well as a silver necklace on his neck. That was followed by his robes, his boots. As a legendary, you still have some dignity. Leyland's evaluation was apathetic, though the movements of his hands never showed. A colorful mage sword formed in his grasp. This sword, molded by his spiritual force, was now comparable even to divine weapons. Save our ally. A few priests wearing the uniform of Helm's Church were startled, and quickly cast a holy shield for Jeffries. Don't bother me. Leyland frowned slightly, and the mage sword created a few beautiful cross-shaped slashes in the air. Swish, 2 of the priests were hit by the slashes, and the many defensive spells on their bodies were ripped apart. Afterwards, their bodies were cut open. It was still a slight breather, though, and Jeffries continued to retreat. While I do admire you, it's impossible for you to change your faith. Leyland quickly chased up to him with a look of pity in his eyes. The mage sword in his hands pierced forward, breaking his last layer of defense. I didn't think you'd be so powerful. Cough cough. What a shame. I will never be able to see the gorgeous summer warbler flower of the northern seas ever again. Jeffries was now heavily injured, and no longer had the ability to retreat. Hearing Leyland's words, he slowly closed his eyes to await death. Please pardon Jeffries, Leyland fallen. A slender palm grabbed Jeffrey's collar, and teleported out of the battlefield in an instant. Xena, no, my lady. Jeffries gazed at Xena. The gold priest had originally been scared stiff, so weak she was cowering in a corner. She'd been lucky enough not to get involved in the battle, but she looked frozen and pale. Now, although she maintained that appearance, every action of hers was filled with absolute dignity and confidence. She wasn't even a legendary. Xena could not have such a divine luster on her body, nor could she rescue Jeffries. The only explanation was that she'd been possessed by a powerful existence. The only being that a priest would give their mind and body up for was naturally the god they worshipped. Nice to meet you, Lady Joaquin. Leyland bowed elegantly, and then easily decapitated 2 more priests of Helm's Church. Such savagery and poise were very conflicting. I apologize. You were a child that I thought well of, but I already had a deal with Mistra, and I need to play by the book. Joaquin pulled at Jeffries as she moved backwards, speaking calmly and with grace. It was only a singular deal, though. I can assure you that your territory will not be affected, but only if you survive this and grant them the glory of a true god. By the time the last word was spoken, Joaquin had already brought Jeffries away from the valley. A dazzling golden arc quickly left Xena's body, forming the image of an elegant woman wearing gold robes. Only half her body was shown. As the one who'd been a container for her goddess, Xena had been abandoned. She paled again and fell into a coma, obviously not in a good state. It was likely that this incident would reduce her lifespan. Divine ability, space-time shift. Joaquin's figure pointed towards Leyland while in midair and then exploded, disappearing into nothingness. Leyland, on the other hand, felt like everything was spinning. By the time he regained his senses, he was almost out of the valley, and at an area he had been in before. Tens of giant mist beasts were eyeing him like he was prey. An intermediate god has such mysterious abilities. The corner of Leyland's lips quirked up in a smile. Was what she said at the end out of goodwill or a threat? At the very least, I can be sure that she plotted against me because of the deal. After this, they don't owe each other anything anymore. There are only 3 true enemies then. Although the people from the Church of Wealth had left, the powerful beings who had fallen apart due to Leyland's sudden outburst had time to regroup. Ha, you're fated to fall here. Veins visibly bulged in Benedict's eyes, like he was a crazy gambler who'd been at it for 3 full days. Oh? You're so confident that you can take me down? Making quick work of the paladins and giant mist beasts, Leyland shot a glance at Benedict who looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Demigods are practically the peak of the prime material plane. Unless the true bodies of the gods descend as saints, nobody can match up to them void of a group of high-ranked legendaries unfearing of death. Another option is for several avatars to mount a sneak attack, but he probably won't be willing to pay such a huge price. There's only one method left. Even greater gods had to abide the rules of the world of gods. Avatars weren't all that powerful in the prime material plane, and the only thing that would make a difference was their numbers. However, it was too much of a waste for a few avatars or high-ranked legendaries to fall for the sake of killing Leyland. Unless there was such enmity between them that it could only be resolved by death, it was unlikely for them to go that far. It's done! Benedict's gleeful voice sounded at that moment, and the mist in the surroundings quickly dissipated to reveal a huge, four-sided magic formation. *BZZT. BZZT*, one grey pillar of light rose into the sky after the other, forming a terrifying cage that sealed Leyland within. Benedict used a crystal core to control it. This undulation. Looks like it really is. Leyland's eyes flashed, and he pointed straight at Benedict. Order of law, death. Get away. The surrounding priests quickly yelled. Had he let go of the crystal at this moment, Benedict would definitely have had a chance of survival. However, he did nothing. He seemed ready to die as he continued to transmit energy from his body to the core. *Bang, his corpse crumpled to the ground, and the grey pillars shrunk, turning into a ceiling-cum-teleportation spell formation. With a flash of light, Leyland's figure disappeared from within. Benedict, a few paladins gathered, gazing at Benedict who breathed no more. There was a slight satisfied smile on the corner of his lips. You shall obtain light. May your soul rest in the divine realm. After a few sorrowful words, the rest of the survivors gathered and began to pray for Benedict. We may fall for eternity, collapsing on our paths as we root out evil. However, justice shall always follow. A paladin who had broken his arm from the scuffle with Leyland sighed as he spoke. Such thinking immediately garnered the approval of Helm's church, while Mistra's priests all went quiet. However, the silver-haired priestess suddenly exclaimed, "No! What happened?" This sudden action immediately gave rise to glares from the paladins. The priestess continued without hesitation, "There are no traces of him in our master's divine realm. The false god was not teleported there. Due to the powerful suppression of the prime material plane, the gap between avatars and demigods was minimal and they were almost on equal grounds. Things were different in the outer planes though. Although a lesser god's avatar wasn't much different from a greater god's here, the gap between them there was like that between the heavens and the earth. This was even more evident in divine realms. No matter which divine realm Leyland entered, his only fate would be death as he met the true bodies of the gods in their own nests. This had been their plan all along. Since she was a greater god, as well as the person who planned this, the teleportation formation that had been set up led to Mistra's divine realm. That was why it was so difficult to activate. However, while the spell formation had worked successfully, it had not achieved the expected results. The group turned grim, looking at their companions' bodies in Benedict's smile and death. It had become the greatest irony in the world. Two gods stood shoulder to shoulder in the vast spatial cracks. Be it spatial turbulence or the expulsion of the 4 elements, everything before them was automatically dispersed, forming a safe zone. This strength indicated that they were at the very least avatars of greater gods. Leyland was also extremely familiar with the two of them. Amongst them was someone who looked like an old veteran with his right hand and eye missing. The other was a young girl who looked like a wizard, the power of the weave surging within her body. This was Mistra and Tyr, the goddess of the weave and the god of justice. It took a long while for Mistra to open her eyes and speak. The teleportation was disturbed. He did not reach my divine realm. I checked the area here, including the dimensional cracks. There's no sign of the floating city, Tyr replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019, Hell. Hell. The information should be incorrect. Leyland might not have obtained the flying city Thultanther. Either that, or he's extremely crafty and predicted our ambush. Mystra's beautiful gaze pierced through the void, seeing the scenario unfolding in the world. Had Leyland been here, he definitely would have broken out into cold sweat. Had he actually used the floating city to attack the backbone of these churches, the gods lying in wait for him would definitely show him why the flowers were dyed red. This was two greater gods. Leyland had a chance to resist them in the prime material plane, but outside it there were no more restrictions. There would be no chance for him to fight back. Where did you obtain this information? Tyr asked, rousing from his silence. One of my worshippers met a devil during his travels, and obtained the information from him. However, the devil was already dead by the time I got there, and his soul had disappeared as well. A trace of doubt surfaced on Mystra's face. I feel an extremely irksome and sinister aura, more vile than the three monarchs of the deep abyss. This is a mysterious existence. More sinister than evil itself? Tyr shuddered, as if having recalled some unwanted memory. You should go and check the seals. Remove any contamination around the area if needed. You mean? Mystra inhaled deeply, spitting out the taboo word of times long past, magi. Teleportation light flashed as Leyland stepped out of a distortion in space. A mere moment before, the AI chip's voice had sounded out, contingent conditions met, instant teleportation activated. Instant teleportation was indeed the safest option. I fear nobody in the main world, but I can't be too sure in the outer planes. Right now, I'm most likely in. Leyland looked around. Meteors streaked past the crimson sky, dancing in the air. His surroundings were a charred mess, the desolate earth littered with small rocks. A few hills in the distance broke the even landscape. Ho! This seems to be. The air was filled with a tinge of malevolence and dread, cluing Leyland into his whereabouts. Of course, the little streams of blood flowing around the land left no more room for doubt. Bator, the Nine Hells. I knew this felt familiar. Leyland stretched his back lazily, before sending out a command. AI chip, conduct scan. Beep. Mission established, beginning scan, the AI chip's voice intoned. It was followed up instantly. Environment scanned, air analysis complete. Current location, Avernus, the first level of Bator. Beep. Laws in the area are different from the prime material plane, analyzing. It quickly showed the properties of the world. 1. This is indeed the territory of the devils. Leyland inhaled deeply. He felt like he'd merged into one with the entirety of Bator, an impression he'd been given because he'd devoured Beelzebub before. But the impression wasn't necessarily false. His own disposition was quite aligned with the laws of hell, which meant this place could bear the weight of his ambitions. He would soar into the skies. Demigods can traverse planes. I can return to the prime material plane if I want to, but since I'm already here, Leyland stroked his chin. Anyway, DeBanks Island is quite far from the mainland, and won't be influenced easily. I can manage my worshippers and their divine spells just as easily from this place. I've wanted to make a trip to Bator anyway, so I might as well get on with it. Bator had 9 levels, called the Nine Hells. It was an ideal destination for travelers, a place where treasure hunters could satisfy their greed and paladins would seethe with rage. As a dimension, it was the ultimate embodiment of lawful evil, laced with the cold, harsh cruelty of schemes and ploys. It was the garden of various devils, including bearded devils, horned devils, ice devils, barbed devils, pit fiends, and countless others. They had a hierarchy here, and apart from the devils were also hellcats, hellhounds, imps, chitons, dream eaters, demonic beasts, and even humans. The devils of the Nine Hells abided by a hierarchical system, with status obtained through schemes and ruthless action. The Nine Hells of Bator, the Endless Abyss, and the Everlasting Underdark. The underground planes of the world of gods, all wizards were erudite. On top of that, Leyland had Beelzebub's memories and researched this land before, so his knowledge of and familiarity with the Nine Hells exceeded even that of those in the Seven Heavens. Bator has a total of 9 levels, a place for fallen souls. Legends say that it was once part of the Abyss, from which it later separated itself. The ruler in name is Asmodeus. Information on Bator surfaced in Leyland's mind. Although Asmodeus was hailed the supreme of the 9 Hells, he only had control over the 9th hell, Nessus, a plain filled with canyons deeper than any marine trench. His control over the other 8 hells was limited. Rumors said that Asmodeus had ascended to his throne through countless battles. He'd schemed his way along, putting together an epic army consisting of pit fiends and greater devils, securing his seat as the leader of the 9 hells with the assistance of the overlords of each level. According to Leyland's own understanding, Asmodeus did not have much control over the other hells. The overlords of each level were about the same ranking as him. Of course, Asmodeus himself wouldn't admit to this matter, making efforts to stand out amongst the rest. As the most powerful of archdevils, Asmodeus had unparalleled strength. He was not inferior to any of the greater gods. He'd expanded his influence over Bator in the past several thousand years, showing his wild ambition to unite it all. When Beelzebub had gone missing from the 2nd level, he'd grasped the chance to strengthen his control of it. Of course, the 6 remaining archdevils did not agree. Jealous of Asmodeus, they'd employed a series of ploys until the 9 hells had reached a miraculous balance. That was, of course, until Leyland flew in like a butterfly. No, he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that would disrupt the scales. The forces here now had a new variable to consider. There are 8 archdevils in Bator, with the 1st level being in a common area that is the front line of bloody battles. There's even some gods who've housed their divine realms here, like the kobold god Kurtlemak and the shark god Sikola. On top of that, due to the battles with the demons, Asmodeus has a great amount of influence here. The Dark 8, his 8 generals, are stationed in this place. As for the 2nd level, Dis, it's a place I'm extremely familiar with. It was Beelzebub's fief, and right now he's probably hiding somewhere inside, deep in slumber. With most of his divinity and divine force devoured, Beelzebub had sustained serious injuries. He was recovering, even if slowly, with chances of a complete recovery. After all, he was the archdevil of this level, someone loved by the will of Bator. The fortunes he'd amassed would be enough to tide him through this crisis. However, Elilan aimed to complete devouring Beelzebub, taking everything in his position. The 3rd level of hell is Minoros, a filthy marsh ruled by Mammon, the lord of greed. Legends say that if one is tainted by the greed and corruption there, they will sink deep into the marsh and eventually get swallowed by it. The rest of their levels have their owners as well, with Asmodeus in the 9th, Leyland counted on his fingers, 8 archdevils, plus a few gods and the pit fiends on the 1st hell. They're the strongest in all of Bator. These people were exceptionally powerful, and they also had their own forces behind them. Someone able to grow their influence in hell itself was no easy character, capable of many ploys and conspiracies. However, the more this was true, the more burning desire Leyland felt. I really want to kill them all. Leyland had never shied away from powerful enemies and unimaginable difficulty. On the contrary, such things only ignited his fighting spirit and his confidence. He would amass his strength steadily, and finally defeat them in one fell swoop. 1. Gravity normal. 2. Time flow normal. 3. Space unlimited. The 9 levels of hell extend indefinitely, but are always a fixed distance from the abyss and their lower levels. 4. Divine form. An organism requires the strength of at least a lesser god to transform the 9 hells, and this transformative control extends over the regular organisms of the region. 5. No elemental affinity. All elements are balanced in power. 6. Minor lawful evil. Any beings of the chaotic or good alignment are weakened, and devils will attack them. Beings of the lawful evil alignment receive a slight buff to powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1020, Night Hag. Night Hag. 1st hell of Bator, Avernus. A nightmare trod across the barren land that was littered with shattered rocks. Its blazing hooves left a deep imprint wherever it stepped. Asterisk boom, asterisk a meteorite crashed into the ground, leaving a large pit. However, the horse nimbly avoided it. This nightmare had a human on its back, the very act of taming a beast such as it indicating that this was no average person. That simple line of reasoning had saved Leyland from many problems. The roads in this area were filled with regular souls, and even petitioners. It told Leyland that his destination was near. Lawful evil humans from the prime material plane, if they prayed to devils, had a very high chance of entering Bator after they died. Their souls would morph, making them petitioners or even lesser devils. Some devils liked contorting these souls into grotesque forms, expressing a form of aesthetic view like they were ornaments. These creatures had rather appalled Leyland at first, but after seeing a few of them he came to ignore it. He stopped the nightmare in front of a soul. This one had pale skin, with twisted eyes and a nose. It seemed to be suffering, but still looked at Leyland with vigor. This was the reverence it had when looking at a powerful devil. "What's your name? Do you remember your past?" Leyland noticed that this soul was rather plump, and the originally lavish robes indicated that he'd led a rather good life back in the prime material plane. "Lucas. Or something else, who knows?" Poor me has to arrive at the Bronze Citadel in 3 blood days, or my owner will not forgive me, the soul lamented. I was just a small merchant from the north in my previous life. I even prayed piously to the goddess of wealth. Leyland rolled his eyes inwardly. It was extremely common for merchants to turn to Joaquin. Even normal worshippers, as long as they didn't commit heinous crimes in their pasts, would likely be redeemed and sent to her divine realm. As for Lucas, he was either lying, or pretending to be a worshipper, hence his current predicament. This very exchange showed that these souls had learnt the trademark of the devils, of pretense and deceit. Bronze Citadel? That's my destination as well. Beelzebub's memory said the Bronze Citadel was the core of Avernus. It was constructed boorishly, built to be an inflexible structure. The many devils in it were always prepared for war, and since they were often under siege, it was expanded and repaired constantly. Alright then, esteemed lord, do you need a map or a guide? With the magnanimity of someone at your level, you won't refuse a reward, will you? The eyes of the soul spun quickly. Even with a contorted face, its intelligence and greed were apparent. Or perhaps, a small trade? Lucas's thumb and index finger grinded against each other, giving off a very wretched look. As expected, you really are suited to hell. Filled with greed as you are, why didn't you enter Minoros immediately upon death? A pillar of evil light rose up from Leyland's body, and the surroundings were dyed crimson. Everything came to a standstill, and even the meteors crashing down from the sky were stopped in mid-air. This was a devil aura. It was one of Beelzebub's powers that had been devoured by Leyland, finally revitalized and emerging from a corner of his soul. The AI chip provided data on the ability. Devil Aura, Passive Domain. Restricted to powerful devils, it allows the user to naturally impose fear upon others. Any lesser devils in the vicinity are put under control, confusion, and fear. Note, the aura attracts the hostility of other powerful devils. If the controlled devil already has an owner, a negotiation will be held. This light that belongs only to pure evil. Are you a pit fiend? Lucas' body collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes radiating fear. Master. Lucas Master. As expected, devil aura works differently in hell. It can't vanquish the devil in sight immediately. Leyland shook his head. As Lucas wailed for help, a contractual force arose from his body. It finally formed the figure of a night hag wearing a pointed hat. Jie. Ancient and powerful devil, has my slave offended you? The night hag's voice sounded coarser than an owl's chirps, making one shudder in fear. These night hags often appeared in Bator and the Abyss during transaction, acting as merchants. Collecting souls was their favorite pastime. Although what had appeared was just a phantom, it still showed strength greater than that of a rank 15 wizard. The night hag could not see through Leyland at all. Although he seemed to just be an evil human, the devil aura and his alignment could not be faked. Thus, she assumed that he was a powerful devil who'd assumed human form. Leyland's divine force masked his identity anyway, and coupled with his own evil alignment, even an archdevil wouldn't be able to unmask him. Indeed. He seems to be a little out of it, with his intelligence corrupted by greed. He actually wanted to strike a deal with me. Leyland shook his head, couldn't even understand the underlying traits of a trade. No wonder he's just a normal soul, unable to even turn into a lesser devil. Jie. I do hope to be someone worthy of a trade with your distinguished self. As the price for offending you, I can sell him to you for a contract, the price being 1 regular soul. The night hag looked at Leyland, but was regrettably declined. How foolish do you think I am, to trade for this fellow using a soul? He pointed nonchalantly at Lucas, who was shuddering in fear. It's obvious that you cheated him, or used some kind of underhanded means to nullify the original contract with his owner. What a pity, the night hag did not show the slightest form of repentance. Just like Leyland said, the soul was something she'd picked up along the way, not worth much. You can deal with Lucas any way you like, just remember to repay me later. The phantom flickered, and was about to vanish. Wait. Leyland said just then, holding the night hag back. I'm not very interested in this soul, but there is something you own that I'd very much like. Leyland continued, I'm a traveler from Dis. Much of the information regarding Avernus is now out of date, so I need the freshest information about this place. I also need information about the Blood War, and detailed maps. You'll be very satisfied with my price. Jie. I do like generous customers. The night hag cackled like an owl. Ever since your lord disappeared, a lot of devils from Dis have been coming here. The night hag handed the information over to Leyland, even adding some details regarding Dis as if by accident. To be privy to such information, the being had to be both strong and been a resident for a long time. However, Leyland had Beelzebub's own memories. He knew the lands like the back of his palm, so the deceit and trickery planted within didn't affect him at all. He. Okay then, powerful traveler from Dis. I need 3 regular souls, or something similar in exchange. A green parchment floated beside the night hag. A phosphoric glow surrounded it, giving it a mysterious vibe. A spatial spell? Bator seems to have some good stuff. Leyland's eyes flashed, and 3 slumbering souls appeared beside him. The night hag gave off a fervent gaze, as if seeing good liquor. She stepped forward immediately, and continued to give her approval. Jie. Very powerful souls, indeed. It's a pity that they're branded by gods. That's a huge problem. I want at least 5 of them to make up for the defect, but... Are you kidding me? Leyland said indifferently, and his devil aura grew even more intense as it pushed the night hag away. The souls of pious worshippers are pure and powerful. Furthermore, the gods that they pray to are now dead, so there won't be able consequences. These souls are worth at least 2 to 3 times a regular one, and I'm already offering you 3. Your greed knows no bounds. Mammon would likely be a better lord for you to serve. The night hag wasn't embarrassed at all once exposed. It was the most basic nature of a devil to haggle. She agreed to the trade in the end, but Leyland refused to sign any form of contract with her. Devils were experts at deceiving people through contracts, and Leyland was not in the mood to engage in wordplay with a night hag. Jie. We shall meet again, generous guest. The night hag vanished into thin air, along with Lucas. Having borne the cost of the teleportation, he was sucked dry and had his body crushed by the void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021, Bronze Citadel. Bronze Citadel. So she used the body on the other side of the transmission to supply energy for the delivery? The AI chip's light flashed as it recorded the incident, allowing Leyland to see through the ability that the night hag had displayed. It required much less energy to send a phantom than one's true body. Had it only been that, Lucas would still have had some hope of survival. However, the night hag had sent over a scroll of information, something that Lucas had to act as the energy for. Lucas had completely disappeared, the price for the sheepskin scroll Leyland now held. All his energy had been poured into delivering it. So not even a single petitioner's energy is spared. Devils are truly masters of accounting and meticulous plans. If I hadn't factored Lucas' cost into the price, she absolutely would have demanded a greater payment from me. After the steal, Leyland's understanding of the cunning and shrewdness of devils had deepened. However, the line of contract that I saw on his body was real. Although I had to pay a little, I got what I wanted in the end. Beep. Scroll scanned. 13.86% is fake or miscellaneous, discarded. Remaining portions merged with relevant items. Organizing. Transmitted to host's memory. Looks like the night hag didn't deceive me. Is it because of my strength? Leyland stroked his chin. Also, the souls of these fanatics are unexpectedly useful. Leyland had used the dormant souls of some of Akaban's worshippers for the trade. Souls were an absolute, hard currency used in the abyss in hell, and in order to gain enough souls, devils and demons disregarded the churches to conduct massacres. They stepped over the corpses of their comrades in their rush to the prime material plane, and were the causes of much slaughter. Compared to the painstaking efforts of those demons and devils, Leyland had simply broken into a demigod's shrine and acquired several hundred years of Akaban's soul reserves. Sicardi's reserves of pious and powerful souls had been accumulated over several hundred years, and they were a treasure that could even tempt archdevils. Leyland had no way of turning those believers' souls into his own petitioners, and directly absorbing them was far too much of a waste. Using them like this could be considered as making use of trash. However, Leyland's lips curved into a faint smile, as if he was looking at some sinister scene in the future. A native soul is indeed different from souls from the prime material plane. The contamination from those souls is something that even gods dread. The power of faith could be considered the strength of a soul, and the faith of a native was poison that even gods dared not touch. The contamination originated from the depths of their souls, and those without Leyland's power of observation wouldn't be able to tell at all. Needless to say, Leyland had faked the souls of Akaban's worshippers for the trade. He'd made them look no different from ordinary souls on the surface. Many demons and devils would be affected once these souls became a part of the general market, something Leyland looked forward to from the depths of his heart. Now that he had an accurate map, Leyland picked up his pace. As he drew closer to the Bronze Citadel, more and more devils appeared around him. It seemed like he could see armored devils marching in their camps every day. However, perhaps it was due to his lawful alignment or his powerful aura, few came over to bother him. He arrived at Bronze Citadel after a peaceful journey. This city was known for being cast into 12 concentric rings of sturdy bronze walls. Each ring was equipped with a powerful and sinister war machine, which was both formidable and serious. When Lyle first laid eyes on the bronze citadel, he felt as if he was looking at a steel beast laying on the ground. There were many lesser devils and imps working hard to reinforce the citadel's defenses alongside petitioners. One could see a lot of bone-like scaffolding and supporting pillars, and hammers and shovels were laid out nearby. The citadel was being expanded, with no end in sight. Although all signs pointed towards a bustling scene outside, the imps, lesser devils, and petitioners were performing their work methodically. The entire perimeter of the fort was like a huge and precise machine, ordered in its motion. Visitors lined up outside the bronze citadel in rows, accepting the inspection of the garrison. They entered the fort in an orderly fashion. Had this been the abyss, everyone was likely to have broken into a riot long ago. However, devils were different. They were lawful creatures, obeying the system was in their nature. The nine hells especially favored such good children who abided by the rules. Lyle could only shrug and join the queue. A group of lesser devils were in charge of this area. Most of them were barbazu, otherwise known as bearded devils. They had the goat horns and scales characteristic of devils, as well as wings of black bone. Most were armored, and one of their hands looked like a steel hook. They were covered in thorny barbs, and the flickering cold light and poison intimidated others immediately. These bearded devils sometimes worked as guides for evil souls, but it seemed like that wasn't available here. As a result, their tempers were rather poor. Lyle had seen several poor devils dragged away in front of him, suffering the torture and interrogation of chain devils, chitons. The queue slowly but steadily moved forwards, and very soon it was Lyle's turn. "State your name, identity and proof of your allegiance," a two-headed barbazu said from in front of him. There was an imp nearby as well, its broken wings pattering behind its back and evil eyes filled with greed. Flames continuously cycled between its mouth and the rest of its face, just as poisonous insects crawled in and out of its various orifices. "I'm from the second hell, Dis. I belong to the Lord's legions, under the jurisdiction of Pit Fiend Aslock." Lyle parted his hair a little, and a powerful aura transmitted out to form an obscure mark. Nobody in Bator was truly without a master. The devils were strictly restricted by the hierarchy, and each one had a hierarchy. Their superiors were governed by even more powerful devils, going all the way up to the 8 archdevils of hell. "From Dis as well. That place is getting more and more chaotic." After the archdevil disappeared, the imp mumbled to itself, revealing a fearful expression on its face. Lyle's aura was undoubtedly that of a greater devil, and the imp had only just become a lesser one. Although superiors didn't have jurisdiction over their colleagues' subordinates, Lyle could easily kill it if he so wished. Thinking back to its previous plots and the competitors who now eyed its position, the imp's heart grew cold. It subconsciously switched to a more pandering expression. "There's been many devils from Dis here recently, you should take care, my lord." I hope to hide this record for now, and obtain news about my rivals," Lyle said in a low voice while nodding. "Oh?" The imp's expression grew sluggish, but it was soon pulled aside by the bearded devil behind it. 10 coins. Or other riches. I'll give you the news immediately." Devils could very easily be bribed. Lyle could not help but feel slightly sorry for those poor devils who could not afford the bribe before him. "Here, give me the information." He carelessly took out a flaxen bag and opened it a little, revealing the luster of the souls within. Be it coins, items, or riches, everything had an equivalent amount of souls in Bator. The imp and the bearded devil glanced at each other, before very happily replying in unison, "No problem, we have a deal." With all that done, Lyle finally entered the bronze citadel. Many lesser devils mingled with each other here, before leaving for the blood war. With lower devils and petitioners thrown into the mix, it formed a clamorous and lively bazaar. Lyle was currently strolling through the streets, thinking back to the information he'd just received. His eyes held a trace of wistfulness. The impact of Beelzebub's disappearance was greater than I ever expected. Lyle could not help but inwardly sigh at this. The laws of hell were incomparably strict. The devils formed a vast and precise hierarchy, and the distinction between ranks was sternly enforced. At the peak of this hierarchy was Asmodeus, the supreme of Bator and the master of the Dark Eight. The Dark Eight, Asmodeus' 8 generals, had many greater devils and pit fiends beneath them, each one in possession of a great many subordinates. They put in great effort in their pursuit of status and power. Normally, all this led to a tranquil environment. However, once one of the cornerstones of the hierarchy was lost in Beelzebub, it created a chain reaction that led to a complete collapse. His disappearance had caused the strict hierarchical network to lose a majority of its social fabric, causing chaos in Dis. If it wasn't for the remaining 7 archdevils taking action to instill order, perhaps the second layer of hell would have been sucked into the abyss. The devils would have become the laughingstock of the entire world if that happened, nailed down to the rack of shame. Still, a lot of pit fiends and other archdevils contested for the position of Dislord. Had Asmodeus been the true ruler of Bator, he could have recommended a greater devil or pit fiend from his own faction to the position, or sent his own children. However, he was only nominally the supreme, and his authority was limited to the ninth hell Nessus. Besides, Beelzebub was only missing, not dead. His authority hadn't disappeared completely yet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022, Authorization. Authorization. Authority or rank in the nine hells, put bluntly, was the right to the origin force of Bator. As such, it was of paramount importance, and became the foundation of the devil's hierarchy. The 8 archdevils divided most of this authority between themselves. They had tight control over the devils under them, and could even decide which devils would rise and fall in rank. Because of this, without the approval of their direct subordinates, it was impossible for low-ranked devils to move up. The lords of each hell had their own individual subordinates, and possessed an absolute right over their lives. This was evident from how Lyle could do as he wished in the prime material plane using Beelzebub's memories. He'd easily taken care of the Church of Gluttony. Devil society was like a bureaucracy. Status was difficult to obtain, and it was impossible to advance in rank without pushing someone else down. This made it so that the ascension of a greater devil left another one demoted in rank. The new one would gain tens of enemies that were eyeing the same spot. It was so competitive that it was almost pitiful. The disappearance of a lord was an unprecedented matter in Bator, unheard of since the ancient dusk of the gods. Now, the pit fiends, greater devils, and even the more powerful devils that were loyal to Beelzebub found that they had lost their powerful background. What would they do? These people lost their senses when met with the possibility of advancing to the highest rank in Bator. In such turbulent darkness, Asmodeus and the 6 other archdevils joined in and caused Dis to enter even more chaos. This was also the reason why numerous devils left. If the 9 hells were analogous to a region in ancient times, Asmodeus was the emperor in name. The remaining 7 archdevils possessed their own lands, subordinate kings with troops and generals of their own, the pit fiends and other greater devils. The emperor wished for more power, but these kings all wanted to increase their territories as well. The generals under them worked extremely hard, hoping for a chance to be promoted. Some even wished to take over their master's position. Conspiracies were rife, and the most ambitious side would have the last laugh. The reward? The greatest authority in the 9 hells. Beelzebub's disappearance was like the loss of a king. The resulting unrest was only the tip of the iceberg. This alone put Lyle on guard. The second hell has already descended into panic. While Beelzebub still holds power, many have begun to sense his weakness. Lyle looked at the ordered devils as he strolled around the entirety of the bronze citadel, the place bustling with life. He then stopped in front of a demon's skull, as if admiring the valuable spoils of war. The devils think this is a conspiracy. Beelzebub's underlings are saying their leader isn't as weak as the rumors state, and he's only hiding in a dark corner waiting for everyone to come after him. He'll capture all of them in one shot, they say. Quite a few lords have done such things since the race came into being. Even Asmodeus himself used a similar strategy once, and to great effect. Other rumors say that Beelzebub has been captured by another lord, and is imprisoned somewhere having his energy extracted. These devils are really quite imaginative. I stole most of his law of gluttony, as well as almost all his divinity and divine force. He's definitely in a deep sleep right now, and no matter what happens in the outside world it'll be hard for him to awaken. Lylan's main body was the one who'd reduced Beelzebub to his current state, so there was nobody who knew the truth better than himself. Having taken over much of his power and memories, Lyle naturally knew how grievous such an injury was. Unless Beelzebub defeated his warlock body and devoured everything in return, it was basically impossible for him to return to his previous state. A weak lord was a form of prey that his underlings anticipated. There's numerous secret lairs and treasures made just in preparation for this. They're all over Bator, as well as across other planes. Lyle had a grim look in his eyes. Because of their sly natures, their ability to set up safety nets was something nobody could compare to. It seems like he's considered the idea that someone might obtain his memories. The probability of him using those lairs is minuscule, and there could even be traps there instead. Numerous thoughts crossed Lylan's mind, allowing him to quickly come to a decision. Whatever it is, I have to go to Dis. Lyle would find the Lord of Gluttony, and devour everything that was his. It would make for the best opportunity for his main body to advance, something he would never give up on. Authority amongst devils, as well as access to the world will. How interesting. The astuteness he had as a magus combined with the origin force detection of a legendary arcanist allowed Leyland to sense something. Although Bator had great amounts of world origin force, there was no complete will. It was possible that the world will that controlled this origin force had been split into 8, one part each going to the lord of each level above the first. Leyland now had access to much of Beelzebub's powers, which gave him authority over the world origin force. He could demote or promote any pit fiends and greater devils. He also had the authority to kill the devils subordinate to the other lords. This was a decision of Bator's origin, something that couldn't be fought or changed. Devils are far too pitiful compared to demons. They need the approval of their lords to advance, and it uses up a large amount of soul energy as well. The higher seats have long been filled, and one can only wait for the right chance to ascend. Leyland suddenly felt thankful that he hadn't been reincarnated in hell. However, further thought told him that with Beelzebub's authority there was nothing holding him back. He would advance rapidly as a devil, all the way to the highest echelons. He would control others, not the other way around. As long as I kill Beelzebub and take over that last bit of law and authority, I'll immediately become the Lord of Dis, he realized. He also knew that because of the chaos on the prime material plane, as well as the great authority in Bator, people still thought Beelzebub held on to his power. The terror of that protected the sleeping archdevil, preventing others from killing him. It seemed rather ironic. The authority to access Bator's world origin force, Leyland closed his eyes. Ever since he'd come to the 9 hells he'd felt like he was one with the place. The world itself seemed to answer to his very breaths, its power ready to listen to him. Upon his command it would burst forth, becoming an absolute pressure that dominated everyone else. Of course, he could not use this as he pleased, or he would face unthinkable consequences. However, Leyland had already estimated that the strength he could muster with the power of this authority was greater even than what he'd gained when he'd sacrificed the wisdom tree sapling to awaken the purgatory world's world will. With this boost, even ordinary devil in hell can use the strength of a magus of laws without restriction. It's similar to the gods. If a mortal were lucky enough to acquire godhood, they can jump past all the loops to become a powerful being of the world of gods straight away. Leyland suddenly understood how the hierarchy of the devils worked: lesser, intermediate, and greater devils, as well as the pit fiends. It's all a display of how much power they have in this world. However, the lords have true access to Bator's origin force, what the rest obtain is only a slight bonus bestowed upon them by the lords they serve. It's difficult to move up and down the hierarchy of devils due to this, and with how easy it is to recall it caused the false opinion that the lords of Bator can give and take life as they wish. Understanding all of this, much of the fog in his mind seemed to dissipate, allowing him to see the truth of the 9 hells. Asmodeus and the other 6 archdevils want to take over the authority in Beelzebub's possession. Having come to know their true aims, Leyland would find it much easier to counter their plans. He could even connect this to other matters. Then Avernus should technically have a lord as well. Where is he? Someone with the authority to the first hell was on the same level as Beelzebub. He would face no difficulty in taking over the place. Perhaps there are too many powerful devils on the level, or maybe the existence of the 2 true gods and their divine realms causes the authority to be split further. In that case, there might be rogue devils here that don't fit into the hierarchy. With authority over Bator's origin force, even if it was partial, a devil would gain complete independence. They could advance without the approval of a superior. This was obviously an existence that the 8 lords would never allow to exist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023, Network. Network. The deceit and slyness of the devils was something Leyland knew extremely well. If a devil had nothing restricting it, what sort of chaos would it bring to Bator? Just the thought caused him to shudder. There was never a lack of ambitious beings among the devils. Leyland then thought of another possibility. Of course, it might also be because the 8 archdevils are too scheming and powerful. They've divided up the authority that should have been sole property of the 9th hell, causing an equilibrium to be maintained. As he was considering these issues, he'd unwittingly released his aura. Along with his grasp of the authority, he'd alarmed a tremendous existence. Such an ancient and noble aura, this is a might only archdevils possess. Who is it? Loud draconic roars sounded out, and a gigantic 5-colored dragon crawled out of a cave. This cave was next to a skull that formed a huge base. It had 5 sinister dragon heads, each of varying color. Its huge claws caused tiny earthquakes with each footstep, making the legendary dragon Leyland had seen before seem like a baby. It's the area's guardian, chromatic dragon Tiamat. It was obvious that the dragon strolled around the region regularly. The devils did not seem to panic. Leyland had only leaked his aura for a mere moment before hiding himself well. Tiamat's 5 huge heads smelt the air, but in the end could only shrink back without any other choice. Peace and order was quickly restored on the streets. Many people continued traveling, but Leyland stood looking at the cave the dragon had disappeared into, seemingly deep in thought. Guardian of the Bronze Citadel, Chromatic Dragon Tiamat. She's a humongous dragon with power comparable to gods. The AI chip had managed to scan Tiamat in the short period she'd come out, and it now presented the information to Leyland. Chromatic Dragon Tiamat, Titanic, Strength, 40. Agility, 10. Vitality, 35. Spirit, 28. Abilities, 1. Epic Dragon Breath. Each of Tiamat's 5 heads can attack using different types of breaths, namely frost, acid, corrosion, lightning, and fire. 2. Fierce Aura. Tiamat's presence alone causes unease in her enemies. This power is automatically under effect when Tiamat takes flight, charges, or attacks. 3. Spells. Tiamat is a rank 20 evil priest. She also holds the power of a domain as well as divine spells. 4. Magical ability. As a rank 20 sorcerer, she can use the following spells thrice a day: command plants, control weather, darkness, dominate, fog cloud, gust, arcane mirage, plant growth, suggestion, swarm, veil, ventriloquism. Feats: alchemy, deceit, focus, diplomacy, intimidation, draconic knowledge, sense intent, spell identification, survival, battle casting, flying attack, heavy damage, adept, instant cast, coupled with power of domain, acrobatic flight. This is the might of a real legendary being that's lived for a long time. Not only are all her stats high, she also has great experience and background. The abilities and feats alone make her comparable to demigods. Leyland had an interested look on his face. Also, Tiamat seems to have male companions of 5 different evil races. When they act together, they're strong enough to fight the god of kobolds and the god of sharks. Of course, that's only outside their divine realms. Based on Beelzebub's memories, the Bronze Citadel was at the very front lines of battle between Bator and the Abyss. It was often attacked by demons. While many of them were chaotic and crazed like wild dogs, their numbers that were 20 times more than the devils caused great damage to the Bronze Fort. Unfortunately for them, the devils depended on order and schemes and never allowed the demons to break into the fort. They had even planned numerous campaigns into the Abyss, getting the upper hand in the battles against the demons. However, when there had never been any distinct outcome in the battles between chaos and order, and some even suspected that this would continue till the end of the universe. In addition, war over an extended period of time also gave Asmodeus the opportunity to lay his hands on Avernus. He used a legion of 8 elite devil generals and, during a siege by the demons on the Bronze Fort, he had obtained the authority to be stationed here and slowly taken over control over half the fort. With the rumors outside, it was said that Tiamat had gradually been reduced to a symbol and protector of the Bronze Fort. The influence of the Bronze Fort is less than a third of Avernus, and he only took over control of half of the fort. Leyland shook his head, feeling that Asmodeus' title as the master of the 9th level was quite a joke. The demons. The demons are here. Wild dogs. A wave of wild dogs are attacking. All of a sudden, a shrieking alarm sounded. Leyland frowned and, with his godly intent, immediately found a large amount of chaotic power shifting around towards the Bronze Citadel. They obviously did not make any attempts to conceal themselves, and had been found by their enemies from a long distance away. Begin preparing dinner. 8 large and evil auras rose, representing the highest powers amongst devils and only second to the pit fiends that belonged to the vassals. The 8 devil generals. The loyal dogs of Asmodeus are acting. Does that mean that this siege is a scheme to deal with the demons? Leyland's eyes flashed. With the devil's order and care, it was impossible that their lair would be attacked without them having any warning. The only possibility of that was that the devils had planned something again, hoping to make use of the Bronze Fort and wipe them out to reduce their might. In actuality, this plan had been repeated many times already, but the demons still got tricked every time. These demons who had become crazed from evil and bloodlust did not understand the concept of schemes. Besides, the glory of attacking the lair of the devils was the top priority for them with their simple minds. However, Leyland soon found himself unable to laugh. He found that with the commands of the 8 devil generals, all the devils within the fort began to move out orderly, as if there was an invisible network carrying out orders. Soul shells lagged behind the lemurs, who then followed the spinagon. These lesser devils formed an orderly squadron. Their leaders consisted of the bearded devils, imps, and pain devils who were mid-rank devils, and then followed the greater devils such as bone devils, barbed devils, horned devils, ice devils, and many other to form a huge squad. At the summit were the 8 devil generals, thus forming in hierarchy like the distribution of work within beehives or ant nests, where the worker bees, drones and queen bee did their own work. This formed a highly proficient group who worked in perfect harmony. This is the power of authority. Leyland quickly understood how this network worked. It was a natural difference in the types of beings they were as well as the power of authority. The 8 generals were pit fiends and were the highest rank amongst devils. Also, they had gotten power from Asmodeus and some access to Hell's origin force indirectly. While this was not direct, the power from the 8 devils banding together could overwhelm everything, allowing the devils to take control of the bronze fort. With this logic, any vassal of Hell had the ability to take the lives of and promote or demote high-ranked devils like pit fiends and below them. Even if they were devils under the jurisdiction of other vassals, they would still have a natural pressure upon them. This was because they were affected by the same Hell origin. Based on the rules of Hell, if there's another pit fiend within the bronze fort now, it can have some freedom but still has to listen to the joint commands of the 8 generals. However, this can be rejected, at the price of torture or demotions. It really depends on the decision of the vassal that it's loyal to. Leyland looked at the devils beside him. They had all retained their wits, but still did not reject the commands of the generals. Even while these were high-ranked devils under another vassal, they still quietly carried out the orders as if this was what they should be doing. This is the authority of the world origin force. Every difference in rank is like a gap between the skies and the ground. He had not noticed this closely before, but after discovering the difference, Leyland immediately sensed a powerful origin force network from his authority. Immense intent appeared from the depths of the network and then connected with the 8 generals. Leyland was also given some information, but he ignored that. Beep. Discovered digitized network. Automatically obtain highest authority. Organizing. The AI chip was now working at top speed. If the 8 pit fiends worked together, they would be able to take over the bronze fort. Even the 5-colored dragon Tiamat wouldn't dare underestimate them. Unfortunately, Leyland had a strong feeling that with just one thought, he would be able to take over this network and become an existence above the 8 generals, commanding all the devils in the bronze citadel. After all, the authority he had access to had come from the vassal of the second layer, Beelzebub. Compared to the generals, who had been given this authority secondhand, his was a higher rank. Unfortunately, if he were to do that, he would definitely expose his identity to the other vassals, which did not match with his intentions. AI chip, begin concealing. Once the AI chip was done analyzing the network, Leyland immediately commanded. Beep. Mission established. Beginning concealing process. Activating control behind the scenes. The AI chip intoned loyally. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024, City Defense. City Defense. Without a single archdevil inside the bronze citadel, Leyland now held the greatest authority. He had fooled the Dark Eight with a single illusion, making them think he was a high-level leader commanding a great army. Rather, he'd secretly changed his own position given the secret authority he'd obtained, which was rather easy to do. The AI chip had been tasked with making this process even easier for him. Beep. Host's data has been altered, now editing the host's position within the network. In just a moment, the AI chip's information surfaced before Leyland's eyes. Current identity, Greater Devil Lation, Horned Devil, from the plane of disallegiance, Beelzebub. Status, temporarily commandeered by a higher level of authority, Balzaphon of the Dark Eight. Once he joined the network, Leyland immediately joined the lesser devils who'd already been mobilized. He no longer felt like an outsider. The AI chip's prompts even showed him that he had tens of lesser devils as his direct subordinates. This feeling really is exquisite. No wonder devils can often defeat superior forces that are over 20 times more powerful than them. Leyland mounted his nightmare and growled as he revealed the appearance of a horned devil. This was fake, of course, but even an archdevil would be fooled into thinking it wasn't. The nightmare neighed, expressing its bloodthirst and desire for slaughter. Its flaming hooves left deep marks behind on the street. Officer Lation, Hanalin reports to you. With the speed of the nightmare, they reached the second tier of the bronze walls in the blink of an eye. By the time Leyland arrived, a large squad had already assembled for him. A dozen lesser devils stood at the forefront of the squad, not exchanging a single word with each other. Once they saw Leyland, they all confirmed that he was their superior. This group was mixed. There were imps and barbazu, as well as steel devils, chitons, and an Iranese. There were also some rare Falksugan and Amnizu. Hanalin was the beautiful Iranese, and she stood at the front of the squad in a graceful bow. So there's even an Iranese, that's pretty lucky. Leyland nodded and accepted their pledges of loyalty. Iranese were lesser devils, a power the lower devils could not match. To advance to one required a transformation of the soul, and the criteria for that were very harsh. Iranese were always pampered toys of greater devils. After receiving their vows of loyalty, he was now the commanding officer of this brigade of devils. The rest of you, report your names, Leyland imposingly commanded. I'm Al. Buck. Your servant is named Kimmel. One lesser demon after another respectfully announced their names. Of course it was not their true names, but their nicknames. Leyland was only their current commander, and as a greater devil he couldn't command these devils to reveal their biggest secret to him. Of course, if he'd used his authority as an archdevil they wouldn't have been able to resist. Good. Come with me beyond the walls, we are in charge of the defense of a 15-kilometer stretch west. Leyland only asked the lesser devils for their names. He was cared not about the lower devils and captains, instead rapidly leading the group to the western section of the city wall. Many devils were stationed along the perimeter, the only gap being the section he was in charge of. The defensive equipment had all been prepared for him ahead of time. Hurry! Al, you're in charge here. Buck, here. Kimmel, you'll be responsible for the reserve troops. With the AI. Chip's help, Leyland completed his own preparations rapidly, and you, Hannah Lynn, you'll serve as my communications officer. I am honored to serve. The Uranese stood by Leyland's side. Leyland's current appearance was rather wicked, but also greatly charming. Her eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Naturally, Leyland suspected that Hannah Lynn cared a bit more about his status as a greater devil rather than his appearance. But they were currently at the city wall, and this was not the time to flirt with his team. It seemed like once all the devils assembled into place, a line of fire could be seen in the distance. This kind of formation, Leyland surveyed the scene from a higher position, speechless. Perhaps today I can finally see the rumored scene of military chaos? They're running around like headless chickens. At the end of the wilderness was a huge legion of demons. Their formation was currently in complete chaos. No, they couldn't even be said to be in formation. They looked like a bunch of headless ants crawling everywhere, some even moving in the wrong directions. They were tearing and biting apart their own brethren, trampling over each other at every moment. This sprawling mess ambled over, and it was no wonder that even if they outnumbered the citadel 20-fold the devils didn't get worked about it. Instead, their eyes were filled with ridicule. Even if it was like this, Leyland discovered that not a single one of the devils on the wall had rushed rashly into action, or been provoked. Even the lowest of petitioners stood still. Our victory is assured, Leyland sighed in a low voice. Await orders, sir. Before General Balsaphon has issued the command, none are permitted to fight the enemy. A messenger delivered the news of the latest command to Leyland and his 8 officers. It looks like the original network can only decide position and subordinacy. The fine details of command must be left to the devils themselves to control. No, perhaps the Dark Eight themselves have the authority to directly control the network, but the consumption of energy and authority is too great. As a result, they never use it apart from in the very beginning. After receiving the missive, Leyland kept the slightly restless devils under control, allowing the demons to draw even closer. Looking from his vantage point, Leyland saw many demons in front of him closing the distance. They were mostly dretches and quasits, cannon fodder. Mixed in with the lower demons were lesser demons like Vrox, Hezru, and Blabrizu. There were even legendary ranked demons, such as Balers and 6-armed Mariliths. Balers were powerful demons of the abyss, possessing a control of fire that allowed them to go toe-to-toe with pit fiends. Leyland could now see the scales of every demon down below, and the frenzy in their wicked eyes. Fire! A Baler cried out loudly, and many demons shot out fireballs, filling the sky with a rain of fire. Although most of the fireballs fell on their comrades, as well as some unlucky flying demons who were shot down from the sky, some of the fireballs landed on the bronze citadel. Activate the primary energy defense, Leyland calmly ordered. Soon after, a layer of defensive energy surfaced above the citadel's wall, completely blocking the attacks. With the devil's fire resistance, even the blazing heat that made it through didn't really affect them. With just a single wave of attacks, the demons had killed thousands upon thousands of creatures, although most of them were their own comrades. Of course, with their dim minds and confusion, perhaps they hadn't meant to do it at all. Following all the slaughter and death, the demons grew even more berserk. They roared and bellowed, trampling all over the corpses of their kin as they violently attacked the bronze citadel. Attack! With the signal to attack given, many of the commanding officers let out their own roars. The entire citadel seemed to become a powerful war machine in an instant, as the devils used their armor as well as the walls and artillery to destroy large swaths of demons. However, demons were indeed the most insane and chaotic of creatures. The disadvantage was not enough to put them in fear, instead only intensifying their bloodthirst. With how it's going, they can seize about half the wall with some difficulty, losing half of their own army in the process. However, this won't be much use. The citadel has 11 more, Leyland speechlessly speculated on the fate of these demons. If they did not change their strategies, their fate was certain. Beep. Host has received a mission from Balsaphon. Details: feign defeat, retreat to the 11th city wall, and defend it. Rare as it was, Balsaphon transmitted an order directly through the network. It looks like my previous hypothesis was partly correct. Balsaphon has the authority to use the network, or perhaps he can only contact other greater devils. Which means he can only issue important missions through this network, and other orders need to be more conventional. It looks like his authority is difficult to use. This was Leyland not understanding the struggles of the weak. These pit fiends did indeed possess a part of Asmodeus' authority, and could be said to be barely below the 8 archdevils. However, the control they had was false in the end. Their abilities were restricted, so how could they be as wasteful and extravagant as him? Hanalin, Leyland commanded without the least hesitation. Sir! The Irene's expression was extremely grave. After all, if they lost the war and were convicted, she had a high chance of being demoted to an Uperibo, devils who undertook the most dishonorable work. It would be a fate worse than death. We need to feign defeat and retreat slowly to the 11th city wall, Leyland ordered. Are we going to surround them completely? Hanalin's eyes held a trace of excitement, and she rapidly alerted the others to the new commands. She also tried her hardest to appear intelligent in front of Leyland. She's chock full of schemes and intrigue. Keeping her by my side would be too troublesome. Little did she know, Leyland had a completely negative impression of the Irenes from the beginning. The Devil's movements were strikingly coordinated and unified. They abandoned the original wall, and began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The demons, however, could not see the plot for what it was, and they all fought to outdo each other as they jumped into the middle of a trap. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1025, Block. Block. The Dark Eight can't simply want to kill some demons. Having retreated to the 11th city wall, Leyland's eyes flashed as he saw the encirclement gradually taking shape. If we just rely on the walls to kill the enemy, then the stronger demons will still manage to flee in the end. Just killing a group of dretches, who can be generated every day without fail, will not harm the enemy whatsoever. Balsaphon is most likely targeting the demon core's greater demons, such as Meriliths, Balers, or even Flame Balers. Although the demon army had strength in numbers, that was dwindling. As they fell deeper into the trap, the greater demons followed them in as well. Get ready! We need to teach those wild dogs of the abyss a lesson they'll never forget. 8 strong pit fiends congregated at the highest point of the battlefield. They were even more powerful than the rest of their kin. These were the Dark Eight, Asmodeus' confidants. They controlled the elites of the Devil's army, and were the generals in charge of the blood war. If they could suppress the demons with all their might, pushing them back into the plane of infinite portals, they could obtain the favor of Bader's world origin force as well as praise from Asmodeus. A vague rumor had stirred up the Dark Eight recently, and they'd begun to build up their merits. After all, the prize was the throne of an archdevil. Pit fiends stood near the peak of devil society. If they coveted anything at all, it was to overthrow the reigning archdevil of their hell and take their throne. The archdevil of Dis had disappeared, and Asmodeus himself had changed a little recently. They finally saw an opportunity to fulfill their desires. I'll need your help. A member of the Dark Eight arrived in the vicinity of Tiamat's cavern. Of course. I only need you to honor your promise after everything is done. A tremendous voice boomed from the depths of the cavern, accompanied by a formidable draconic aura. Loud roars of male dragons could be heard from within as well. Not a problem. We have already signed a contract, after all. The reputation of the devils is well known throughout the multiverse. The pit fiend smiled as it left. Get moving. Leyland sensed that the atmosphere had changed, and a great wave of commands were being transmitted. The devils carried the orders out perfectly. The devils purposefully pretended to lose, and the 11th wall of the bronze citadel was breached. The 10th wall soon followed, then the 9th, all the way until the 6th wall near the core district. Seeing that they could capture the bronze citadel itself, many of the demons went completely berserk. This was an unprecedented feat in their history. The entirety of the citadel had become a big lure. It thinned the demons out, forming a trap for them to fall into too. Now! The 8 pit fiends appeared at the forefront of the battlefield, their thunderous voices reverberating throughout the bronze citadel. Roar, a teleportation spell flashed brightly, and the enormous figure of a chromatic dragon descended upon the land. The demons who did not dodge in time were squished to pulp. This was the former master of the bronze citadel, chromatic dragon Tiamat. Remember your promises. Tiamat roared into the sky, her enormous body directly blocking the gap in the city wall. Her draconic aura erupted, almost tangible in the atmosphere. Roar, over 100 feet of lightning, acid, corrosive gas, frost, and flame spewed out in bursts from the 5 dragon heads. Tiamat seemed to transform into a fortress with massive firepower, sweeping the demons in a single strike. Draconic spell, Summon Companion. A teleportation spell flashed by Tiamat's side. 5 smaller dragons appeared, swiping at the demons all around her with their enormous claws. They sometimes used their deadly teeth to attack, the grinding noises horrifying as blood mixed with pus and scales trickled down from the sides of their mouths. Oh! Tiamat is doing her best? It looks like the Dark Eight have found something that can move her heart. Leyland only glanced at the scene outside, and soon turned his whole attention to the battlefield directly in front of him. The network originating from Bader's origin force quickly got to work. It seemed like the Dark Eight no longer cared to save their energy, instead going all out in their attack. Elite troops that hadn't been seen before now appeared to fill the gaps in the walls, wearing exquisite armor and wielding epic weapons. Tiamat and the 5 smaller evil dragons were the most important pieces of the formation, and these devils sought to fill in the gaps surrounding them. The Bronze Citadel had encircled most of the demons, including the more powerful ones. Beep. Host has obtained a mission from Belzephon of the Dark Eight. Content: hand over authority to your vice commander, activate all your elites and bring them to kill the greater demons. As expected. Hanalin, I leave this to you. The remaining captains, follow me. Leyland roared and leapt down from one of the city walls, radiating his devil aura. The commanders of the different sections had now left their regions in fervor, searching for demons to kill. Charge! Kill them all! At this point in the battle, the powerful demons were affected by the chaos around them. They had no intention to retreat whatsoever, the language of the deep abyss reverberating around the area. I'm just here to play. I'm not a true devil, so I don't have to work as hard. Leyland understood his position clearly, and did not choose to go towards the Balers. Those were the prey of the pit fiends. Instead of the Balers, who had good bloodlines and great potential to advance, he chose to fight a Merilith instead. However, what the other devils saw was Leyland choosing a Merilith that was larger than the rest. Each of her 6 arms wielded epic weapons, and she had near-legendary might. Wretched devil, die! A natural enmity triggered within her upon seeing Leyland, and the Merilith came charging at him. Her 6 scaly arms brandished a sword each, causing a powerful gale to descend. She had the power of 3 assassins packed into one, and the torrential wave attack seemed about to grind Leyland into fine pieces. So weak. But her weapon itself isn't bad. This level of swordplay is equivalent to grandmasters of the prime material plane. Leyland shook his head inwardly. On the surface, however, he let out a large roar, shooting out a dark whip that collided against his enemy's weapon. The collision energy rippled out into the void. This swordplay isn't that bad. She should have the weapon proficiency and multi-weapon fighting feats. Leyland discovered his enemy's trump card in the first contact, even without using the AI chip. Very well, I'll play with you. A mysterious force extended from Leyland's fingertips, forming many small circles in midair. The whip was amplified by these circles, spinning like a hurricane as it sucked the Merilith in. Crack, weapons broke and bones shattered within the hurricane, and a fine crimson mist sprayed out. By the time Leyland retrieved his whip, there was but a pulp of flesh on the ground alongside many small pieces of broken equipment. The Merilith had already disappeared. Not even mildly interesting. Just a tiny bit of force and she's dead, Leyland sighed. He was at the level of a sage with melee weapons, and a mere Merilith without even legendary strength was no match for him. Perhaps I can try challenging a higher difficulty. The Balers seemed to be fine specimens and guinea pigs. Leyland surveyed the battlefield. Because of the Devil's counterattack, the demon army had suffered severe casualties, losing more than half its troops. The greater demons being targeted had caused even more confusion in their ranks, but perhaps they never obeyed rules in the first place. As for the demons who were already crazed from the killing, they did not mind their safety as they dashed towards the high walls of the Bronze Citadel, finally dying under the siege weaponry of the walls. At the center of the battlefield were numerous flames. Explosions resounded in the area, with each fight isolated. The destructive force here was so great that even the demons avoided it at all cost. With Leyland's vision, he could make out through the flames that several massive devils and demons were fighting within. One of the pit fiends of the Dark Eight just used a powerful stealth spell and teleportation. The Flame Baler is hurt, and now they're wrapping up. The Flame Balers who'd been surrounded wielded weapons like executioner swords and fiery whips. Each of them had left a deep impression to Leyland. They are indeed the elites of the deep abyss. Compared to the pit fiends, they have a unique type of wild and domineering aura. However, their chaotic evil alignment impedes them from using every ounce of their strength perfectly. The flame balers were the prey of the Dark Eight, so Lyle would not interfere. He passed the center of the battlefield, landing his sights on a regular baler. As a pre-evolution of the flame balers, regular balers lacked that primordial chaos and the power to wild flames. However, they still managed to pique Lyland's interest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1026, Baler. Baler. I, Jesdrick, am the strongest. A huge baler stepped on the body of an Ordhan while yelling, huge demonic wings flapping while blood spurted out from the wound on his chest. The Ordhan was a greater devil, and its sneak attack had caused a certain amount of damage. As the price of killing the other being, the baler's chest was now a complete mess. Scales were upturned with flesh and blood on them, and it was even possible to see pale bones and a thumping heart. While such an injury might not be fatal for demons, it would still take some time to recover from them. As a powerful demon with a noble bloodline, many devils eyed Jedrick greedily, and there were even demons that did the same. As long as a demon killed it, then a portion of its power would transfer over, allowing the attacker to even increase in rank and become a baler. Hence, next to the body of the Ordhan, there were also the torn-up bodies of demons. These were all of the demons that had wanted to steal what it had gotten, but were torn into tiny bits. Come. Give me a little more flesh and souls so that I can advance. A bloody red layer of energy appeared on Jesdrick's body, and large amounts of lava turned into tiny blood vessels that covered it. This baler was evidently at the brink of advancing. It might need just one more high-ranked opponent for it to please the Abyss Will, becoming the peak amongst demons, a flame baler. Hold, monster! Spell rays that were suddenly cast halted the enraged roars of the baler. Eyes full of anger and astonishment, it saw the figure of a devil emerge from the shadows. The enemy had a sinister horned, and was evidently a higher horned devil. Fireball. Higher entangle. The other party obviously did not give Jesdrick any time to speak. With a wave of his arms, powerful flames drowned out the baler. What followed next were the rays of light from summoning. Demon summoning. From the teleportation spell formation floating in the air, Leyland's least devil underlings appeared and dealt the baler attacks with all their might. Concealing spells and a sneak attack. You devils are despicable. The baler roared, tremendous evil rays appearing and causing the least devils to quickly retreat. I'm a devil anyway. Am I supposed to play at being a knight with you? Leyland snorted, a black dagger plunging into the eyes of the demon. Ah! A series of pitiful ear-splitting cries. Following that was terrifying snarls, I will kill you. Jesdrick shall pinch your skulls into powder. Red flames jetted out from its eye, the great heat melting the dagger from before into liquid. It's about to evolve. One of Leyland's least devil leaders exclaimed in astonishment, and was quickly grabbed by the crazed baler. Terrifying flames climbed up, forming a bright and shining torch of fire. You will all die. With its bellows, another wave of fire flashed past, and most of Leyland's underlings died in an instant. When the flames reached his front, Leyland used a high-ranked teleportation scroll, and left the battlefield. Don't even think of escaping. With flames on its body, the baler looked no different from a flame baler. After catching sight of Leyland from the corner of its eyes, it roared and then pursued him in a frenzy. Whether devils or demons, all turned into minced meat or ashes as long as they were in the way, creating a bloody trail. Darned devil. Don't run! Making use of the only eye it had left, Jesdrick found that the vile devil had already escaped to under the fortress wall, and seemed to be about to return to the group where it had reinforcements. Furious, it charged forward, disregarding any danger. Bang! However, a sudden trap on the ground caused Jesdrick to lose its center of gravity. Its enormous body then fell into a deep pit, creating a small earthquake. Under its leg, there had been a huge pit that goodness knew when it had appeared. Dimensional scan. Water shower spell. Ice Bria. The devils that had appeared out of nowhere stood around the pit, casting spells at the baler in the center vigorously. Sir! Hanelin headed to Leyland's side. She had been informed earlier by Leyland and began to set up this trap. To her surprise, the target was Baler. No! It was even believable if this was considered a flame baler. In that moment, Leyland's might was deeply imprinted into her mind. You did well. Leyland nodded to show his approval, and then glanced at the baler that now had pieces of ice all around his body. AI chip, how's the gathering of data? Beep. Obtained flesh sample. Completion of physical and soul scan. Progress at 100%. The AI chip loyally intoned. Then you've now lost all usefulness. Leyland leapt forward, and a thin black line streaked past its neck, the supplementary soul attack causing the chaos and craze in its eyes to completely die down. No, it's impossible. I, Jesdrick, am the most powerful demon. I still need to evolve into a flame bailer. How can I die here? It muttered as its huge body collapsed. In the moment that he killed the demon, Leyland sensed tremendous soul energy pouring into his body, and he could even sense that he was getting favor from the Hell's Will. Compared to other evolution methods, the profits from Blood Wars are still the best. While this bit of strength was nothing to Leyland, most of the soul energy required to evolve would be available from here if he really was a horned devil. High risks mean great rewards. As long as I can survive the Blood Wars between devils and demons, I'll definitely be able to advance a great degree. It's no wonder that the Dark Eight want to risk falling completely to lure the demons over to hell and fight. The devils liked using crafty schemes and machinations, changing the battlefield to anywhere else than hell. There was a secret to this. Only the well-informed pit fiends and Hell's 8 archdevils knew of this, and of course, Leyland was aware as well. If devils were to be killed in hell, then they would truly be dead. There was no way for them to be revived. If they died on other planes, they still had hope of reviving by paying a price. In other words, the devils that died in this blood war could not be revived. Even Asmodeus was unable to do it. To take such a huge risk, the Dark Eight were definitely eyeing something huge. Leyland quickly came to a realization. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying explosion appeared from the heart of the battlefield. A huge flamestorm whistled past, tearing into everything and forming a red mushroom cloud. It's the self-detonation before the death of a flame baiter. Looks like the Dark Eight have succeeded. The huge explosion continued, allowing Leyland to be certain that 4 flame baiters had died by the Dark Eight's hands. This attack by the opponents was only dodged by the sly pit fiends who used the greater teleportation. This meant that the surrounding greater devils and also numerous demons were wiped out. Victory is decided. 4 flame baiters died in succession, as long as a pile of powerful demons. Even the archfiend of the abyss will find his moral beaten down and mourn over this for a long time. It was not just Leyland alone who understood this. In the moment of the first flame baiter's self-detonation, along with an ear-splitting scream, an enchanting succubus darted out of the siege of 4 pit fiends and, with the price of becoming gravely injured, streaked through the horizon while leaving a blazing trail behind. That should be Red Shroud, the commander of the demon army this time. It's also the most beloved daughter of the succubus king who's the archfiend of the abyss. Unfortunately, after this defeat, her status might be in danger. Powerful beings had died, and the commander had fled. This was a fatal blow for the enemy army. As many great devils entered the battlefield and massacred the weaker demons, this became a countdown to the complete destruction of the demon army. After the battle ended, besides the commanding Red Shroud and a very slight number of lucky demons escaping, much of the demon army was killed in the Bronze Fort, amongst which included 4 flame bailers. This carved the disgrace of the abyssal demons onto the fort once more. Such dazzling achievements were rare even in the history of the Blood War. In this encirclement, the 5-colored demonic dragon Tiamat who had blocked the fort walls and persisted till the end of the battle was to be credited for its work. After the battle, Leyland saw that parts of its tremendous dragon body had caved in, and there were signs of burns as well. A male headless evil dragon also looked downcast. They had taken on the frenzied attacks of the demons in a hurry to retreat. The self-detonations by the flame bailers at the end had also given them grave injuries. Leyland now knew why they had worked so hard. The Dark Eight had promised that they would hand over control of the Bronze Fort and acknowledge it as the master of the Bronze Fort. In that moment, Leyland smelt a conspiracy. Control over the Bronze Fort. That was something Asmodeus had schemed for over 1,000 years to obtain, yet he was now handing it over so nonchalantly. Even lemurs could tell that something was off. With the devil's personalities, the only thing that they would compromise so much for was an even greater profit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027, Promotion and Demotion. Promotion and Demotion. Before the Dark Eight handed over control over the Bronze Citadel, there was first a majestic round of settling the results. As the Devil Army had been formed by temporary transfer of personnel, all devils would immediately regain their freedom once the battle was over. It's not quite right to call this regaining their freedom, because they retain all memories of the Blood War and think it is something they should have done. But while they still hold regard for the higher-ups, the absolute obedience they had as subordinates before has disappeared. Leyland glanced at the succubus Hanalin next to him. Her eyes were now clear, and while she looked like she could not wait to sidle up to him, it was obvious that she was scheming even more inside. This went for the imps and lemurs as well. However, before the devils all completely regained their order, there was something more important at hand, and that was settling all achievements and sins here. The devils sought the beings that were ahead of them all their lives, while those that were behind them caused fear. Their hierarchy was very strict, and there was a unique power system. Hence, their advancement was not like the demons, where they could evolve after getting enough soul energy in the blood war. Instead, it was a very complicated process. Usually, a devil needed approval from their direct superiors to promote. However, in all situations, any devils with even higher rankings could revoke the promotion. In other words, if a lesser devil wanted to advance, it would need approval from its weakest superior, who would then perform a promotion ceremony for it. However, if a greater devil was unsatisfied with this, it could revert the recently promoted devil to what it had been before. The ones with greatest authority were the 8 archdevils that split up the world origin force of Bator. Not only did they manage the devils and the promotion of pit fiends, they could break convention with their might, promoting even lesser devils straight through several ranks. The combined authority of the Dark Eight was great, and they could even promote greater devils. While the original superiors of these devils had the power to revoke this, most would not dare go against them. And just like that, archdevils could demote a devil back to its original status. This would be a symbol of shame, and was something devils feared the most. Any demoted devil lost a part of their intelligence, and would be sent to perform the most humiliating and difficult of tasks. But before that, they would face a punishment. Pitiful cries resounded in the bronze citadel. There was something like a supreme court in the expansive square, where the devils took all the seats. The unlucky beings that influenced this battle negatively were put on the prisoners' row. There were Spinagon, lemurs, and other lesser devils. There were also imps, barbazu, and other lower devils as well, along with a few greater devils. Although their strengths were varied, what was common was the expression on their faces: terror. Their crimes had been determined, and they were awaiting the punishment of being demoted. Normally only their superiors had such rights, but the Dark Eight possessed a great amount of authority that allowed them to administer the punishment. Such were the rules of Bator. Unless an archdevil, someone with even more power than the Dark Eight, came over to overturn their ruling, these devils would not escape punishment. However, why would such a thing happen? I declare you all guilty. You shall be demoted. Zapan, one of the Dark Eight, hammered the gavel. The crisp sound caused strange changes amongst the sinners. They howled in pain, their bodies tearing apart as an invisible force surrounded them to deliver the most severe punishment. Demotion was a horrifying torture that ripped a part of a devil's intelligence away. They would become savage and foolish once more, something that devils who flaunted their intelligence found the hardest to accept. The poor things continued to howl as the laws of Bator took effect. The devils' bodies were broken apart, and a large number of hellworms crawled out to form their new appearance. In general, most of the devils determined to have sinned had been demoted by one rank. A bearded would become a Spinagon, and a Spinagon would become a lemur. Their foreheads were branded with a symbol of shame. Be it here or with their old superiors, they would only take on the most lowly and menial jobs, the chances of being promoted again minimal. The more unlucky ones were turned into Nuparibo, Zerfilsticks, and all other devils that had been demoted. Their power was also reduced greatly, and there was also a huge change to their personalities. Many normal devils watched this with fear on their faces. It would keep them working diligently, abiding by the rules. Next is the promotions. Belzephon declared after Zapan retreated. Unlike demotions, promotions were something to rejoice over. Few were lucky enough to have this. To the devils, every promotion was an opportunity. It normally needed a ceremony, held by their superiors who needed to approve it first. A tremendous amount of soul energy would be consumed. At this moment, the approving superiors would be the Dark Eight, and the soul energy would be that accumulated from the blood war. The order of devils was simple. There was the most basic petitioners, and then the lower devils. They were the lemurs, spinagons, and then the lesser devils, which were the bearded devils, imps, steel devils, chitons, pain devils, amnizu, and then the greater devils that included the bone devils, orthans, barbazu, ice devils, horn devils, dogai, pelirian, and various other forms. The pit fiends were at the very top. Each devil's appearance was a rank higher than the ones behind them. Promotions and demotions all followed this order, normally by a single step. A steel devil would become a chiton, for instance, or a chiton would become a pain devil. A leap in promotions, such as a steel devil becoming a pain devil, was an advancement of 2 steps. There was also the advancement from a spinagon to a lesser devil, the bearded devil. While it was one rank, it needed a huge amount of soul energy. There were also the Iranes, succubi, and the special cases like the Nuparibo and Zerfilsticks that only appeared during demotions. Leyland looked at the devils surrounding him. Most had smiles on their faces. While they would have to deal with their own superiors after they returned, they probably would not go against the authority of the Dark Eight and revoke the promotion. Hence, this was a great profit. Even without enough achievements to be promoted, the soul energy amassed was worth it. Leyland had killed a Merilith and a Balor, that alone was enough for him to be promoted. Even his subordinates had a shot. Honestly, from Leyland's point of view, this promotion ceremony was not much different from the demotion before. The original body was broken down, and a new one would be molded. It was just as bloody, and the weak-willed would easily descend into chaos or faint. The promotion may keep memories and intellect intact, but there was a drastic change in personality. Leyland didn't care about those lesser devils, but the only one worth mentioning was Hannah Lynn. As most of the lower devils under Leyland had died during the attack of the Balor, her achievements were second only to Leyland. She had advanced into a powerful Iranese. This was a huge leap. Even Hannah Lynn's previous superior should only be a succubus. Leyland could already imagine the ruckus that would be stirred up after Hannah Lynn returned. After all, devils were often very strict with their subordinates. Hannah Lynn would probably be filled with hatred towards her own. She would probably constantly be thinking of ways to pull her superior down, and with this strength her plans would be more feasible. The large-scale promotion got the Dark Eight the praise of all the devils. They were now called benevolent commanders, generous masters, and many other titles. The devils were certainly not stingy with their praise. The way this promotion is hosted is too magnanimous. The merits of many devils are still iffy, and they've passed everything. They aren't even considering the superiors of these devils. Leyland thought inside. He found something different about this. He could already predict the unrest after this wave of devils that had advanced returned to their superiors. With how scheming the devils were, this was inevitable. Leyland's temporary senior officer, Balzaphon, arrived in front of him. "Brave warrior, you killed a Balor on the verge of evolving. This achievement should be enough for you to become a pit fiend." Balzaphon looked truly regretful, as if really feeling indignant for Leyland. "Unfortunately, your superior, the greedy Aslak, is a crazy person filled with jealousy, so we can't allow your advancement unless he approves of it." After these words were said, the gazes of the devils landed on Leyland, ridiculing him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1028, Incitement and Recruitment. Incitement and Recruitment. Leyland remained silent, but his eyes flashed. He'd acutely sensed Balzaphon's conspiracy. "So he's instigating me, huh?" He couldn't meet his purpose, so now he's full of hatred and jealousy. Had he been a real devil indeed, he would have fallen for the ploy by now. After all, to stop someone from advancing would make a blood enemy out of them. Furthermore, his superior was a pit fiend as well. If Aslak did not agree, he could overthrow the decision of the Dark Eight and stop Leyland's advance. Given the nature of the devils, this was definitely going to happen. Pit fiend? The most efficient way to garner more hatred is to skip evolutions. An ordinary devil that had just evolved would be resented by 20 to 30 others. They would look everywhere for any mistakes they'd commit, trying to get it demoted. However, if a devil had jumped ranks, the hatred would be tenfold, maybe even 100 times worse. As for a greater devil evolving into a pit fiend, Bator had limited origin force. There could only be a certain number of pit fiends at any one time. If no other pit fiends died, Leyland's advancement would rob another potential candidate of their chance. This scenario was likely to play out in Leyland's case. That was why greater devils would have to have rotting brains to let their subordinates advance. Most devils who jumped forms did not meet a good end. The only ones that did were those who were extremely scheming themselves, proving their mettle with their brawn and brains. "Come. Although you can't evolve, please hold on to this, you deserve it." Balzaphon handed Leyland a crystal that stored a Holy Spirit's energy. "The energy stored inside this is enough for you to evolve into a pit fiend." Balzaphon was not in his pit fiend form right now. He'd instead adopted a human shape, looking extremely conniving. His poorly constructed face put on a kind smile. "Thank you, my lord." Although he felt extremely disgusted, Leyland still thanked him for the gift. "All right, Lation, I think you have great potential. We could have dinner one day," Balzaphon invited. Leyland could do nothing but smile wryly and agree. "Goodbye, Lation. I'm returning to Malbolge. My superior is Madame Thatcher of the Copper Citadel. You can look for me there. I'll be excited to meet you again, soon, Hannah Lynn bid her bittersweet farewell to Leyland after the tense trial. She was currently in her evolved form, with black wings and an angelic face. She looked even more seductive and charming than before. However, Leyland had astutely discovered the change in her personality and character. obvious even from how she addressed him as an equal and even tried to lure him in. Now that she'd skipped multiple evolutions to reach her current state, her enemies were far stronger and more terrifying than before. They included her very own superior. Her enemies would definitely be more attentive than before, looking for any loopholes that would cause her to be demoted, turning once more into an ugly lower devil. Knowing this, she was already trying to garner as much support as she could. Got it. Leyland memorized her destination and the route, putting on a solemn expression. It's best to leave a back door, who knows whether I might have to use it in the future. I recall that the lady of the sixth hell is the Hag Countess. Leyland had been focused on this recently, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of traveling to other levels in the future. If Hannah were still alive when he did, she would be a useful connection. Hannah departed, satisfied with her gains. Leyland looked instead at the bronze citadel, with its flames reaching high in the sky. He scratched his nose as several half-dragons appeared abruptly, as well as the visages of several jackals. Has the transfer of authority already begun? Leyland thought as he directly arrived at the Dark Eight's garrison. His identity was verified, and he was immediately led to Balzaphon in his vile human form. My Lord Balzaphon. I am immensely honored by your invitation, Leyland bowed in gratitude. He glanced at the dining hall's preparations. The carpet was a deep red as if it had been stained with blood, the floor-length curtains embroidered with glistening golden motifs of Bator, and chandeliers hung from the ceiling. There was even a demon's head hung on the wall, and it looked as if it was Balzaphon's. The tableware was all made of the finest gold, inlaid with all kinds of diamonds and pearls. The maids were all beautiful Irenes and pleasure devils. Several petitioners, molded into twisted forms, pushed a cart into the dining hall, one that was entirely on fire. They bowed in respect before taking their leave, allowing the Irenes and pleasure devils clad in black and white made uniforms to place the dishes in front of the two. Soup was first, a bubbling milky white broth. Ha, no need to hold yourself back, my friend. The taste of cold soulworms is not as palatable, Balzaphon smiled widely, scooping out a translucent soulworm. The thing was still wriggling. Several struggling and miserable human visages could be seen on the worm, but Balzaphon just directly swallowed it down. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Devils enjoyed enticing mortals to fall. Torturing the souls of petitioners and absorbing their immortal essence and soul force was their pleasure. After a petitioner had been sucked dry, they would be tossed into the Hellforge and suffer torturous transformations. They would then become the lowest of the low, a lower devil. Only a select few souls were able to survive the treatment, becoming lower demons. They would be a bit stronger than others of their kind, and were more likely to be promoted. Devils used the absorbed soul force of petitioners to climb up the ranks and grow stronger. Naturally, there were those who directly swallowed them up, like Balzaphon. Rumor had it that he was supposedly searching for the most beautiful texture and taste in souls. Although Leyland was not opposed to swallowing souls, his personal preferences were different from devils. He did not like this twisted torture. As a result, he glanced away and found another topic to change the subject to. Well, Lord Balzaphon, may I ask if you are ready to move? Leyland gestured at the busy lower demons, imps and others of their kind. They were all toiling away, lifting several huge demon ribs with complex carvings upon them. It seemed as if it was a spoil of war that was used to commemorate some bloody battle. We'd signed an agreement to hand the bronze citadel back to Tiamat. Not even a devil would betray a binding oath to the Styx. Balzaphon sniffed the dark red blood in the tall wineglass, elegantly swirling the liquid around in leisure. Please forgive me for being direct, but such a high price for the victory of a single battle, isn't that a bit much? Leyland had deliberated over his wording carefully. Ha, Lation. You really are an interesting fellow. To be honest, many of our subordinates dare not say anything, but inwardly they must be ridiculing us 8 fools. Balzaphon's eyes seemed to see through everything, the corners of his lips curving into a humorous smile. Of course not. Even if half of the bronze citadel was exchanged for the destruction of the demon army, and especially the 4 flame balers and a bunch of greater demons, it would be extremely worth it. Leyland naturally chose to continue Balzaphon's discourse. You're right. What do those ignorant animals know? Leyland's words had evidently touched Balzaphon's heart. He stood up suddenly, walking around the dining hall in excitement. What is the bronze citadel even worth to us? It's just a dead piece of land. The only useful thing is souls. Only with more souls can we forge more devils to improve our power and kill those chaotic bastards. 2 hellish streams of flame were shot out of Balzaphon's nostril. He looked like he truly hated the crazy and chaotic demons. Are you willing to assist me, Lation? Balzaphon looked at Leyland, his eyes blazing with fervent emotion. It seemed as if this was the main reason he had invited Leyland here. If I don't agree, will he grow hostile immediately? Leyland seemed to go into shock, but in his heart he just laughed coldly. The solicitation of a devil was extremely unreliable. No matter how it looked, Balzaphon most likely just wanted to use him as cannon fodder. I am most grateful to my lord for valuing me. However, Lord Aslock is my direct superior. Leyland's expression was rather hesitant. After all, a loyal devil would find it difficult to change factions. Aslock? Humph, Balzaphon smiled disdainfully, but did not bring up the matter any further. It was clear that he was waiting for Leyland to make a decision. Besides, he'd completely exposed his true motives, and it was not possible to reveal anything more. It looks as if my past in the second layer of hell has attracted his interest. So, the Supreme of Bator, that ruler only in name, has ambition towards this? An electric beat seemed to pulse in Leyland's heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029, Pledging Loyalty. Pledging loyalty. Devils were usually excellent at persuasion. Their sharp tongues seemed to be coated with both honey and poison, even able to convince the purest of paladins. Balzaphon was evidently even more brilliant than normal. Although he'd said nothing and merely snorted, it still told Leyland a great many things. Think about it. Aslock has been so greedy, envious and foolish to prevent all his underlings from advancing. In comparison, Lord Balzaphon is benevolent, generous and kind. Isn't the answer obvious? Such were the thoughts Leyland was supposed to be tempted by. Even worse, devils already held a deep-rooted hatred for their superiors. It would be strange if Leyland was completely unaffected. Does my lord mean you want me to start a rebellion? Leyland's voice was as hoarse as a wanderer about to die of thirst in the desert. Truth be told, he'd planned to side with the Dark Aid anyway and see what the Supreme of the Nine Hells was up to. Unexpectedly, Balzaphon had come up to him on his own. No. This is only an uprising, a fight against injustice. Balzaphon twirled his fingers. Believe me. Once you join us, Lord Asmodeus will definitely give you a suitable position. Or he could personally oversee your promotion. Becoming a pit fiend definitely won't be just a dream. While Asmodeus was only the Supreme of the Nine Hells in name, his title was still very useful. In addition, his power was still greater than that of the remaining 8 archdevils. Lord Asmodeus, Leyland's voice tremored, and his eyes lit up with fervor and a firm look. In that case, I offer my loyalty to you, Lord Balzaphon. At the very moment that Leyland stated his allegiance, he suddenly felt the descent of Bator's origin force. It turned into a powerful binding, prepared to imprint a means of communication between the two. It was extremely difficult for a devil to back out of a contract. Of course, playing around with sly word games was a common tactic. Devils did not slander those who were successful at cheating others, instead mocking the losers for being stupid. Good. Sign this contract, and I'll accept your loyalty. Balzaphon was obviously prepared, and a contract that had been verified by the origin force appeared in front of Leyland. Green phosphorescence blazed on yellowed parchment paper, forming a large number of conditions. Still, this was concise for a devil. From this aspect, Balzaphon seemed quite sincere and had not made any traps in the choice of words. A devil can only be loyal to one superior. Once 2 oaths of loyalty are sworn, the next promotion will grow chaotic. A choice will need to be made between the two, and one needs to be eliminated. Leyland snickered inside. If he was really Latian, he would have no way to choose right now. While Balzaphon made things sound pleasant, he could very well become hostile right away if Leyland had any thoughts of rejecting him. Unfortunately, the person Balzaphon was facing now was Leyland. Leyland, who with his authority of an archdevil surpassed him greatly. Such a lax contract. Lord Balzaphon, your leniency and benevolence is well known even on the prime material plane. The horned devil now seemed so emotional that he could not control himself, trembling as he extended his right hand. AI chip, begin interference. Leyland commanded in secret. Beep. Mission established. Host's authority far exceeds target, dulling target's origin force sense. Interference in progress, the AI chip intoned loyally. The moment Leyland's finger touched the parchment piece of paper, perhaps in a millionth of a second, an astounding change occurred. Another piece of parchment that looked exactly the same appeared, replacing the contents of the original contract. It was still a pledge of loyalty, but the punishment was much more severe. The master and servant had changed place, and Balzaphon would now pledge his allegiance to Leyland. Given that Leyland far exceeded Balzaphon in authority, the devil did not notice anything wrong with the contract. Balzaphon could also sense a thread of loyalty from this Latian. An authority that surpassed Balsaphan's own, as well as the powerful abilities of the AI chip, allowed a substitute to replace the original in an instant, completing a magnificent feat in the Nine Hells. What the AI chip had formed was instantly hidden in the original parchment, and all Balsaphan saw was the horned devil signing his name with his right index finger. Good. You made the right choice. Balsaphan nodded with satisfaction. After sensing the thread of loyalty made of origin force, he glanced at the parchment paper. There were no changes to the green phosphorescence of the letters, save for the signature at the lower right corner. Strange, why did I suddenly feel fearful? Balsaphan shook his head, and tossed this thought out of his mind. After ascertaining that this was the contract he had created, he entered his name at the position of the superior. A blood-red true name formed on the paper, and it quickly burnt up. A phosphorescent green imprint disappeared into each of Leyland's and Balsaphan's chests. Beep. Fealty contract obtained. Target, Balsaphan of the Dark Eight. Note, target has signed a contract with another superior. If host's orders clash with Asmodeus, there is a 50% chance that Balsaphan will grow confused. Good. Continue concealment. Leyland had now become Balsaphan's superior, and as an archdevil, it was a breeze for him to cover a portion of his senses. Balsaphan obtained a simulated thread of loyalty, and was extremely satisfied. Very good. Tell me, Lation, why are you here in Avernus? Superiors were what devils feared the most. Balsaphan now believed he had complete control over the devil in front of him. If not for this devil for still having his uses, he would have long since abandoned his false pretense and interrogated him properly. This sudden change caused Lation to feel a sense of foreboding. I obtained an order from Lord Aslock to search for. Leyland's voice showed his fear, and he cowered back. Search for what? Make yourself clear. Do you want me to demote you into the most lowly Naparibo? Balsaphan's breathing began to get rough, and Leyland could even sense the intense emotions in his mind. Leyland pretended to be unable to take Balsaphan's gaze, gritting his teeth as he said, Aslock commanded that I come search for all traces of Dis's archdevil, Beelzebub. Beelzebub? Has he really gone missing? Balsaphan grabbed at Leyland's arm, eyes glinting. Why yes. Even Lord Aslock doesn't have any news about him. Leyland now seemed like he had been scared stupid. Ha ha, so the intel was right. An archdevil has gone missing. What a wonderful thing, Balsaphan laughed maniacally, and finally calmed down. Good. Tell me all you know and don't hold back, or else. A long while later, a horned devil walked out of the bronze tower, looking lost. I see. So Asmodeus finally can't hold on anymore, and he wants to act? Leyland was actually the one scheming here. He'd blurted out a large amount of fake information just now, and Balsaphan had let his guard down against him to reveal some information as well. He plans for one of the Dark Eight to take over lordship and become an archdevil? Leyland stroked his chin. This doesn't seem like something Asmodeus would do, but this is so great a temptation that the Dark Eight don't consider the danger. Based on what Balsaphan had revealed, Asmodeus finally decided to take care of this confusion and get one of the Dark Eight to take over Dis. But the position of the second Hell's Lord had been empty for a long while. That was an empty spot to be an archdevil of Bator, representing the peak of Bator's might. He seemed to depend on the Dark Eight's merits, including dealing blows to the demons, expanding Avernus, and so on. That was why the Dark Eight had set a trap without hesitation, wiping out a demon army. The pit fiends, dazzled with the lordship as they were, would go around attacking everything to expand the territories of Avernus. When this happened, a mere strategic location, the Bronze Citadel, was not that important. In order to obtain Tiamat's approval and help, the Dark Eight had not hesitated to give up the place. After all, the Chromatic Dragon was still one of their allies, and there were many other places in the first Hell that they could attack. The trap at the Bronze Citadel would be the last time the Dark Eight worked together. Next they would go at it alone, hoping to obtain enough merits to be acknowledged by Asmodeus. They all wished to become the Archdevil of Dis. Sadly, this is just a huge trap. Without the authority being transferred and now that they can't get a hold of Beelzebub, would Asmodeus appointing them to the post actually do anything? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, Dis. When it came to Bator, there were less than 10 devils with as much knowledge as Leyland. He knew extremely well how far Asmodeus' influence extended. Although Asmodeus was the most powerful devil, his might was restricted to the ninth hell. The other 7 archdevils did not bother with him. Him appointing a Lord of Dis? That was just a huge joke. Even so, many of the Dark Eight were lured by him. At the very least, they wanted the reputation of having taken over the second hell. Although it would be a false reign, it would at least be supported by Asmodeus. In comparison, Belzephon is more pragmatic. Recalling the plan that he had revealed, a smile appeared on Leyland's face. Leyland looked around, and quickly saw a city of iron ablaze. Red-hot hellfire scorched the inner walls, and thick smoke rose to form great amounts of black fog that covered the entirety of Dis. The walls were red, and the slightest of contact with them would result in grave burns. Even the metallic pebbles that used to form the road were experiencing high temperatures. Without immunity to fire or special shoes, the pedestrians would soon be thrashing around on the ground in pain, before burning up. The drafts around the street corners often carried miserable cries that seemed to come from the depths of hell. This was the lament of the prisoners in the large underground prison, including slaves, petitioners from the Blood War, and even mortals that had been kidnapped from the prime material plane. Once the souls grew ripe with the torture and suffering, the better goods would be sent to the lofty residences around, to be enjoyed by nobility. Many noble devils liked holding banquets. They would gather together, discussing which portion of a prisoner was more delectable, and then come up with even more exquisite cooking techniques. Just standing on the street, Leyland could feel the breathing and thumping of hearts under Dis. Unlike Avernus, he felt like he could use all the power of this plane, as if he were its owner in the first place. The turbulent origin force of Bator moved to Leyland's will, with only the slightest bit of resistance. That was Beelzebub, still alive and possessing that last bit of laws and authority. Dis. If I completely devour Beelzebub, I'll be like a god in his divine realm. The authority archdevils had in hell could definitely compare to what true gods were like in their divine realms. Of course, this was limited to the territory they were lord of. Leyland sighed inside. This was Dis, the second layer of Bator. It was a huge city of iron, so huge there were no boundaries at all. The city made up an entire plain. What are you standing there in a daze for? Aren't you moving yet? A gray-robed person standing beside Leyland berated him. Yes, my lord. Leyland bowed humbly, while actually snickering inside. This person in disguise was naturally Belzephon. The pit fiend obviously had not followed Asmodeus' game, expanding the territories of Avernus. Instead, he had secretly arrived at the second hell. However, his goal was abundantly clear. The pit fiend, who was one of the Dark Eight, intended to take over lordship of this hell. He wanted to find the missing Beelzebub and take him prisoner. He would then extract Beelzebub's strength, becoming the true lord of Dis. Asmodeus' orders would be nothing to him then. The lords of the nine hells were on the same level as the supreme. Evidently Belzephon had already betrayed Asmodeus in secret, but Leyland was not the least bit surprised. After all, betrayal and schemes were nothing new to the devils, especially when it came to their superiors. Honestly, Belzephon's going in the right direction, but there's something wrong with his plans. He's not the only person thinking of doing this. Whether it's Asmodeus or other lords, they're all probably planning to lay their hands on Beelzebub. Leyland sighed inside. I'm preparing to sneak into the Iron Tower and investigate. Do you have any plans? Belzephon pointed at a conspicuous at the center of the city that towered into the clouds. This was the Iron Tower, Beelzebub's palace. He seldom left the place, but it had already been decades since there was news of him last. Once tens of attempts at communication failed, and there was no reaction even when they barged in, news of Beelzebub's mysterious disappearance began to spread. However, with how cunning the devils were, nobody knew if this was some scheme by the archdevil. Even Belzephon was not quite sure himself. Of course, Leyland had given him enough confidence that he was even entering the Iron Tower to take a risk and investigate it. He hoped to gather information regarding Beelzebub's disappearance. Leyland was egging him on to serve his own purposes. After all, finding Beelzebub and devouring him before the other archdevils did was his main purpose in coming to Bator. Lord Belzephon, there are some fairs and markets around Dis. We could find a way to sneak in from there, Leyland earnestly gave a suggestion. As his personal stronghold, Beelzebub's Iron Tower had a large amount of tricks and traps inside. There were golems and contracted beings guarding the tower, and within the Iron Tower itself Beelzebub was basically invincible. This was why he rarely left the area, nor did he allow any devils to enter. From Leyland's perspective, the reason he never left was out of caution and cowardice. It was also because he was using the Manderhawk plate to connect to the prime material plane, spreading faith and contaminating souls. Obviously he'd also tried to make contact with many other places, finally succeeding in escaping the crystal sphere. Had his timing been right, he could even have surpassed Asmodeus in strength, using an unending supply of souls to become a true supreme of the nine hells. Unfortunately, he'd met with tragedy in the form of Leyland. From what I sense, there's no sign of Beelzebub in the second hell, Leyland thought as he followed Belzephon. With him covering me, there won't be much suspicion. The other archdevils should be furiously trying to find traces of Beelzebub, so I can temporarily use their powers. The Manderhawk plate is also an important target inside the Iron Tower. The Manderhawk plate was a mysterious item that could weaken the crystal sphere. Even a mere imitation of the patterns in his memories helped Leyland enter the world of gods, so in his view this plate's uses surpassed even most divine weapons. Mark it? Are you trying to make a fool of me? A dangerous glint appeared in Balzaphan's eyes, and the green flames of the contract appeared on his hands. You're part of the guard corps of the Archdevil serving under Aslak, one of Beelzebub's lackeys. That pit fiend manages the safety of the Iron Tower. Do you not have any methods to enter it? Ha! The flames on Balzaphan's hands flickered, causing a look of pain to appear on Leyland's expression. Of course, this was fake. Please wait, my lord. I'm supposed to be away right now, so it's impossible for me to get approval from Aslak. Leyland sounded like he felt wronged. That's your problem. I need to enter the Iron Tower within 3 hell hours. If you can't do that, you'll become a foolish and ugly Zerfilstix. Balzaphan threatened, showing the natural temperament of devils. Devils like to treat their subordinates harshly, and even give them impossible tasks before punishing them. This was usually done to the subordinates closest to them physically, in order to ensure that nobody could pose a threat to them. Those subordinate devils could only complete every task in fear, and grasp every single opportunity to ascend. They would use all their power to climb up the social ladder, betraying their superior at the appropriate time and staging rebellion. They would want to reach the peak of power in Bator to rid themselves of this suffering. In Balzaphan's eyes, however, the horned devil called Lation still had his uses. This tactic was used unknowingly. Alright, I'll immediately come up with a way. Seeing Leyland darting away like his ass was on fire, Balzaphan grinned in satisfaction. Only if he used a whip and viciously lashed at these devils would they obediently listen to him. It was also necessary that shackles were placed on them, which would prevent them from attacking their masters. Balzaphan was actually abiding by all of a certain devil's maxims. 2 hell hours later, Leyland had returned. My lord, the horned devil now had a flattering look and a modest smile on his face. I've done my best to get Aslak to believe that I've found clues regarding the whereabouts of the Archdevil, which is why I've returned to Dis. I've also made contact with some of my people and bribed them. I managed a chance to enter the Iron Tower for 1,000 jingles. Devils could obviously be bribed, but the price caused Balzaphan to frown. What a greedy guy. Are you sure that his promise is true, and he won't sell you out to your superior? I can promise that. Jack even signed a contract and swore an oath. Leyland looked resolute. Good. Take this. Balzaphan tossed a gem full of soul energy inside, and then saw the hesitant look on the horned devil's face. There's only 100 here, but he wants 1,000. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031, Bribe. Bribe. Pay the rest yourself. Didn't I reward you with a huge amount of wealth already? Balzaphan placed his hands behind his back and left, seemingly interested in the unknown flesh being sold on the market. The smells of all sorts of spiced meat wafted through the market. Balzaphan hummed nursery rhymes in contentment as he seemed to pass the time. Not giving subordinates wealth is akin to not giving them strength. Not giving them chances is akin to not letting them be promoted. If your subordinates have wealth and the chance to advance, then your head will become a decoration in their rooms. Seems like superiors controlling their subordinates is a huge trend here. Leyland glanced at the pitifully tiny soul gem in his hands and snickered. Unfortunately, all that he'd said had been a lie. While the devils that guarded the Iron Tower were Beelzebub's trusted aides, their loyalty wasn't spectacular, especially when their superior was weakened. Dis was like his own backyard, and the guard legions were basically like a sieve with numerous holes. Why? It was naturally because of the prime material plane. Leyland had already subdued Beelzebub's followers from the prime material plane, and he'd had some of them return to Bator in secret. Besides, with the authority he had and the law of devouring, no devil would suspect anything even if he pretended to be Beelzebub himself. Balzaphan isn't the only one here. There's still many organizations around laying low, so I can't be too high profile. Leyland sighed inside, and arrived at a luxurious residence near the Iron Tower. A pit fiend appeared and bowed deeply to Leyland. Master. There will be huge changes here soon. Take all the subordinates who are loyal to me and leave. Also, get Jack to do what we agreed on. Understood, Master of Devouring, Lord of Dis. The pit fiend pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed, eyes full of reverence and flattery. Lord of Dis. I quite like that name, Aslak. Leyland burst into laughter. Indeed. The pit fiend standing in front of Leyland was Beelzebub's trusted aide who was in charge of his armies. He was the greater devil in charge of the Iron Tower's guard, Aslak. When he'd seen Leyland's law of devouring and his control over Dis, Aslak had bent the knee instantly. He hadn't even hesitated a moment to betray Beelzebub. However, even Aslak had no clue of where Beelzebub had gone. The Lord of Gluttony hadn't even contacted this devil before he left. It was evident that Beelzebub had actually never truly trusted him. Or perhaps the word trust was too far-fetched to use amongst devils. Dark fumes filled the skies, causing the Iron City to be lit up purely by the fires of hell. Groups of petitioners and lemurs were guided by imps to all parts of the city, modifying it to fit into the second hell and performing repairs. Rumor had it that the city would continue to expand under Beelzebub's wishes, with no end for all eternity. There was no such thing as sunrise or sunset here, and the devils of Dis used specific devices to record time. However, they had no need for rest. As long as there was an opportunity to obtain souls, many would charge over for it without fatigue. It's time. Let's go. Balzaphon glanced at a crimson pocket watch, and brought Leyland towards the Iron Tower. Numerous noble residences were built around the Iron Tower, all of them looking imposing and magnificent. However, most of them were now empty, the whereabouts of their owners unknown. Beelzebub's disappearance had been a huge blow to Dis, even if the lesser devils hadn't noticed it yet. The greater devils were filled with ambition for the lordship, or were afraid of the unrest and left. Only one legion was still performing its duties. An armored lower devil watched every person trying to get close to the Iron Tower, regardless of which plane they came from. Enter from the west. Jack's guarding that side today. Lation brought Balzaphon deeper into the city, looking like he was familiar with the route. They finally arrived at a steel sentry that had been scorched red with hellfire. Seeing the guarded looks of them any armored devils here, Leyland yelled a greeting towards the sentry. Hey, Jack. Look who's here. Prevent teleportation, detect stealth, and an anti-demon formation. There's also spells boosting the defense of the guards, giving them magic immunity. Balzaphon's eyes showed awe and a trace of nervousness. These defenses. Even us of the Dark Eight would need to send out all our legions, spending a month or two fighting before we could get in. Lation? A gruff voice sounded, as an enormous devil appeared in front of Leyland and Balzaphon. He was huge and swollen, with disgusting tumors on his skin and scales. His bulging eyes made him look like a toad, and his matching mouth revealed densely packed sharp teeth. This was the peak form of a greater devil, the Palerian. Only pit fiends and the overlords of hell exceeded him in might. Yep. You look just as strong as before. So, does our agreement from before still count? Leyland handed over a large number of soul gems. Of course. 1,000 jingles in exchange for a chance to enter the Iron Tower. I'm always honest. The huge Palerian said, its roaring voice causing Balzaphon to frown. Although he didn't mind the tiny loss, it would be terrible if the other devils discovered them. As if noticing his worries, the large Palerian laughed wildly. No need to worry. Nobody here would dare to reveal anything, unless they want to be imprisoned in the dungeons and punished with eternal hunger. The dungeons were something all the devils of the second hell dreaded. Hunger, in particular, was used on those who made mistakes. With the influence of the law of gluttony, those punished thus would grow incomparably hungry, with nothing that could satiate them. They would grow so frantic they would eventually choose to gnaw at themselves. While Beelzebub had set the law that those who could endure 7 days of hunger would be forgiven regardless of their errors, none had been able to last that long. Most devils of Dis would rather be demoted into ugly Naparibo than take on this punishment, such was the terror it caused. Hearing what their superior said, the other devils all but wished to sew up their mouths, perhaps burying their heads in the ground. Good. I like your attitude. Balzaphon nodded in satisfaction, preparing to enter with Leyland. Wait. However, an unexpected incident happened. After Leyland entered, Jack immediately blocked the way. 1,000 jingles for one chance. One has already entered, so the contract has been fulfilled. What are you saying? Balzaphon's brows furrowed threateningly. You need to pay an additional amount. Jack pointed at Balzaphon. So if he doesn't enter, I'll get the chance to enter? Balzaphon frowned. He did not want to attack anyone here, especially when this would reveal his identity. Kiki. My apologies, but no. Jack chuckled in a strange manner. The surrounding devils quickly picked up their weapons, aiming them at Balzaphon. You darned horned devil, I really should have turned you into a Naparibo. How could you have even created a contract with so many loopholes the devils could make use of? Balzaphon was in a spitting rage as he glared at Leyland, who was almost scared stupid. "You pay up the 1,000 jingles." "Apologies, master, but I don't have any more." Leyland sounded on the verge of tears, causing the fury in Balzaphon to blaze. "You piece of trash." He now looked extremely grim and took out a soul gem. "Take it, you greedy fiend." The huge Palerian hugged his hands to his chest and answered fearlessly, "Sorry, but there's now a change to the price. It will be 2,000 jingles. Also, your humiliation caused spiritual damage to me, so it will be 100 more on top." Damn it. If I get a hold of you, I'll definitely demote you to an upper-rebo and have you pick up manure in the rotting pit for 10,000 years. Balzaphon's chest heaved, but unwilling he was, Jack still urged him into handing over the jingles. My apologies. Seeing Leyland right now, Balzaphon couldn't even be bothered to get mad. After all, if he were to kill or demote him to an upper-rebo, then weren't all his previous efforts in vain? The other party was a greater devil after all, and he could be used as cannon fodder while exploring the tower. That was Balzaphon's decision. After passing through the sentry, they finally arrived in front of the iron tower. Beelzebub's lair was so high that it reached the clouds, its body enveloped in a dull light that flowed around as it changed the quality and style of the tower. The throne of Dis. Here I come. Balzaphon gazed at the pedestal within the iron tower, his eyes flickering with unconcealed ambition as he quickly brought Leyland in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032, Nessus. Nessus. The audience is coming in. Balzaphon had yet to notice the glint in the eyes of the horned devil cowering behind him. The iron tower was Beelzebub's lair, a place that was filled with danger even for Leyland. While he'd already obtained Aslak's loyalty, Aslak was merely a guardian of the outer regions of the iron tower, and he couldn't enter the place himself. If he wanted to completely scope out this lair, Leyland would need hundreds of greater devils or even many pit fiends. Leyland naturally didn't want to purge his own subordinates, and at the same time he wanted to lure everyone coveting the lordship out of hiding. This was why he'd kept his strength hidden, entering the tower alongside Balzaphon. Balzaphon's actions would result in a chain reaction, breaking the initial balance in the 9 hells. With his actions, the Dark Eight and Asmodeus would be besieged from all sides. That way, Leyland could use the powers of other devils to scope out the tower. 9th Hell of Bator, Nessus. Deep gorges and valleys filled the area, forming large expanses filled with lifeless rocks. It looked like the land had been formed by a huge explosion, or perhaps a battle between existences compared to gods. Nobody knew the real truth to the day. Inside a valley that was unimaginably deep and wide was a fort called Malshim, standing tall with a dark, grand, and hellish beauty. The citadel was extremely large, and numerous miles wide. Its dimensions were unimaginable for all devils. More than 1 million devils lived within this city, and conspiracy theorists said that they would one day start killing their way out, drowning out the entirety of Bator and Asmodeus' quest to take over all of hell. Ah, Malshim. She's so beautiful. I want to possess her and touch every bit of her skin lovingly. A voice full of greed suddenly rang in the air, and a devil appeared. His upper body was human, while the lower half was that of a huge poisonous snake. He held what looked like a harpoon, and his triangular eyes looked full of avarice. This was Mammon, the lord of the 3rd hell. He possessed the laws of avarice, and was one of Bator's 8 archdevils that stood tall above the rest. Mammon. Long time no see, old friend. It's been 500 years since we last met, no? I remember it was in Minoros. An illusory devil appeared at the peak of Malshim. He looked like an aged devil with black hair that was combed back perfectly. He had a black goatee, and his eyes shot flames. His courteous greeting was as if Mammon was a friend he hadn't seen in a long while. Your hypocrisy makes me want to hurl, Asmodeus. Another archdevil appeared next to Mammon, revealing Asmodeus' identity. This one had flames twirling around him, seemingly like fury incarnate that could burn everything in the world to nothingness. The old devil that had appeared atop Malshim was the legendary supreme of the 9 hells, Asmodeus. This was Bator's ruler in name. Oh, it's Samuel. You're just as angry as always. Asmodeus seemed to think nothing of the power Samuel exuded, and his grin widened. When will you abandon this form, and dare meet us with your true body? Pure white snowflakes fell one by one, instantly freezing a large portion of the valley. A devil that grasped extreme cold walked over, his eyes fearless as he met Asmodeus' gaze with an aura exuding arrogance. Oh, so Levistus is here too. Cough cough. Forgive me, with the injuries to my body, it's already amazing that I can appear in this form. Asmodeus' pale face now had a slight flush, looking like an old man on the verge of death from illness. Rumor had it that the archdevil of the 9th hell had sustained grievous injuries. He'd now taken the form of a high-ranked projection, an avatar of sorts. Even so, Asmodeus' power was still the greatest amongst the archdevils, the sight of which would shock other devils into silence. Mammon, who controlled the third layer, Samuel, who controlled the fourth, Levistus, who controlled the fifth, and the original ruler of the 9 hells, Asmodeus. 4 of the archdevils had actually appeared here. Ever since the conspiracies of the ruthless blood wars, and the incident where the abyss broke off from the 9 hells, the archdevils rarely met. Their fights had even affected the prime material plane, and the gods' divine realms. With 4 of them meeting, people would believe that a conspiracy that would turn the world upside down was being hatched. It wasn't as if 4 lords of Bator meeting could result in good. Cough, cough. May I know why you have gathered here? Asmodeus produced what looked like presbyopic glasses as he began to flip through a thick sheepskin book. The book had a black cover, with hellfire atop it. It made it seem extremely evil. Within the book, the paper recorded numerous vile contracts. Of course it's about Dis and Beelzebub. Mammon was the first to speak. The rest of us 7 wouldn't be able to decide on the appointment of an archdevil even if we were to have a joint discussion, but... Is that so? A poisonous worm crawled out from Asmodeus' goatee, which he then picked up and swallowed. But... From the contract of our alliance, you don't seem to think that way. Asmodeus flipped to a certain contract and pointed at the clause, so? Need me to read it and explain it to you? That's only when the archdevil of a layer is unable to fulfill one's task. You have the power to help them, but only temporarily. Samuel exclaimed in anger. But as the supreme of the 9 hells. Fine, even if only in name it's my responsibility to maintain the stability and order of Bator, Asmodeus spoke up for himself. Even so, you can't appoint someone to the 2nd hell when its archdevil is in danger. What's worse is that you're choosing from the Dark 8, who don't even have any authority, Levistus snickered. They might be mere pit fiends, but if they can ensure there is order in the 2nd hell, it would make sense to give them some rewards, Asmodeus still persisted. All I see is them plotting and causing destruction. The flames on Samuel's body leapt into the sky. The only one who can stabilize this right now is Beelzebub with his authority over the place. Which of you knows where he is? Mammon's eyes were filled with greed. It's said that after getting gravely injured, he's hidden in the prime material plane. One of my followers found traces of him on the surface, and there even seems to be some interesting guide. Asmodeus spoke nonchalantly, as if this was no secret. Such honesty and magnanimity had the 3 overlords puzzled. It took a length of time before Levistus spoke up. What are you planning? That's what I should be asking you. Asmodeus looked innocent. You barge into my house and rudely block my door. Why is that? It's obviously for the stability of Bator. You're not to interfere with Dis anymore. Samuel yelled. Although it was acknowledged that Asmodeus was the strongest and most mysterious of the 8 lords of hell, there wasn't much of a difference between them. Still, he was the strongest devil despite his injuries. Rumors were abound that a fully healed Asmodeus could even unify all of Bator itself. As the situation was now, Asmodeus would be able to defeat a single archdevil in combat. Even then, he wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. 2 archdevils working together could even suppress him. With 3 archdevils present here, he would definitely lose a battle. Give up. The Hag Countess won't help you. Belphegor will stay at Maladomini forever, and can't be bothered to leave and meddle in this. You might be able to rope Mephistopheles in, but you still won't have enough numbers. You won't win a vote amongst the lords of Bator without bribing us, and I'm quite interested in what you're willing to pay, but... Mammon sized Malashim up and down. Give Malshim to me, and I might consider it. I promise it on the honor of an archdevil of Bator. Looks like I really have no chance of winning. Asmodeus waved his arms around with no other choice. All right then. Based on the contract, I'll stay in Nessus. However, Dis does need a substitute. How about we sign an agreement? Before the other archdevils could speak, Asmodeus continued on, let's all stay here till everything dies down and order resumes. Let's not go anywhere. How about it? Isn't that your goal? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033, Sudden Entry. Sudden Entry. That's all you have to suggest? Nothing else? Samuel and the other archdevils looked at each other, disbelief in their eyes. Although Asmodeus had the Dark 8, the other lords weren't without their own subordinate pit fiends. Combined, the forces of the 3 could annihilate Asmodeus' underlings. Asmodeus grinned, tossing out great bait, nothing else. Until everything is done and dusted, we should all just stay here and let the developments play out for themselves. What do you think? Mammon looked at his two companions. He'd already been moved. After all, there was an entire level of Bator at stake here. You want to sow discord amongst us? Samuel laughed. You're going to be disappointed, although he said that, nobody believed a word of it. Your physical form should remain here, including those of Mephistopheles and the rest, Levistus added. All right, I'll have them sign another contract. The other lords that aren't here shall need to stay in their territories as well, not acting until everything is settled. Asmodeus chuckled, Order is everything. If we reject it, even if it's for the sake of Bader's world origin force, the nine hells will be thrown into turmoil. The world will repudiate us. Levistus' analysis was calm, and he ended up answering, I agree to this contract. I concur. I as well. Mammon and Samuel agreed as well. After all, this outcome far exceeded their expectations. Very well. The Hag Countess, Belphegor and Mephistopheles have given me their reply as well. Let the river of Styx be our witness. Asmodeus now turned his book of contracts to a new, blank page. Once the other three ascertained that there was nothing wrong with the contract, they nodded their heads, making the most solemn of vows to the river of the underworld. Right now, Leyland had no inkling of this contract made between the archdevils of Bator. However, the ripples of this event would soon throw Bator into a flurry of events, culminating in the dawn of a new era. Beelzebub's iron tower, Balzaphon looked at the heavy coat of darkness in front of him, his eyes filled with deceit and solemnity. Lation. What do you know of this place? This was the castle of an archdevil. Balzaphon was but a pit fury, and he didn't dare to make any assumptions about the place. Lord Balzaphon, the Iron Tower has always been forbidden territory in Dis. Even my former superior, Lord Aslak the Chief Guard, has never stepped into this place. Leyland had spoken the truth. His earlier investigations and Aslak's own testimony told him Beelzebub was someone who did not entrust things to his subordinates. Very few devils were permitted to enter the Iron Tower, perhaps a shortcoming of their race. Legend said that the only way to enter the Iron Tower was to sign a contract with Beelzebub under witness of the Styx, foregoing everything to protect it for life. Even so, the contract restrained all these devils to the interior of the tower. Leyland wasn't gullible enough to say such things blindly. The reason he did was that Balzaphon still had some value. Legend has it that the Iron Tower contains numerous curses, and is guarded by a huge army of golems. There are ancient, powerful devils here, contracted to protect it. We're currently in the outermost regions of the Iron Tower, the Plains of Gluttony. This place is guarded by an army of hungry spirits Beelzebub has trained, and only devils with permission are allowed to enter. Any others will have to perform a rite of autocannibalism. Hungry spirits? Balzaphon nodded his head, and felt that this new subordinate he had recruited was rather useful. Autocannibalism is where you make an offering by eating a part of yourself? Balzaphon's face was filled with worry. He wasn't reluctant to sacrifice a part of his body, but the most prevalent rule of the law of gluttony was that any powers sacrificed could never be regained. Evidently, this was Beelzebub's first line of defense. Without his permission, anyone who wanted to enter would first have to weaken themselves. Are there any ways to bypass this rule? Balzaphon pondered, before shaking his head helplessly. How could there be a way for him to beat the cunning of an archdevil of Bator? The most important part of the ceremony is that it requires a part of one's core power. Any other energy is useless. Balzaphon glanced at Leyland standing beside him, restraining himself from acting upon his impulse. I'm going to lose a part of my powers before even meeting the archdevil. This isn't a good start. Just as Balzaphon was mulling over this, he felt an imminent crisis looming over him. He didn't think twice, immediately using an instant greater teleportation spell inscribed into his body. He disappeared from his original location in a flash, reappearing nearby. It seemed like the restrictions of the original realm of gluttony made it extremely difficult for him to use teleportation magic and escape this realm. Damn! This interference, Balzaphon swore foully as he raged, but he soon looked to his right shoulder in astonishment. A large chunk of flesh was missing from that shoulder, and threads of evil energy still circulated around it. A fish-like illusory monster had suddenly appeared as he tried to teleport earlier, rending apart the fire resistance and other defenses that all devils were so proud of. A single bite had reduced him to this state. A creature with the teleportation feat? No, this is a top-level ability to traverse two planes and blur the distance between them. I even sensed the unique aura of a creature from the astral plane. Leyland had managed to gather a lot of information immediately, using Balzaphon as a big pathfinder stone. Although he devoured most of Beelzebub's memories, the devil had clearly hidden some of the most important secrets. Those scattered fragments had lacked many important details, which meant that Leyland lacked knowledge about the Iron Tower. Besides, even if I knew all about it, perhaps there is no better way. After all, the Iron Tower itself only recognizes Beelzebub's aura. Even Bader's authority and devil essence would be useless here, Leyland smiled wryly to himself. While Leyland was able to stabilize himself, Balzaphon, on the other hand, was about to throw a fit. Damn! This creature is definitely not something from hell and has never appeared before on the prime material plane. Don't tell me it's some abomination born of a god? Balzaphon's knowledge did not extend to things beyond the world of gods, let alone the astral plane. To him, an existence that possessed powers even a pit fiend couldn't comprehend was an abomination, the flawed offspring of a god. Only something with the power of a god could create such a bizarre and powerful creature. In a short span of time, Balzaphon was attacked several times. The loss of some of his body was but a small matter, but he sensed his own origin being lost with the passage of time. It left him extremely horrified. Damn, what do I have to do to leave this place? Balzaphon continued to try using teleportation spells. However, those hungry spirits chased after him, biting his flesh apart and devouring his power. Forget demons and other races, a devil's greatest enemy was other devils. Beelzebub had specifically arranged his preparations to target his kin. Balzaphon was unfortunate, being toppled so simply. How clever, Leyland cut a sorry figure as he stood at the side, but he was only pretending. The hungry spirit sensed the energy on his body, not daring to stick close to him. There were several berserk little fellows who dared make contact with him, but they were immediately dissolved by the dissolving power coming from Leyland's body. They ended up becoming a part of him. It seems like it's some sort of spiritual body. They are undoubtedly some sort of astral creature. The AI chip's light flashed, and displayed the results of its investigatory research before Leyland's eyes. It looks like Beelzebub relied on the Manderhawk plate to acquire several interesting things from the astral plane. Greed flashed across Leyland's eyes. Soon, he heard Balzaphon's despairing roar, "There's nothing else for it, hurry up and begin the auto-cannibalism." Even as Balzaphon struggled bitterly, something was happening within the burning iron city of Dis. An enormous teleportation portal opened up, and troops of armored devils marched out to take over the enormous city. Small-scale conflicts continued to occur, but the devils who had lost their leaders and the core of their operations were far weaker than these elites. They lost very quickly, and beat a hasty retreat. Due to Leyland's earlier arrangements, Aslak had evacuated with the devils who were still loyal to the winged serpent god, and luckily they had not been involved. The main army soon moved to the vicinity of the Iron Tower, headed by 7 pit fiends. That fool Balzaphon, he actually dared to come by himself. Does he think that he is a match for an archdevil alone? Besides, he actually even dared to betray my lord. Zapan of the Dark Eight snickered as he looked at the tall glowing tower which broke through the clouds. Hurry and take over the defenses. We need to surround the tower, the main forces of the other archdevils will get here soon. Another member of the Dark Eight urged him on, his fiery eyes full of longing and ambition. Asmodeus' order had arrived, and the unanimous decision of the remaining archdevils let the Dark Eight, who stood unable to break free of their torment at the pinnacle of hell, see their only chance at lordship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034, Cerberus. Cerberus. Even the most powerful pit fiends in Bator lived under a shadow of anxiety and fear. Although they possessed formidable power, that was compared to ordinary devils. They were direct subordinates of archdevils instead, subject to more stringent requirements and treatment. Even the slightest thoughtlessness would engender punishment. The harsh treatment and death threats from their superiors was a curse no devil could escape, unless of course it was someone at the peak of society, an archdevil, but. Consequently, when the 7 archdevils publicized their agreement to let their underlings battle for the second hell, many pit fiends went wild. The Dark Eight were only the first wave of entrants, and many more devils would end up participating. Even the dragons and gods of Avernus couldn't resist the opportunity. Be it the Dark Eight or their colleagues, everyone had become as frail as paper in front of the great temptation that was the lordship of Dis. As cunning as devils were, the backstabs and assassinations that followed were only expected. Now, even greater devils on par with the Dark Eight did not expose their backs to anyone else. Just as the Dark Eight were taking over the Iron Tower, a desolate bugle horn resounded as an army under a different banner appeared on the horizon of the City of Iron. It was formed entirely of chitons, devils covered in twisting iron chains, and looked like an elite troop. The chitons of the Third Hell, underlings of the Lord of Avarice. They came so quickly. A pit fiend of the Dark Eight lamented. Get ready. The army has completed their battle preparations. Additionally, shouldn't we send someone over to negotiate? Devils preferred small-scale conflicts over larger battles, or even ingenious diplomacy as a method to solve their problems. I'm afraid it's too late for that. After all, the attraction of the Lordship is something that can't easily be extinguished with words alone. We need to fight to let them see our true power, another member of the Dark Eight proposed. No. I propose that we immediately send out emissaries. Yet another devil immediately suggested something else. Look. A few pit fiends looked towards the direction the others had pointed at, and soon they discovered that two more armies had drawn closer, harboring evil designs. The flames that burnt on their body, as well as the unique ice devils amongst them, revealed their identities. The armies of the fourth and fifth hells? Another pit fiend lamented, as expected. With the distance our reinforcements need to travel from the eighth and ninth hells, we're at a disadvantage here. It'll take a very long time. Let's negotiate. The Dark Eight very quickly came to an accord. Negotiation did not damage the prestige of a devil, and in the first place they never really cared about something as useless as their reputation. Tens of pit fiends gathered together quickly. There were no blockheads among them, any such candidates long since wiped out by their subordinates' plots. Each one was shrewd and insightful. All the pit fiends of Bator had come to an agreement in a hurry, resolving the situation. Each of them would enter a limited portion of the tower. They would compete fairly with the Iron Tower at their center, aiming to win the unlikely prize of becoming an archdevil, / Balzaphon, the first to infiltrate the Iron Tower, had currently brought Lyle to a black door. The enormous door was made of cast iron, with terribly twisted sculptures protruding out of it. The most prominent one was a model of a three-headed Cerberus, filled with a sense of ruthlessness. This door seems to depict Beelzebub's rise in history. Lyle meticulously looked through the sculptures on the door. Looking at the characteristics of the devils and other beings there, it seemed to proclaim Beelzebub's feats in style, embellishing them with beauty and praise. Once they reached the door, Lyle immediately discovered that several of the images matched with Beelzebub's memories, explicitly confirming his position. Damn it. Damn it. The auto-cannibalism ceremony consumed half of my energy. Unlike Lyle, who was calm and collected, Balzaphon was flustered and utterly discomfort. His deliberate curses clearly demonstrated his coercive intentions. At the very least, Lyle felt that Beelzebub's earlier arrangements had taken out 3/4 of Balzaphon's strength. However, he still had more than enough strength to suppress a mere horned devil. Don't tell me that he wants to pull something on me to intentionally expose the flaws in the door? Lyle's eyes flashed. Devils weren't chaotic like demons were, there was a particular reason for everything they did. This was especially true between superiors and their subordinates. Even the harshest of superiors required sufficient evidence to punish their underlings. For example, Lyle was currently masquerading as the horned devil Lation. Although he posed a threat to Balzaphon, the horned devil had always obediently followed his master's orders and completed his job. Even the pit fiend couldn't recklessly dispose of him. Naturally, if Lyle did not resist the coercion, and executed his own subversive plot now that Balzaphon was weak, the pit fiend could crush him without second thought. I feel like we've reached the core of the Iron Tower, my lord. It was a great pity that Lyle's current persona didn't give Balzaphon the slightest opportunity to do so. Instead, he acted like the most devoted of subordinates, standing protectively in front of his master. This is the Palace of Gluttony, the core of the Lord's power. Rumors say Lyle happily played the role of a guide. What do the rumors say? A regretful look flashed across Balzaphon's eyes. It was clear that he felt disappointed that Lyle had not taken the bait. However, keeping Lyle with him seemed to have been the right decision. After all, it was rare for a devil to have any understanding of the Iron Tower, even if it was just a few rumors. Perhaps it was a clue that would end up being of extreme importance. They say that this place is guarded by a contracted ancient devil. A coarse voice sounded, answering Balzaphon's question. However, it was not Lyle who had replied. 57 years. It's already been a full 57 years. Beelzebub has not supplied me with enough souls and flesh, and seems to have completely disappeared. Roars of rage and dissatisfaction sounded, and a tremendous voice seemed to ring in Balzaphon's heart. Bzzzt, the enormous iron doors in front of him rumbled, and the statue of the Cerberus suddenly grew more lifelike, a bright glow surrounding it. This red eyes opened one after the other, emitting a radiance that was 1,000 times more dazzling than rubies. A trace of purple greed flashed within that red, demonstrating a thirst for blood and souls. This is a hellhound. Balzaphon retreated further and further. Hell was not limited to the devils. There were also hellcats, hellhounds, nightmares, and even humans who'd moved here from the prime material plane. These beings had strong experts amongst them, with strength on par with greater devils. One could build the most perfect of fortresses, and hire them to protect it through contract. This hellhound greatly surpassed others of its species, but had been confined by Beelzebub in this tower. I am the king of hellhounds, soul devourer Chekhov. A tremendous clang resounded, and the Cerberus leapt out of the iron door. Its body was wreathed in flames as it grew in stature, only the tip of its being still connected to the door. The king of hellhounds? Balzaphon rather speechlessly looked at the enormous Cerberus in front of him, a crafty glint in his eye. Then why is someone who was powerful enough to lead an entire race here? Rumble, it was clear that Balzaphon's words had touched a sore spot. Chekhov suddenly roared, and infernal flames spread all around them. It was Beelzebub. That greedy devil, the cruel glutton. He deceived me. Without waiting for Lyle and Balzaphon's coercement, Cerberus began to hog the conversation. He trapped me with a fight, the loser having to serve the winner for 9,900 years. In this moment, even Balzaphon looked at Cerberus with eyes of pity. Engaging in a game of chance with an archdevil never ended well. The pathetic hellhound was lucky it didn't get crushed to death. It being shackled here was natural, and with almost 10,000 years of a contract it definitely wouldn't end well. What did the competition entail? Lyle asked inquisitively. Souls. I competed with Beelzebub to see who could devour the most souls in a short span of time. Cerberus' 3 heads all drooped, hanging low with an air of dejection. Originally, my 3 heads could devour even a city of souls in an instant. However, Lyle was inwardly laughing to himself, and even Balzaphon shook his head inside. Competing in an eating competition with the Lord of Gluttony? One had to wonder whether this king of hellhounds had a defective brain, or was actually a demon in disguise. What a sorrowful tale, Balzaphon finally said, summing up the incident. Well then. None of you have the slightest trace of Beelzebub's aura on you. Are you intruders? Cerberus' gaze glinted with danger. Although I hate that fellow, I regret that I must follow the rules of the contract. I will devour the souls of all intruders. Cerberus grinned, revealing a mouthful of towering fangs and a barbed, scarlet-red tongue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035, Treasure Vault. Treasure Vault. The Cerberus continuously radiated a powerful aura. Its might could repel even the strongest of pit fiends, and it caused Balzaphon to feel uneasy. Lyle, on the other hand, was only frightened on the surface. He was snickering in his mind. Such a silly dog, it can't even see through my disguise. No wonder a devil could manipulate it so easily. The fact was that Lylan's stealth was too powerful. Even the famed Cerberus of hell couldn't sniff anything off about his soul. Wait. Negotiate. I think we can negotiate. Balzaphon retreated several steps as he called loudly. He did not have much of a chance against this king of hellhounds. Moreover, he hadn't found a trace of Beelzebub's whereabouts. He wasn't dumb enough to waste his resources and even risk his life here. Devils considered diplomacy the path of experts anyway. The contract was sworn upon the sticks. If you can remove it for me, you'll have my gratitude. I'll open the gates to the Palace of Gluttony, and share every bit of information I have about Beelzebub. Chekhov spoke from his left head, but the other 2 heads still snapped at Balzaphon without hesitation. Lation, hold it back. In this time of crisis, Balzaphon ordered his subordinate into danger. Yes, my lord. He saw this horned devil he'd contracted stand reluctantly in front of him. However, Lation was smacked away by a swipe of Chekhov's paw. Even if Lation was a greater devil, the difference between him and Chekhov was still too large. Damn it, do I have to use one of my trump cards now? Balzaphon hastily pulled out a silver shield. The shield seemed to be forged exquisitely from the finest silver. Numerous runes were inscribed on it, and gems embedded as ornaments. The shield gave off an extremely holy aura, glowing with a gentle light. The moment the shield came into contact with him, Balzaphon's hands corroded quickly into white smoke. The pain caused him to frown. This shield was made of white silver, a noble element with powerful corrosive effects against all devils. Of course, this effect depended on the target. Even buried in a pool of white silver would just leave a pit fiend itching. However, the shield in Balzaphon's hands didn't seem to be any ordinary white silver item. It was imbued with great energy, and even had a hint of a god's aura. An item used against devils. Cerberus howled, and flames soon began to engulf the 2 figures as they engaged in a ferocious battle. Well done. Keep it up. The horned devil who was smacked to the side by the Cerberus got up from his lying position. One must first face the gatekeeper to enter the Palace of Gluttony. But since it's engaged in battle now, there's a chance to sneak in. After reaching this area, Lyle immediately recalled Beelzebub's memories and grew familiar with the place. He discovered that there were several hidden tunnels, meant for Beelzebub's escape in times of need. And now, Leyland began to execute his plan like it was a matter of course. It seems to have been a correct decision to bring Balzaphon along. Leyland stood in admiration of himself as he looked at the miserable figures of Balzaphon and the Cerberus before disappearing into the darkness. I sense more pit fiends coming here, I have to hurry. With the help of Beelzebub's memories, Leyland soon skirted past the giant gate that the Cerberus was guarding, coming to a circular corridor. The ground was covered in crimson carpet, and oil lanterns flickered on the sides of the corridor. There were a large number of paintings on the walls, depicting scenarios of the underworld. Some works even showed the battles against gods in the prime material plane. The winding corridor of exhibitions. I'm finally here, Beelzebub's treasure vault. Leyland excitedly appreciated the oil paintings with both his hands behind his back. In Beelzebub's memories, this was an important treasure vault. It contained about a third of an archdevil's wealth, and had numerous treasures gained from dangerous expeditions. If only Beelzebub had stored the Manderhawk plate in here. But that's unlikely, Leyland pondered in front of a painting. The aesthetic views of devils were often grotesque and fear-inducing from a human perspective. There was a fundamental difference in their definition of beauty, but even then the intentions of the artists were the same. The painting in front of Leyland was rare, one of humans. A devil was lifting a kneeling human by the collar using one hand, the other holding a curved dagger up as if to pierce the human's heart. Set to a crimson backdrop, the human clutched onto a piece of parchment holding a contract of sorts, his face convulsing in fear. Is this to commemorate the temptation Beelzebub poses for humans? This person had to be a king for him to act personally. Leyland did not care anymore about the meaning behind the painting, and reached out with his right arm. To break the curse, I remember that I have to. Leyland spat a series of syllables in a language that only an archdevil would know. As he spoke those words, a brilliant light appeared on the oil painting and a defense mechanism that seemed to be a glass protector appeared. Activate. Leyland emitted his devil aura, causing the glass to melt like ice. He stretched his right hand into the oil painting, pulling out a curved dagger. Beep. Host has obtained a high-energy item. Beginning scan. The AI chip's light flashed in Leyland's eyes, and very soon the scanning came to a conclusion. Epic Demon Blood Dagger, +5. Weight, 666 grams. Ingredients, Pit Fiend Bones, Souls of Avarice, Crystallized Soul of Gluttony. Abilities. Offering, the owner of this dagger can extract the life and souls of their enemies, allowing them to absorb power effectively until they're a high-ranked legendary. Rate of conversion depends on the compatibility and willpower of the wielder. Summon Devil, the dagger contains a devil contract, and allows the wielder to summon a greater devil up to once a day. Judgment, the wielder needs to strengthen their will and alignment towards evil every 3 days. If they fail, Beelzebub will appear from the depths of hell and devour their flesh and soul. Description: this legendary demon blood dagger has evolved under Beelzebub's powers of extreme evil. No living creature can resist its temptation. An epic weapon? Leyland toyed with this dagger in his hands. It was evident that the dagger was an exquisite item made by Beelzebub himself, much stronger than the one that Leyland had crafted himself back on Fallen Island. Because of how common the materials he'd used were, the demon blood dagger Leyland had made himself lost effect after his stats all reached 10. However, this epic dagger could enable the wielder to enter the legendary realm through devouring others. If adventurers in the prime material plane were to learn of this dagger, they would do all they could to obtain it, even if it meant losing their souls. One needs to slay an opposing church's pope even to be bestowed an ordinary demon blood dagger. This one most likely requires one to kill someone with divinity. Leyland also found several heinous traps laid in the dagger. This was a personal touch of Beelzebub. Anyone who wielded it would immediately be put under his control. Although it's useless to me, it makes for a good item to bestow to my men. Leyland casually tossed the dagger into his spatial pouch. Since he'd comprehended the law of gluttony and even gained Beelzebub's powers and authority anyway, he could remove the traps with just a thought. Each and every one of these paintings is a treasure chest, and even other archdevils will lust after the items within. The next painting that Leyland walked up to depicted a bloody battle between Beelzebub and a fallen flame bailer. The demon did not have even the chance to self-destruct. In here, there should be, through the same process, Leyland obtained a fiery gem that seemed to be beating. Flame Bailer Heart, this is the quintessence of a Flame Bailer, and can be used to forge legendary or even demigod weapons. Any weapon it is used to forge will be aligned to chaos. If a demon swallows this, it will awaken the Flame Bailer bloodline, gaining the chance to evolve into one, the AI chip stated. Not bad. Demons will go red with desire as they fight over this. After all, it isn't easy to find the carcass of a flame bailer. Leyland stowed the fiery gem away, looking into a different direction. You let me pillage the items just like that. Are you really a protector of this place? Ha ha. I have no chances against an archdevil at all. After all, this was part of the contract I signed with Beelzebub. As the ancient voice sounded, a withered-looking figure stepped out from the darkness. This figure assumed a human form, seeming like an old man who was about to turn into a tree. There were wrinkles all over his face, and he seemed to pose no danger at all. However, how could someone that Beelzebub contracted to look after his treasures be easy to deal with? Leyland nodded. "You're much smarter than that dog," he said in praise. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1036 Zbork. Bork. It's my honor to be complimented by an archdevil. The old devil bowed humbly to Leyland, with all the formality of a noble. His eyes were filled with solemnness. "You were already here when I took the first item. Now, tell me. Why are you here?" Leyland's eyes squinted, and the old devil shuddered as he formed cold sweat. "Freedom. Of course it's for freedom. Being confined in this dark, icy place and having to guard the treasures, I've already done more than enough." The old devil clenched his teeth and cursed vehemently. "I sense the terrifying powers of the law of gluttony on you, along with a part of Beelzebub's powers and aura. I can pledge my allegiance to you, letting you obtain everything in here, and also inform you of all of Beelzebub's secrets. I want a small favor in return: annul the contract on my body. If you want, I could even serve you for 100 years. These are great conditions." Leyland looked in interest at the cunning demon in front of him, perhaps the strongest guardian in the City of Iron. "How are you so sure that I can annul the contract for you?" Beelzebub had used his identity as the Lord of Dis to confine me. The devil blinked. "As long as Dis obtains a new owner, they'll have the authority to annul the contract. Devils really are extremely cunning. Beelzebub himself would never have set a rule like this. It was likely a condition that this old devil had fought for himself. Since he'd signed the contract reluctantly, this devil didn't have much loyalty to Beelzebub. On the other hand, Beelzebub had been extremely confident of sitting on his throne forever. Before his demise, that is. "All right, I accept your conditions." Leyland agreed because he wouldn't face any losses at all. However, he did not sign any contract. Once he officially became the Lord of Dis, the contract with this old devil would shift to him. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted with him. Leyland had no capacity for trust in devils, especially long-lived ones like this. That was another reason why he wouldn't sign a contract. "My lord." Evidently, the old devil understood his intentions, and could only smile wryly in return. "So then, tell me your name. Since you're the guardian of this place, do you know of the Manderhawk plate?" Leyland wasted no time, getting to the point directly. In front of his might, the old devil couldn't retaliate at all. "My name is Bork, my lord." A strange expression appeared on the devil's face. "Of course I know the Manderhawk plate, it was originally mine. But Beelzebub, that disgusting, conniving thief. He stole it away from me." "Yours?" Leyland was somewhat taken aback. After all, Beelzebub's memories regarding the Manderhawk plate had been sealed strongly. Leyland himself didn't have much information regarding the item. Now that he had met the original owner, his interest was piqued. "Okay, Bork, tell me. How did you get your hands on the Manderhawk plate then?" Leyland had an extremely strong urge to research the background of that object. That clay disc could change one's destiny. Noticing the glint in Leyland's eyes, Bork sounded out a feeble protest. "My lord, that's mine." Was. Past tense. It's currently in Beelzebub's hands, no? Also, do you want your freedom or not? Leyland's eyes slanted. He had never held any trust for devils, so he would crush any plans they had, again and again. Bork was most likely being dishonest with him, already engaging in wordplay. However, no matter what sort of ploy he set up, he would have to give some amount of true information. It was many underworld years ago, so far into the past that I have even forgotten the history of that era. The City of Iron had not yet been built, and Dis was just a barren land, Bork muttered, his eyes seemingly lost in some distant memory. As a devil, my lifespan is that of Bator. I'm effectively immortal, and before we harvested souls from the prime material plane, my hobby was to journey across the endless barren lands. The Manderhawk plate was something I chanced upon in a ravine during my travels. I used it to travel to various planes, and I advanced into the peak of devilkind, becoming an ancient devil. It was then that I met the Lord of Gluttony, and after that, regret welled in Bork's eyes. Leyland's eyes flashed. Looks like this devil only discovered the plate's ability to connect to other planes. He hasn't tried breaking through the crystal sphere of the world of gods. Traveling between planes was one thing, but it was completely different to break through the crystal sphere. However, regular devils would never consider such a thing. Leyland realized that Bork had a very vague understanding of the Manderhawk plate, and likely couldn't even use it as well as Beelzebub had. Naturally, he would not know anything about it having the ability to change destinies. There's a chance he's trying to fool me as well, hoping to get it back another day. Numerous thoughts flashed past Leyland's mind as he continued to plunder the treasure vault relentlessly. After all, this was a portion of the treasures accumulated by an archdevil of Bator. Even demigods would be tempted. Ignore that for now. Do you know where he is? He's disappeared for some time. Last time he returned, he'd come back from another plane, gravely injured. Bork didn't withhold any information in this regard. He needed Leyland to free him from his current position anyway. I searched for his soul through our contract, and I know he's extremely weak right now. Even a mere pit fiend could defeat him. Bork exaggerated the extent of Beelzebub's injuries, for fear that Leyland might back down. However, he has hidden himself well. Even I myself am unable to find any traces of his whereabouts. The old devil laughed malevolently, regret and greed appearing on his face. It seemed like he wouldn't have hesitated to strike if he'd found Beelzebub himself. So even you don't know where he is? Is there not even a clue? Leyland's brows furrowed. Things had become more troublesome now. Apologies, my lord. Due to the restrictions of the contract, I can only move about within the circular corridor and its vicinity. Even if he's hidden in a part of the Iron Tower, I wouldn't be able to notice it. In any case, Beelzebub is the owner of this place. Bork's explanation was backed by logic, but somehow Leyland felt that he was holding back some information. Was it not a necessity given the crafty nature of devils? Rumble, at this moment, space rippled as an explosion rocked the tower, the reverberations of the sound causing the items within to vibrate. Both Leyland and Bork turned around, looking towards the Palace of Gluttony. This aura. Pit fiends. There should be at least 10 of them to break Beelzebub's seal. Leyland had estimated their strength immediately, this degree of unity. It seems like there's something happening that I'm not aware of. However, Leyland looked at Bork, who resumed his calm after an initial shock, and smiled. He too adopted a calm disposition. Bork noticed that Leyland had not taken the bait, and felt regretful. However, he still fulfilled his duty and explained the situation. Beelzebub's defenses can't be broken that easily by a group of pit fiends. Moreover, there isn't any treasure there. There are certainly many guardians in the area, each no weaker than the Cerberus. Where are Beelzebub's experimental lab and resting area? Mark it down for me. Although Leyland wasn't influenced by the plans of these hot-headed devils, he would have to take action now. He did not wish for anything to land in their hands. It's just a pity that, these remaining treasures. Leyland's figure faded into the void, leaving behind Bork, who looked deep in thought as he watched Leyland disappear. Balzaphon. I have never seen you in such a miserable state in such a long time, a few greater devils mocked Balzaphon. Chekhov's carcass lay at his side, and teleportations or dimensional leaps would allow one to grasp it by the claws. Zapan and Lyle, you're all here. Balzaphon's expression changed numerous times, finally changing into a gentle and agreeable smile. I was about to inform you guys that there is a great discovery here. Oh really? Zapan cared little for Balzaphon, and the other members of the Dark Eight too watched on in mockery. Open the Palace of Gluttony. Zapan commanded, and many large Palarian and various other devils ran forward in a disorderly manner. They caught the carcass of the Cerberus, tossing it into the air and smearing its blood on the giant metal gates. The huge amount of blood was quickly absorbed by the gate, and it greedily sucked Chekhov dry. A crack appeared in the center of the gate, spreading to both sides. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037, Advance. Advance. We're finally here. The Palace of Gluttony, the core of the Iron Tower, Zapan muttered, his eyes blazing as the gates opened. What are you doing? A loud shout sounded suddenly, and Zapan saw Balzaphon's body turn into a blur as it zipped between the cracks of the gate. However, the other pit fiends watched on without the slightest inclination of stopping him. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a blinding flash radiated out, and thunder boomed as Balzaphon's body was struck by golden lightning. It disintegrated into nothingness. The only thing he left behind was a barely audible cry of rage as he screamed, "No! TCH! How can the defense mechanism of an archdevil's core territory be breached so easily?" Another pit fiend shook his head in disdain and mocked the Dark Eight. Such a foolish devil can also become one of the Dark Eight. Ah ha ha! Devils normally competed across the different hells. They had no qualms with bringing their counterparts down. Damn it, do you want to fight? Corin of the Dark Eight stood out, his eyes showing fury. All right, Corin. Two other pit fiends stopped him. We share goals right now. Any internal strife will stop us from entering the Palace of Gluttony and gaining access to the Lord's lair. All right then. The other pit fiends heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Corin recollecting his cool. However, their eyes showed that they now harbored even more schemes. This general. His rage earlier was most likely just an act. Did he do it so he could get better terms? Someone with empathy? Ha! Although many of the devils present were second-guessing themselves, the pit fiends finally came to an agreement to break into the palace together. The void flickered right after they left, revealing Leyland's figure. Ha ha! Should I say it's as expected of devils? His gaze settled on something in the distance as he shook his head, giving off a mysterious smile. Gods were high and mighty, able to peer into the future. An army of devils appeared within Avernus, launching a frenzied attack at the two divine realms within. 5 dragon corpses were piled up in the bronze citadel, like small mountains as they surrounded the chromatic dragon, Tiamat. She roared furiously, "You despicable liars!" The armored devils were fearless, as if the rage of this dragon couldn't affect them. They poured forth like a torrential wave, eventually cutting off Tiamat's 5 heads. Once the last crimson head fell to the ground, Tiamat's body crashed down with an epic thud, causing a minor tremor inside the bronze citadel. Chromatic dragon Tiamat, who just received full authority over the bronze citadel, had perished. Commander, Tiamat's death has been confirmed. This news was quickly sent to an unknown pit fiend. Very well, occupy the whole city, and begin cleansing it of werewolves, were-leopards, and dragons. Any who resist are to be killed immediately. There will be no need for further updates. The commander of the army was a size smaller than his peers, but his eyes were cold as frost. A red scar streaked across his face, making him look malevolent. The bridge of his nose was extremely tall and sharp. The devil seemed complicated, possessing savagery and tyranny but at the same time tenacity and experience. Yes. The messenger had no intention of disobeying his commands. Very soon, the order had been spread throughout the bronze citadel. Wails and cries resounded as Tiamat's kith and kin, those half-beasts who had been attracted by her evil, were purged. The majority of them would definitely not live past the night, and those that did would become slaves to the devils, toiling somewhere with no day and night. A huge conspiracy began to engulf the 9 hells with Tiamat's death. Similar events were occurring in the 3rd through 5th hells, and a large undercurrent erupted into the limelight, as if planning to devour all prey at one go. Dis, the city of iron. Arg, another assassin cried in anguish as he was swallowed by darkness. However, the expressions of the pit fiends were extremely calm, as if a common sight. The Sentinel's Passage is the best guarded place after the Hall of Gluttony. Rumors say that we'll be able to reach Beelzebub's palace if we follow this road. Dagos of the Dark Eight had assumed human form, looking like a scholarly and well-mannered sage. However, his evil aura betrayed his disguise. Our mission ends with this wave, the rest depends on you. Dagos spoke to the other pit fiends. Of course. We will abide by the rules. You, get over there. A pit fiend walked forward and pointed at a Pelirian subordinate. The pit fiends had all agreed that using their subordinates as cannon fodder was the most optimal way, and they would count the losses and each sacrifice some of their men. My lord, the Pelirian, which was extremely massive, looked on at the darkness, its face extremely solemn. Cut the bullshit. Do you want to become a lower devil? The pit fiend roared, revealing its aura. Devils had great control over their subordinates. They could promote or demote them, and using their auras with the threads of loyalty, the pit fiend could force this Pelirian into danger regardless of circumstance. Kachath devils were extremely meticulous and cautious, and most traps would not faze them. However, that wasn't true for traps laid by an archdevil. This particular Pelirian was extremely nimble and cautious as it ducked past several traps, even seeing the end of the passage. However, it was soon engulfed by a silvery liquid that fell from the sky. It screamed in anguish, its veins and bones visible as the liquid corroded its entire body. It's Devil's solution. To think he used it here, Zapan had grown rather irritable. After all, most of the traps had been laid against devils themselves, causing great casualties. This also confirmed that devils themselves had only one type of opponent: other devils. The defenses of the Iron City had to be maintained, however, and they were limited in numbers. With the pit fiends sending out their subordinates one after the other to activate all the mechanisms, they would be able to overcome them sooner or later. We're finally out. Everyone was relieved after exiting the passage, especially the greater devils that had survived the ordeal. However, the smiles on their faces very soon turned still. What was in front of them was a large field. Rows of metal and lava golems stood neatly in formation, making up an army. A black figure seemed to be sending out orders from the center. Fuck, the information was inaccurate. Didn't they say everything would be alright after we got past Sentinel's passage? A pit fiend hurled vulgarity as it berated its fellow devils. Devils found it instinctual to push blame, even harming others when met with difficulty. You trespassers shall soon feel the glorious wrath of Lord Beelzebub. This army of golems, a booming voice sounded from the golem army. It sounded rather young, but still carried a dignified tone. The golems raised their head once the voice sounded, as if possessing their own souls. They immediately launched an attack. The devils quickly suffered another wave of heavy casualties. We can't teleport in here, shit. These are arcane golems, and have some diamonds embedded within them. Oh, Supreme of Bator, has the Lord of Gluttony obtained a flying city? There's no other choice / have the subordinates hold them back, we need to try and break through. Devils were expert leaders and diplomats, and many of them sought a straightforward attack. However, their current opponents were extremely effective against their kind, leaving them feeling helpless. However, the temptation of a lordship was currently dangling in front of them like a carrot, causing them to lose sight of the precarious situation. Pit fiends found it normal to send their subordinates out as sacrifices, using them to escape danger. Some of them had even brought a large group of greater devils along just for this purpose. They were running out of cannon fodder, however, and Beelzebub was yet to be seen. Die. Fireball. Summon Hellfire. Summon Devil. With the urging of their superiors, the greater devils could only put all they had into a frontal collision with the golem army. Broken limbs and flaming pieces of metal flew in the air as brilliant flashes dazzled the battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1038, Discovery. Discovery. It seems to be a mere imitation of a Netherese golem. Leyland hid in the darkness, watching the big duel in the square. With the advantage given by Beelzebub's memories and the fact that the golems were fixated on the pit fiends, the chances of him being discovered were minute. He could stalk behind this pit fiend, using it at the last moment to break past the blockade of golems in the square. Only after the greater devils are all dead will the pit fiends be fatally wounded. Looking at the pit fiends who were still alive, Leyland shook his head inwardly. Many of the greater devils had taken the brunt of the golem's rampage, and even some pit fiends were unlucky enough to be left behind and trapped in one's vicinity. With the golem's personalities, it would be completely suicidal for their colleagues to rescue them. Consequently, those pit fiends ended up with a tragic death, finally falling to Beelzebub's traps. Even members of the Dark Eight had fallen amongst the other pit fiends. The palace of an archdevil was not something they could go after carelessly, even if it had fallen out of its owner's control. And yet despite all this, many of the pit fiends had ambition written all over their faces. A tall statue stood before them, looking over their broken flesh. It had multiple pairs of eyes, and 6 strange fingers. A grin was on its face, spread from ear to ear, and all one could see were rows upon rows of jagged fangs. The Lord of Gluttony. This definitely has to be his palace. Zapan's eyes grew wide, and he greedily looked at the small palace building behind the statue. The building was in the style of the devils. It was distorted and terrifying, with strange and intricate descriptions. There was still a little hellfire burning atop it, seemingly going to continue burning to the end of the world. The Lord's bedchambers. It's rumored that a lot of his treasures are hidden here. It's an extremely important clue. Many pit fiends immediately began breathing heavily, and began to distance themselves from each other. Even the Dark Eight began to do the same. They had all taken great risks to come here, all for the inheritance of the Archdevil. They wished to grasp the power of gluttony, obtaining mastery over the origin force of hell. Only then would they qualify to become a Lord of Bator. In that pursuit, every other devil here was a competitor. Even former colleagues weren't in the least bit worthy of their trust. The pit fiends exchanged glances. There seemed to be some invisible signal as they all rushed into the palace in unison. Devilish power fueled fireballs that rained down on their peers, their earlier partnership put aside now that they were here. This wasn't infighting, they'd never been united in the first place. Get lost, this belongs to me. Kibosh, I'll remember this. Damn, wait until we fight a bloody battle. All these devils coveted the lordship. They used all possible tricks, some even with a trace demonic influence. Leyland had no intention to take part in this great battle. He could keenly sense that Beelzebub was absent. Yet, having suffered a great injury, it wasn't like he'd scurry back to his den to lick his wounds. That would only lead to death from his competition. All devils would betray their superiors, so Beelzebub wouldn't even think of returning to his palace. The most I can find here will be a few baubles and treasures, it won't surpass what I've taken before. This statue, however, Leyland stealthily rested his hand on Beelzebub's statue, and felt the surface texture and temperature. His eyes shone with the light of the AI chip's prompts. This is one of Bader's rarest materials, and it can preserve its temperature forever. The AI chip's scan didn't glitch after all. Leyland's eyes flashed. Still, this statue must have been crafted by a master, it even expresses Beelzebub's divine charm. On top of that, it has a trace of the laws of gluttony. The gods of the world of gods, just like magi of laws, had comprehended the laws of their world to some extent. Their true bodies were a manifestation of these laws. When he'd become a demigod, Leyland's own body was imprinted with the laws of massacre and devouring. Of course, devils had their own power of laws, and Beelzebub was the embodiment of gluttony. His true body represented the laws of gluttony, and if a magus could observe his body they would feel the power of gluttony. It was precisely this reason that a devil's true form and true name were taboo, and offenders of the same were investigated by the churches. Something that preserves the feeling of the power of gluttony like this statue can really be considered a treasure. But I feel like there's something a little off about it. Just as Leyland prepared to research this a bit more deeply, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. He quickly concealed his form, becoming illusory and hiding his aura. A stealthy figure hurried across his vision, heading towards Beelzebub's palace. The person was using a powerful invisibility spell in tandem with many blessed items, but he still couldn't hide from Leyland's true vision. Nothing could be hidden from the eyes of a god. Balzaphon. So his death was faked after all. Leyland immediately realized who that stealthy figure belonged to. He had been entirely correct. The devil who was drawing closer seemed to be the member of the Dark Eight who had fallen in the Hall of Gluttony. This was the person who'd brought him all the way here, Balzaphon. His private actions had already made him a traitor, so Balzaphon hadn't hesitated to fake death in order to avoid being questioned and attacked. His acting had been extremely successful, and as fixated on Beelzebub's powers and authority as they were, the fiends let him get away with his actions. The only one he hadn't hoodwinked was Leyland. Balzaphon had done the same thing as Leyland, furtively following behind the competition. The group of pit fiends cleared his path, but because his ability at stealth was awful he'd ended up trailing behind Leyland. There are conscience of archdevils following behind these pit fiends. There must be some other hints. Leyland didn't have much of an opinion about what had just happened, but he looked with anticipation towards the palace. Devils understood each other best, and perhaps the meddling of the other archdevils could expose traces of Beelzebub. However, if any of them actually discovered Beelzebub, who could win a fight with him? "I've found it!" a voice exclaimed in pleasant surprise. It attracted the attention of many pit fiends. There were powerful fluctuations in the area, and the pit fiends seemed to have activated some sort of mechanism which revealed the shadow of a semiplane that Leyland hadn't noticed before. A blazing pillar of light lit up around the palace, forming a mysterious array. It formed an illusory entrance. That archdevil must be within the semiplane. All of the pit fiends looked on with covetous eyes, frantically rushing towards the opening plane. "It's mine, it's all mine." Balzaphon had cast off his stealth as well, running in the same direction. However, none of the pit fiends cared. All of their attention was now fixated on the authority of the archdevil. Only the few from the Dark Eight let out cries of surprise. He hit it well, going as far as to secretly create a semiplane. A holy radiance flashed gold, and the blood-red massacre domain came into existence. Many of the pit fiends were completely shoved aside. An incomparably perfect god appeared amongst the devils, his platinum form handsome and imbued with the greatest majesty. Seeing his target, Leyland had made an outrageous move, the outcome something even Balzaphon could not imagine. Divine force. It's a god has snuck in. It's only a demigod. If we obtain his essence, the greedy devils quickly surrounded Leyland. Leyland only snorted disdainfully, and an enormous tide of divine force turned into a spiritual storm that spread across the area. Stop him. How can we allow a god to obtain something from Bator? Threatened by a demigod, the devils stood together in a rare show of teamwork. They cut apart the bindings of the divine force and the massacre domain, coming in front of Leyland. However, just at this moment, a strange smile curved in the corner of Leyland's mouth. He turned his head and roared at Balzaphon, "Balzaphon, my servant. Stop these thieves, with no mercy. I command you as your superior." "Are you joking? Do you think you're Asmodeus?" Balzaphon's face split into a smile of ridicule. However, his movements soon dulled. Under the restraints of the contract, he couldn't help but stop dead in his tracks. He stood solidly and blocked the other pit fiends, his bulky flaming sword slashing at them quickly. Damn, this is the power of a contract. When did Balsaphon wanted to cry out, but he was entirely unable to. Restrained by the severe difference in their ranks, he was forced to attack the other pit fiends fiercely. Sadly, all of his power was used up against the attack of so many of his peers. It took a short while for the other devils to completely tear him apart. However, this was already enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1039, Reacquire. Reacquire. With the help of Balsaphon the traitor, Lyle was the first to enter the semiplane. Powerful spatial force flickered in this place, and he could barely make out the world at the other side. This was a plain of lava, and at its heart was a massive devil deep asleep. The chest of this veritable mountain heaved up and down in his slumber, his devilish wings and giant eyes quivering with a powerful life force. Beelzebub's true body. The pit fiends who saw this scene rejoiced loudly, the fire in their eyes blazing intensely. In front of them was an unequaled throne. It was a position at the head of all devils, exempt from eternal damnation. Yet Lyle slowed his footsteps, coming to a halt. He'd already fulfilled his goals the moment he entered the semiplane. It's so lifelike that it almost fooled even me, but the AI chip's light flashed in Lylan's eyes, following which he left and disappeared without the slightest hesitation. With the domain and divine force that was repelling the pit fiends removed, they'd entered the semiplane as well. What do we do now? That god seems to have left. Could this be a trap? Zapan blinked. Beelzebub may have seemed strong here, but he still coveted this place greatly. How about we send some cannon fodder up to see if it's the real thing? A devil suggested from the side. Its body was spewing flames occasionally. You bunch of cowards, now it's all mine. Ha, even as the rest of the devils grew indecisive, one of the pit fiends laughed maniacally and dashed into the semiplane. Following that precedence, the other pit fiends joined in as well. Perza was the first one to enter. I'm not going to be promoted next year anyway, another devil sighed, I'm going to leave. Demons would have rushed in without thought. However, devils weren't the demon horde. They were of the lawful alignment, and possessed great intelligence. I smell a trap as well. Pardon me, I'll excuse myself, the devils who entered this place were the unlucky ones, those who were going to fare badly in the next evaluation and thus wanted to prove their mettle. The others saw that the scene before them was too good to be true, and they planned to retreat. The god may have left, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a trap. Besides, if we combine our forces, even more devils grew restless, trying to persuade their peers. Rumble, however, a terrifying change had occurred in the semiplane. It thundered loudly and distorted, as if turning into a terrifying beast. The entrance before them turned into a monstrous mouth. Bang, being the first one to rush in and touch the true body in the semiplane, Perza exploded into a wisp of smoke. The giant figure of the archdevil began to melt within the lava, turning into a putrid black liquid that clung onto the bodies of the devils and corroded them. Arg, this is, the devils in the semiplane wailed. It was like they were being digested in the stomach of a strange beast, the black liquid being its stomach acid. This new beast roared out as a force of suction was formed at its mouth. Damn it, it's a trap. Hurry and leave. Zapan of the Dark Age bellowed, but he soon discovered that the force had grown to encompass him. The giant mouth covered the sky and earth, as if wanting to swallow everything within. Many pit fiends died to the black liquid. This beast only stilled after devouring many of them, emitting the evil energy it had digested in satisfaction. It then sent its energy to a certain location. What a pity. 9th level of Bator, Nessus. Asmodeus was atop the great citadel of Malshim, sighing. Mammon, Samuel, and Levistus jumped at the same time. Our subordinates, what have you done? It was to complete a contract I had with Beelzebub, Asmodeus shrugged his shoulders. I never schemed against your men, it was agreed upon before Beelzebub entered his deep slumber. He laid a trap to invite an enemy in, and if he was able to successfully devour them, he could heal from his injuries and retain order in Dis. However, it seemed like the beast couldn't fool that enemy. Which is to say, you have been deceiving us all these while? The frosty aura around Levistus had strengthened. Oh no, not at all, my friends. Asmodeus smiled maliciously, the agreement sworn to the Styx is still in effect. If your subordinates had managed to grasp Beelzebub's weakness and take over, I would have acknowledged it for sure. However, they failed and became medicine for a lord of Bator. It's not all that serious, is it? Which means we helped Beelzebub recover for nothing in return. Damn it! Mammon and Samuel howled, let us return, it should be a mess at our side now. I'm afraid not. After all, the pact has not yet reached its maturity. Asmodeus blinked his eyes, as if everything in the 9 hells was laid before him. Please, let us wait. So he wanted to devour me through this trap to recover? Leyland's figure appeared atop the iron tower, his divine force causing the area around him to still. He looked at the beast devouring the pit fiends without a care in the world, and his eyes glowed. He had confirmed that this was a trap laid by Beelzebub, aiming to ensnare him so that the archdevil could regain his lost authority and power. However, even if Beelzebub's plan had failed, he'd managed to devour a lot of pit fiends. They now fueled his recovery. Even if swallowing Leyland would have been most effective, this was better than nothing. Too bad. Your trap had one flaw, and an undeniable truth. Leyland's eyes smiled. The fact is that you've already entered a deep slumber. You could only lay this trap in a hurry, but couldn't control it from the background. It's a little shabby. As for your fatal error, the energy this beast sucked in is being transported to you through a tunnel to somewhere nearby. One could not transport energy an infinite distance, and Beelzebub himself was a master of tactics. The most dangerous place would also be the safest one. But I still can't sense your existence. There isn't a trace of your aura in the plane. Leyland's eyes squinted. There's only one way for that to happen, the Manderhawk plate. You used it to carve a small space out of the void, huh? That way, even if you're not in Dis, you're still nearby. AI chip. Leyland fiercely commanded. Beep. Bringing up data on the Manderhawk plate, the AI chip intoned, sending a large amount of information to Leyland's memory. He'd made several attempts to replicate the Manderhawk plate back in the Magus world, and now it seemed to have paid off. Elegant runes and patterns began to appear from Leyland's fingertips, forming a complex and intricate pattern. The patterns had all joined together, forming a strange circular rune. Beginning replication of Manderhawk plate, searching for similar wave bands. Looking at the notification, Leyland descended to the ground and moved towards Beelzebub's statue. The semiplane beast had ripped the entire palace to ashes, but this region had been spared that treatment. Beep. Search complete. Target's location, 00, the AI chip prompted. So it's here. Leyland did not hesitate any further, pressing the replica up against Beelzebub's statue. The rune buzzed as it began to merge into the statue. It was like something being dropped in water as it opened up a mysterious space. This place was extremely small, and the world seemed to be in grayscale here. There was an aura of extreme evil in here, being radiated by the body of a devil that was curled up in the center. I've finally found you, Beelzebub, Leyland muttered. He'd never thought that this archdevil would have grown so weak. Although he looked to be the same, Beelzebub had dropped to the size of an infant. Illusory tubes connected his body to the semiplane beast, absorbing the power it devoured. A conscience awakened slowly, immediately beginning to give off feelings of fear and anxiety upon seeing Leyland. From the Magus world to the Purgatory world, and back to the world of gods before the 9 hells. Our feud is finally coming to an end. Leyland looked at Beelzebub, sighing at the sight of his enemy. Crimson runes began to cover his body, as a vertical eye split apart his brows. Nightmare absorption, Dream Eater. Leyland used the best method of absorption he had for the world of gods. Dark red dream force engulfed the entire space, forming an oval egg. The egg began to throb slightly, as if alive and breathing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1040, Rank 7. Rank 7. In front of Leyland was an incomparably vast dream world. Innumerable crystal planets formed what looked like a honeycomb, each with a figure of Beelzebub flashing within. Having survived from the ancient dusk of the gods to this date, Beelzebub's memories encompassed everything in all these years. If it was all put into the mind of an ordinary mortal, they would perhaps go insane from the overload of information. Even with Leyland's background, it still took him a while to fully digest it. However, this was exactly what Leyland wanted. It wasn't just Beelzebub's authority and power of laws that he was after, he was quite interested in the lordship and the remaining portion of the archdevil's memories. Is he trying to delay me with such a long dream? Leyland's mouth curved into a wry smile. He had completely seen through Beelzebub's intentions. Pity. Even if 10,000 years pass in this dream, only a moment will pass in the real world. *HSS**, his body burst apart violently, becoming a formless crimson smoke that gradually formed the image of a Targaryen serpent. The serpent opened its jaws wide, devouring the entirety of the enormous crystal structure. A single blood red eye formed at the center of the crystal, containing an image of Beelzebub. Having acquired the nightmare-absorbing physique, Leyland was currently the ruler of Dreamscape. Within it, Leyland accompanied Beelzebub in a trip through his entire existence. Over the tens of thousands of years, he obtained everything he wanted. A very short amount of time had passed in the real world, and the blood-red eye opened to swallow Beelzebub up in his entirety. Just at this time, something occurred in the outside world. The infantile devil trembled, losing all of its aura. The ruler of the second hell, the lord of gluttony. Beelzebub was now dead. Beelzebub's original body was then corroded by dream force, exposing a round plate embossed with patterns. The true form of the Manderhawk plate. So he hid it within his body. Leyland examined this round plate. The intricate patterns on it rather intoxicated him as the plate weakened the world's boundaries greatly. With the Manderhawk plate opening the way, Dreamforce should be enough. A brilliant glow was emitted from the Manderhawk plate, forming a deep and mysterious black hole. Beelzebub's last bit of divinity, as well as his divine force and power of laws, dark red light glowed in Leyland's palm, immediately getting sucked into the black hole. It disappeared without a trace. Targaryen Castle was now a modeled building, filled with a sense of history. It was the residence of many high-ranking Kamoyan warlocks, as well as Leyland's own Targaryen bloodline. Rumble, with its link to Dreamscape, the dark red light quickly exited the world of gods, arriving at the Magus world. A gentle tremor shook the castle. Having long since developed its own conscience, the castle automatically protected the warlocks within. It didn't allow a single person to be injured, and at the same time it transmitted an enormous sense of joy. At the bottom of the laboratory, Leyland had long recovered from his injuries, but he had been awaiting something else. He finally opened his eyes, and the strange phantom of a giant serpent slithered across his pupils. My plans of over 10 years, as well as the risk of splitting my soul. They have finally succeeded, Leyland sighed. His true soul rapidly communicated with the AI chip, and in an instant he had comprehended everything. The complete comprehension of a law, and hence my advancement to rank 7. It happens today. Light flashed as Leyland was completely enveloped by a blood-red fireball. He quickly moved outside the boundaries of the Magus world, arriving at the boundless astral plane. Comprehending a complete law was no small matter. He wasn't certain that he could contain all the radiation. Targaryen Castle was full of Leyland's subordinates and blood relatives, so he wouldn't accept any large accidents. Dream Force. Leyland gently chanted, and dark red runes appeared on his body. Before he'd advanced to become a demigod, Leyland had already recovered from his injuries. However, he was still in a state of slumber, and apart from waiting for his clone, all he did was to get accustomed to the power of his new bloodline. Although his clone was the one who'd acquired the nightmare-absorbing physique, his main body had also been upgraded in that process. Nightmare absorption was the ultimate bloodline of Dreamscape, its mysterious abilities far exceeding Leyland's expectations. A vertical eye opened between Leyland's brows, its gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of space and time to connect to his clone's body through Dreamscape. Beep. Host has obtained the origin of laws, determined to be the laws of gluttony. Assimilation with the body, 99%. Transferring, the AI chip's voice intoned. Beep. Law of devouring has been analyzed completely. Beep. With the influence of the nightmare-absorbing physique, the host's bloodline abilities have been perfected. Targaryen bloodline advanced to rank 7. Innate skill Devour advanced to rank 7. An update on the skill followed. Devour, rank 7 innate spell, with a perfect comprehension of the laws of devouring, its power has greatly risen. The ability can now be inherited. All requirements met, advancing to rank 7. After the law of devouring was completed, Leyland didn't restrain himself any longer. He projected his bloodline, and a Targaryen the size of a star hissed as its devilish wings flapped up a massive gale. Its razor-sharp claws and horns radiated light. With the nightmare-absorbing physique, the Targaryen's scales had turned a dark red. A vertical eye had formed between its two eyes that were as large as stars. A torrential surge of his bloodline power assimilated with the law of devouring, wrapping Leyland within a mysterious process. Beep. Host has advanced to rank 7. Body of laws has been perfected. Stats have changed greatly, recalculating data. The AI chip's prompts brought Leyland back to his senses. He looked at his hands, mulling over the change. A perfect body of laws. My body is now completely made up of my laws and bloodline, as long as the laws are not extinguished. I'll be indestructible? Leyland felt the law of devouring within his body. The feeling of obtaining a full body of laws was incomparable to what he'd gotten when he'd approached the boundary of rank 7. Beep. Host stats have been recalculated. Very soon, Leyland's new stats were projected by the AI chip. Leyland Farlier, rank 7 Warlock. Bloodline, Targaryen, rank 7. Strength, 215.73, Agility, 170.21, Vitality, 300. 05, Spiritual Force, 575.44. Soul Status, Body of Laws. Laws Comprehended, Devouring, 100%, Massacre, 57%. Host's body of laws has lost all constraints, and can now absorb world origin force to increase in power. Rank 7 Warlock. A Magus that has comprehended laws. Only. At this stage I can greatly sense the pressure to pursue eternal life, his soul now made of laws. Leyland's gaze transcended all distance. He could see into the infinite river of time and space. As long as the origin of his laws survived, this river would allow him to be reborn even if he were felled. This was the secret of magi and gods. I also seem to have acquired more authority. Leyland rubbed his chin, and his own secret imprint appeared. It was an inverted triangle with a black snake coiled in the center. This will be my emblem from now. No matter which intelligent life, or where the place is, as long as they pray or make sacrifices to this emblem, I will be able to sense it, and send my powers to them. I seem to have inherited part of the god's powers, huh? Or do all paths eventually converge? Leyland's eyes saw into the distance, his vision traversing countless worlds to look at two different places. Your Excellency Leyland. Welcome to the realm of rank 7, in the subterranean part of the Magus world. Ignox and Mother Core congratulated him. The other location was the Purgatory world, within the endless ball of snakes. The Snake Dowager looked bewitchingly at Leyland. Rank 7 now, huh? Don't forget our pact. Cunning woman. Leyland shook his head. After turning into a rank 7 warlock, he had finally mastered his own bloodline. In other words, the Targaryen bloodline had no connections with the Snake Dowager from now. This strength was his own, his absolute power. He was not constrained by any bloodline. As close to rank 7 as he was before, he'd still been a rank 6 warlock. His plethora of trump cards had allowed him to equal magi who wielded laws before, but now everything had fallen into place. We'll discuss this later. The too powerful conscience diminished, and Leyland looked at the Magus world once more. My bloodline has already spread this far? It seems like Sire and Daniel have been fulfilling their duties. At this moment, Freya, Selene, his other few female counterparts, and their children surfaced in Leyland's mind. Although it isn't consistent with my original plans, I should see them again. It's been such a long time. With just a thought, Leyland's body appeared at the center of the Targaryen castle. There were no traces of any energy waves, demonstrating the terrifying abilities of a Magus who wielded laws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041, Usurp. Usurp. Asterisk crash. Rumble, asterisk a vile power surged forth, and great amounts hellfire erupted into the sky. The entirety of the second hell seemed to be roaring, rejoicing. The flames grew in intensity with the evil power, and the city of iron seemed to come alive. The walls and ground grew hotter and hotter, even glowing orange, and the slightly translucent lava now seemed able to melt metals. Any unlucky devils swept up by this torrential force turned into torches as they fell to the ground. Vader's origin force welled up, welcoming its new owner. HSS, the terrifying phantom of a giant serpent, appeared in the sky, but was very soon covered by the dense blanket of smoke. Hell's authority was being handed over. Leyland had now taken on Beelzebub's role completely, becoming the new Lord of Dis. The second hell is now my divine realm. Leyland felt an extreme amount of power here, one that he could activate at any time. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Although I'm still a demigod, I can now use my powers as a rank 7 warlock. I needn't even be afraid of greater gods anymore. More importantly, now that I'm the true Lord of Dis, my power is similar to that of a divine realm. Every archdevil was the lord of a different layer of Bator. In their own hells these lords could even suppress gods, a power akin to what true deities held inside their divine realms. Were a greater god to enter Dis right now, Leyland could make them suffer a huge loss. But still, this is just one level of Bator. The relationship between me and Dis isn't as intimate as that of a true god in their divine realm either, and there's no way to bring my worshippers' souls here. Leyland did not wish for his worshippers to enter Bator after death, becoming lower devils. However, I'm sure this incident exposed my status to the remaining archdevils. He seemed to smile as he looked down, his gaze piercing through the numerous hells all the way to Nessus. The authority over Dis has been transferred, a new lord has been born. But it doesn't seem to be a devil. Within Malshim, Asmodeus sat facing 3 other lords of Bator. His expression remained gentle, masking his true intentions. Damn it! Somebody actually took advantage of our infighting. We'll become a joke to those demons of the abyss. I'll go there and kill him now. Before he is completely familiar with his authority. Samuel's body blazed with heat as he howled and flew up into the sky. Please wait. You cannot leave until the contract is fulfilled. Asmodeus waved his hands, and the contractual power immediately stopped Samuel from going further. What's happening? Wasn't the contract supposed to expire when Dis gained a new lord? Samuel looked at the binding power of the contract, his face incomparably dark. He sensed that Asmodeus had made him a pawn in his game. Asmodeus! Explain yourself. The lords of Avarice Wrath roared, their figures pressing towards Asmodeus. He. Everything is stipulated within the contract. Haven't we discussed this already? Asmodeus tapped the black book containing the contract in a slow and unassuming manner. Let us see. Rustle, the pages flipped under his control, until finally landing on the most recent contract. The contract says that we have to remain here until Bator has regained peace. None of the lords may participate, only allowed to watch the developments. Asmodeus used his pointed fingernails to touch the words, and a dark green flame spewed from them to form a projection in the air. He enlarged it so the remaining lords could have a closer look. We agreed on all of Bator. That is to say, as long as at least one of the 9 hells is in chaos, the contract remains valid. Asmodeus smirked as he faced the furious gazes of the other lords head on. So Dis wasn't your only target. You also made plans on Avernus? Mammon grabbed his harpoon, but didn't act immediately. He was after all of the lawful alignment, and even as an archdevil contracts were firm and unbreakable. Were he to breach one, Baderswell would view him with disdain, forever robbing him of part of his power. I still say the same thing. Let us wait and see. Asmodeus still had that genteel smile on him, but now it spoke volumes. First hell of Bator. A large army of devils had assembled under the lead of a smaller scarred pit fiend. Centered at the bronze citadel, they'd already occupied a third of Avernus. The only regions left were treacherous, or part of the 2 divine realms in this hell. The pit fiend finally stopped his army outside the realm of the shark god Sawajan. A Sharkman cleric walked out, his face extremely solemn. He was followed by other worshippers as well as a squad of elites. As per the agreement, this will be our new boundary, the cleric said solemnly. Of course. Lord Asmodeus is extremely thankful for Sawajan's help, and he sends his blessings and friendship. The pit fiend spoke in a well-mannered tone. Don't forget your promise. Bring us the items agreed to in the contract immediately. The cleric reminded the pit fiend once again. It's finally settled. The pit fiend heaved a sigh of relief after looking at the newly demarcated area, having an Irenes pour a cup of red wine. A third of Avernus, the pit fiend muttered, that should be enough to make the Lord happy. If his plan comes to fruition, we of Nessus will be able to unite all of Bator. The Council of 8 Archdevils will become a thing of the past, and I'll have paved the way for the future. However, energy rippled out from Dis at that moment. It notified the 9 hells of the changes in the second. Being the first hell, Avernus experienced the ripples of energy most strongly. The extreme change, coupled with the rejoicing of Bader's origin force, caused the pit fiend's expression to change drastically. The glass holding the wine crashed to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound. The devils in the second level have failed. Those useless fellows, I have should reduced all of them into lesser devils, no, bugs. After venting his frustration, the pit fiend could only dismiss his troops helplessly. Before he left, the pit fiend cast his gaze deeper into hell. Even if there were changes in Dis, the little miss will still be alright. Our Lord still holds the upper hand. 6th hell, Malbolge. This was an endless realm of mountains and valleys. The terrain was rocky, and boulders constantly fell from above that were so strong they could smash anything in their path to smithereens. The sky rippled with ever-changing clouds. In this vile environment the devils could only take shelter within their copper fortresses, although even then many perished to the steep slopes and frequent landslides. Rumors were abound that underneath this rocky surface were numerous holes, holding some ancient beings of Bator and primordial devils within them. However, the Hag Countess, the current lord, had sent men to search these areas to no avail. They all ended up dead. The Countess was a night hag, an outsider to Bator. Her fortress was at the center of a giant mountain, surrounded by lava. The devils were rising up in this area that day, a common sight in Bator. With the hardships their superiors put them through, these devils often took great pain to finish their missions, at the same time frenetically searching for their master's weaknesses. Once any weaknesses or loopholes in contracts were discovered, a bout of unrest would begin. However, the Hag Countess was one of the lords of Bator. She'd seldom received any challenges of the sort, and back in the past no devil had been foolish enough to challenge the might of a lord. However, an exception was made today. The dusty gates of her palace were forced open, and many devils equipped with heavy armor followed a beautiful Irenes inside. The Iranese looked at the rotting night hag on the throne in front of her, eyes blazing. Hag Countess, your reign will end today. The Iranese had unbelievable strength and beauty. Her body possessed a fatal charm that could intoxicate the devils nearby. Yet at this moment, she tossed the head of a pit fiend towards the foot of the throne, putting on a proud and icy demeanor. Ha ha ha. So it's Glagia, the little princess of Nessus. I was wondering which devil would have this audacity. The betrayal of her subjects and the death of her guards should have been extremely dangerous to her, but the countess did not look fazed in the slightest. She looked mockingly at Glagia, her withered finger pointing at the Iranese as she spoke in a hoarse and raspy voice. Do you really believe you can overthrow me with this bunch of trash? This is Bator, not the Abyss. Without the power of laws, you cannot usurp my authority. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1042, Start of the Contract. Start of the Contract. With control over the world origin force, the lords of Bator far surpassed ordinary devils in strength. Even pit fiends could only tremble under one's authority. However, there was one rank of devil between the pit fiends and the lords. It was only awarded to the most beloved of an archdevil's subordinates, and it was known as the exception. They were called dukes. Were a pit fiend to evolve to its very limits, with permission from its lord it could undergo a bizarre promotion. It would give them a special morphed form, distinguishing them by gender and allowing them to master an ultimate ability. Dukes were the archdevil's most trusted confidants, and given that there was a limited amount of origin force to go around, they were very rare. Glagia was one such duke. She was Asmodeus' daughter, the princess of the ninth hell. When she'd advanced to the peak of pit fiends, her father's favor had allowed her to be molded into a unique form. She'd become the Queen of Iranese. This change gave her the ultimate charm and great influence. Her abilities approached the pinnacle of power, and she could be considered second only to an archdevil. Tut tut, what a pretty little Iranese. I believe the Nuparibo under me will be very fond of you. The hag countess looked at Glagia. Her pit fiends were crowded around the duke as well, their eyes filled with a scarlet light. Has Asmodeus gone demented? Does he actually think that he can take me down just by sending a bunch of devils? The hag countess' voice grew higher and higher in pitch, until the very sound radiated an aura of absolute authority and might. The energy snapped the bewitched devils back to their senses, and their eyes now exuded a sense of fear. The hag countess occupied the throne of Malbolge, and would forever be the lady of the sixth hell. How could she be easy to deal with? Her formidable power and schemes had been etched into the deepest part of these devils' blood. It wasn't so easy to overthrow a lord of Bator. They were powerful ancient beings in their own right, and on top of that they had the power to utilize Bator's origin force. Within the nine hells, any of them could exhibit the strength of a rank 7 Magus. And similarly, in their own territories they were like true gods in their divine realms. The only reason Beelzebub died so easily was that he ruined himself. When he projected his power out to external worlds, he'd been brutally suppressed by Lei Lin. Seriously injured, he'd been forced into a coma. If not for that, Beelzebub could have easily suppressed a demigod within Dis. That was the same situation here. This was the sixth hell, the Countess' territory. In addition to her powers as a rank 7 Magus, she could use Malbolge itself to suppress her enemies as if it was her divine realm. The only way to defeat her here, and even then only cause her to retreat, would be a combined attack of 3 other lords of Bator. Even if they managed to defeat the Countess and obtain the authority over this hell, there was a more difficult issue. Devils were a bunch of lawful creatures, whereas rebellion and foolishness were the domains of demons. Although Glagia's methods were unorthodox, the Countess had decided to teach Asmodeus a lesson that he would never forget. In any case, every lord had equal authority in Bator. With Glagia the one at fault, the hag countess wasn't afraid of Asmodeus' retribution. So this is the authority of Bator's origin force? Looking at the surging origin force and the powerful suppression that brought her close to death, Glagia's eyes grew a little intoxicated. I'm the only one suited for such power and authority. 2 contracts flew out from Glagia's hands, glowing beautifully in midair. The light they gave off completely eliminated the Countess' control over the origin force, returning everything to peace and tranquility. How? Sensing the suppression of her authority, and her disconnect with Bator's origin force, the hag Countess' face warped with unbearable rage. This is a contract that you signed yourself. Glagia's lips curved into a smile. Her beauty seemed to momentarily transform hell into heaven. The agreement between the 7 lords of Bator was that you will all remain within your locations until Dis gains a new lord, and the unrest in Bator ends, Glagia illustrated with her pleasant voice, but it caused the hag countess to break into cold sweat. Until the unrest in Bator ends, not Dis. which means all levels of Bator are open for contest, and the winner will obtain eternal glory as a lord of hell. Ah! And oh, the Countess snarled, pulling out the contract and noticing that it wasn't just dis. Strange, isn't it? Did the tens of thousands of years as the Lady of Malbolge rot your brain? Did you think nobody would ever challenge your authority again? Glagia waved her hand. She's lost the power of her authority for now. Any strength she wields is her own. Kill her. The devils roared forth under the bewitching words of the Queen of Irenes, their eyes an abnormal red. Dream on. The Countess screamed, and a murky green metal whip appeared in her hands. A pit fiend was caught within the moment she brandished it, and she immediately smashed him to flesh and bones. Even without the power of Bator, I am an epic being of evil. You pathetic devils dare to oppose me? The hag countess looked malevolent as she reached out with her claws, smashing 2 more greater devils to pieces. You'll go to prison and be sold as a lesser devil, thrown into a pit of males. I believe they'll be able to treat you properly. Even as she made her threats, the hag countess dealt heavy damage to Glagia's army. In a mere moment the palace was riddled with corpses. However, the countess found that her threats had no effect on Glagia, who maintained a calm demeanor. Even without their authority, a lord is not somebody I can face right now. Glagia bit on her tantalizing juicy lips, reaching out with her right hand to point at the second contract. While the former contract was to reveal the loophole regarding this one looked rather archaic. It was covered in runes, and seemed to be from ancient times. This is why I'm so confident in taking everything from you, Glagia purred. This is the primordial contract. So you were holding on to it. The countess screamed in rage, and energy undulations radiated from her body. That's right. My father fought the gods themselves for this contract, all in the name of Bator. All fallen souls shall belong to the 9 hells. Glazia's eyes glowed with pride. This is why my father obtained great support from Bator's origin force. This contribution alone will garner him additional support as the 9 hells are being united. Although it doesn't have power of authority like an archdevil, it is enough to deal with you. The primordial contract was a legendary agreement signed between the devils and the gods. It stipulated that the 9 hells would obtain all fallen souls that lost their lives in the prime material plane. This contract was the foundation of the devils and of Bator itself. It also qualified Asmodeus' claims to be the supreme of the 9 hells. However, there had been severe changes since then. Bator's world had broken apart, split into 8 parts which were controlled by the 8 different lords. Asmodeus' true body had been gravely injured, so now he could only harness a fraction of his strength. The 9 hells had splintered apart. Still, Asmodeus was the rightful ruler of the 9 hells. As for Glagia, his daughter, she had the right to exercise this power as well. You, the other lords, will never let you off. Absolutely never. The countess was finally overwhelmed by the primordial contract and the wave of incoming devils. Right before her head was severed, she unleashed a final howl of fury. Sure. Even if they don't come to me, I will be going to them. Glagia grabbed onto the head that was still dripping with blood, as she cleaned the blood on her sword using the countess' corpse. She looked once again at the unresigned look on the countess' face and smiled, before issuing her next orders. Hang this ornament in my room as a decoration. The grave changes in Malbolge and the shift of authority there swept Bator as well. Many devils clutched their heads in bafflement. Such a series of events had never occurred before in their memory. In a single day, 2 of the 9 hells had shifted rulers. This would definitely lead to an epic change in Bator, and even incite the wild ambitions of other devils. Asmodeus. Several livid roars were heard as 3 lords left Nessus in a hurry, immediately returning to their respective planes. They were seemingly shocked by the spate of events. 6th hell, Glagia ha? Lyle felt the changes as well. As expected of the supreme of the 9 hells. Asmodeus is the most cunning and versatile archdevil of the lot. Even as his plans for dis failed, he's obtained a third of Avernus and the entire plane of Malbolge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Farm. Farm. Lyle put on a solemn expression. If I hadn't interfered, then they would have gotten authority of dis as well. At that time, with the powers of 3 levels of Bator and another third of Avernus, he could have ousted the other lords from their thrones. Right now, as long as Asmodeus consolidates his strength, stabilizes his position, and ropes in 1 to 2 more overlords to his side, he will become the dominant force in the 9 hells. However, this has nothing to do with me anymore. Asmodeus had indeed lived up to his name as a crafty old devil. He had capitalized on the precarious situation that dis was in, and carried out a revolution. Although this had alerted the other lords to his schemes, the devil had already met his goals. His power had grown, and he now held a superior position. It wouldn't be impossible for him to unite Bator in the future. He even sent me a message, and wants to speak to me? Leyland had received a spiritual energy wave, evidently a message from Asmodeus. Indeed, getting the assistance of an outsider like me would be best. My position in hell is still unstable after all. However, this devil's goodwill cannot be trusted at all, and the best way to avoid all negotiations is to leave. Leyland put on a mysterious smile. Aslak. Your Excellency, I'm here. When Aslak arrived, he had some of Leyland's worshippers in tow. The collective armies of the different hells had now returned to their own levels of Bator. Had they remained, Leyland would most likely have assimilated them into his own forces. I'll be leaving for a while. Take care of the affairs in Dis for me. I also have a few missions for you to take care of. Leyland did not hesitate to hand the tasks down to his men. Aslak wasn't in a position to refuse him, and even if he was, why would he? This pit fiend was extremely glad to be able to take over an entire hell. Since I'm the one with the authority, when I leave Asmodeus can only look on without doing a thing. Leyland turned back and looked at the city of iron for one last time before leaving Bator. Once my goals are achieved and I finish ascending to godhood, he can only eat back any schemes he's plotting. It would be extremely simple to leave Bator. Even a demigod could traverse planes, and Bator was already close to the prime material plane. There was a portal in the outskirts of Ribcage City whose guards could be bribed. However, Leyland was now a lord of Bator. He had the right to move to the prime material plane as he wished. Although many others found it difficult to travel between different worlds, to Leyland it was like taking a walk in his backyard. Before the other lords could react, he had already returned to the prime material plane. The newly established fallen empire on Debanks Island, within the giant serpent church. Almighty Lord, you are the serpent that controls all, holding the powers of massacre. The church itself radiated a colorful sheen, and many of the priests prayed piously. Tiff was at the back of the church, meeting a white-robed Leyland. Master. He began a report, his eyes blazing with fervor. We moved Marquis Jonas and his wife to the empire as per your decree, along with all their servants. Well done, Leyland nodded his head. This was something he'd planned immediately after he'd become a demigod. He couldn't entrust things such as this to the goddess of luck Timora. He was always fastidious, and would have these things settled himself. His family was on his lands now. There was no faith here other than that he approved. Along with his church containing multiple legendaries, totem spirits, and another demigod to help, Leyland could finally be at ease. Were any god or church to make an attempt on this place, they would all gang up on them. You need at least 100,000 elites to take over Debanks Island, and they need to travel a long distance over sea. You'll also need many high-rank legendaries, and have to sacrifice multiple divine avatars. Leyland's eyes blazed. In fact, if the churches that tried to group up against me try to do it again, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, at a critical time I can turn to their enemies, forming an alliance with the evil gods. The costs far outweigh the benefits. Even Mistra, as much as she hates me, wouldn't be so foolish. How's the Empire been faring lately? Has there been anything special on the mainland or Fallen Island? We've planted the first batch of rice this season. The plague was controlled by a free supply of holy water as well. There was some commotion on Fallen Island due to the withdrawal of the Jonases. Still, the remaining managers managed to minimize the impact on trade. Tiff had only needed a moment of thought to answer. With the Fallen Empire being a theocracy, Tiff was the one with the greatest authority as the country's pope. With his many years of travel in the mainland, he deeply experienced the ups and downs of life. Paired with his strength and knowledge, he'd managed Debanks Island well. The churches you had me keep an eye on have been rather dormant, bar the Church of Protection. Helm has declared that you're a false deity. When he came to this point, Tiff had grown enraged. To a pious believer, their god wasn't a mere part of their beliefs. The Lord meant everything. Those vile gods, they actually dare slander my lord like this. One day, I will make them pay the price for this insult. The slate will only be wiped clean with their blood. As it should be, Leyland didn't blush in the slightest as he made this promise, despite being a false god through and through. We only need to endure this for now. Focus all your attention on developing the empire. This put Tiff's heart at ease. He listened to Leyland's orders with respect and left. As he was leaving, a contemplative look emerged on Leyland's face. It's unlikely that they'll mount a massive invasion, so I'll need to take precautions against elite squads and ambushes. Another important aspect is the agriculture. I can't ignore it until after I become a true god, with my own divine realm and a strong foundation. Then I can open the crystal sphere now, letting my main body in along with many more magi of laws. Godhood was an enormous threshold to cross in the world of gods. True gods were the darlings of the world, and obtained everlasting life and immortality. Even upon death they could revive themselves as long as worshippers still believed in them, emerging once more from the river of space and time. Even the most formidable gods had to pay a great price to breach a divine realm, granting all true gods an extremely powerful defense. Besides, deities themselves only valued other true gods, and viewed them with equal standing. In other words, Leyland would become a member of the pantheon once he advanced. It would also give him the means to confront the goddess of the weave. I already have my god fire ignited, and plenty of divine force. What's left is my divinity and divine realm. Once those requirements are met, I can accumulate faith to form an exalted throne. Leyland was well aware of how ascension worked. My domain will be in massacres. Cyric and Malor are huge problems, yes, but I've already offended them greatly. What's the harm in enraging them further? The crucial point is still the power of faith. The ascension of gods in this world was rather peculiar. A new member of the pantheon only needed an echo of origin power with a certain foundation of believers to easily ascend to become a true god. However, these sorts of gods would always be extremely weak. They could only be lesser gods, living under the asylum of the more powerful. After all, with the slow development of this world's civilization, asking the populace to accept something new would be a bit too forceful. These sorts of gods would need hundreds or thousands of years to develop. The advantage was that they would not be in conflict with the other gods, and they had rather good potential for development. With Leyland's knowledge and experience, he had thought of several domains that the world of gods did not currently possess, with excellent potential for development. It was a shame that he had rejected all of them. There was reason for this. The plan was far too long-term, and he himself would be too weak. This wasn't in line with his current situation. Becoming a god of massacres would eliminate these limitations. This divinity would greatly aid his combat strength, and met his requirements for power. It could also develop rather well later, at the very least making him a greater god. The only catch here was that there were already gods in the domain of massacres. Leyland's ascension would be encumbered by the conflict. Even if a native is only worth a tenth of a believer on the mainland, I still have enough faith to ascend to godhood. The problem is still the divinity. Leyland's wish for a powerful divinity to support his ascension increased his requirements for faith. He estimated that he already had enough faith to become a god of disease, but massacres required over 10 times the faith. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1044, Magus. Magus. Next I need to continue to nurture my believers, grasp the divinity of massacres, and slowly accumulate resources. Leyland's eyes flashed gold as his vision penetrated through the walls of the church. He looked past it into the events in his empire, and even further into DeBanks Island. This site extended all the way past the ocean, piercing into the mainland. His body gradually turned golden, its dazzling radiance illuminating the vicinity of the church. Under the divine radiance, Leyland's body gradually became more illusory until it disappeared. Gods needed to maintain their distance from ordinary mortals to maintain a sense of divine mystery. When it came to farming, he could determine the work of Tiff and the rest remotely, using the connection from their daily prayers. Now he needed to spend a long period of time preparing his body for the transformation, spending time with his family members. Once he advanced to become a true god, a new life awaited him. A god's birthday was the day they descended, not the day they were born as a mortal. Once Leyland took this step, he would experience an earth-shattering change. He would bid farewell to his past life, severing his fate as a mortal. This was a necessary step in one's ascent to godhood. He would leave 2 blood descendants, to his cousin and the other ladies of his household. Perhaps that would be appropriate. As the clone in the world of gods sank into cultivation, the entire world grew more tranquil. Most of Leyland's attention shifted to his main body in the Magus world. Deep within the Magus world, under the 7th layer of the subterranean world, a sphere of red flames pulsed like a heart in the endless darkness, and a pair of chrome-yellow eyes appeared. We meet again, Lord Leyland. Your speed of advancement really puts me to shame. Mighty Mother Core, before one such as you, a near-immortal being, I'm wholly insignificant. Although he was now a rank 7 warlock, near the peak of the Magus world in power, Leyland still appeared humble before the person in front of him. Mother Core was someone at an even higher realm, and her strength was something he aspired for. Although this form was different from the one she'd shown before, the power of a being that had comprehended laws still lay before him. Her existence greatly surpassed Leyland's, and even the AI chip couldn't probe her. She was a mighty existence, one who'd refined her laws to forge her own path. In front of such strength, it was only prudent to act humble. Leyland was smiling on the surface, but his eyes blazed with longing. Once he reached rank 7, Leyland's remaining path was already laid out before him. A rank 8 magus needed to master multiple laws, refining them greatly and purifying them into their path as they reached the peak. Leyland had already made his preparations for him, and his path was already beginning to be formed. His foray into the world of gods had truly given him far too many benefits. Lord Leyland is truly far too humble. After all, Your Majesty's law of devouring is an exceptional power, its battle might and regenerative abilities absolutely incomparable. It is equivalent to the sum of several weaker paths of laws. Ignox now stood at Mother Core's side, his body wreathed in endless twisted rings of darkness. I assume you've come here to ask to absorb the World Origin Force? Ignox asked with a smile. He'd foreseen Leyland's objective completely. That's right. I want to use the power I've accumulated to comprehend laws and absorb World Origin Force, Leyland said gravely. The Magus world and the world of gods were two extremely powerful worlds that had a massive source of origin force. This origin force provided untold benefits to those who grasped laws. The world will of the Magus world lay dormant at its core, allowing the lowest level of the subterranean world to possess a share of power. This place even emitted the essence of world origin force. The opportunity to absorb the Magus world's origin force was a great one, and it only came every 100 years for those who had comprehended laws. It was a great shame that Leyland had only been close to rank 7 before. His body was limited in capacity, and he'd already been saturated in terms of world origin force. It was like he was a wineglass too small to hold everything. Now it was a completely different story. Having advanced to rank 7, his body had greatly grown in capacity. He could absorb a large amount of world origin force once more, increasing his might. Taking advantage of his increased stats, Leyland could continue to grasp laws. It would complement and adjust his path, greatly improving his future. Leyland naturally wanted to make use of this option. You've long since signed the contract, and are a native of the Magus world. Of course you have permission. Mother Core emitted a soul conscient, and a large gate swung open to expose a surging sea of origin force. Many thanks, my lady, my lord. Leyland bowed slightly and entered the gate. Once he left and the black door closed, the atmosphere turned silent once more. Mother Core, I feel that you are too lenient towards him. Even if he advanced to rank 7, you needn't go out of your way for him. Ignox spoke his doubts. Only he knew what a terrifying existence a peak rank 8 like Mother Core was. Even in ancient times she'd been an overlord amongst the Magi. Mother Core had survived the final war against the world of gods. She was much stronger than the Nightmare King or Distorted Shadow. Someone with her vaunted existence did not need to pay much heed to a new rank 7 warlock. The ball of flame turned silent before answering Ignox's doubts. I held a conversation with the Wisdom Tree not long ago, in the river of time and space. Wisdom Tree? The existence which had enlightened many ancient Magi. Ignox could not ignore the famed vision of the Wisdom Tree. Didn't it disappear into legend a long time ago? It gave up on eternal life, walking a different path. Mother Core did not elaborate, but the few words she said painted the image of a terrifying existence. It gave me a prophecy. The final war is coming for us once more. What? Even Ignox, a rank 7 magus who was near indestructible with hundreds of thousands of years of existence, was surprised by this alarming news. The final war had already pushed the world wills of the two strongest worlds in the astral plane into deep slumber. Many powerful existences had perished, and it had ended the golden era of the ancient Magi. That war was about to repeat? However, he couldn't doubt the Wisdom Tree and Mother Core. But the dark mist around Ignox rolled around in the air. He had been truly shocked, to the depths of his soul. The final war will demolish all laws, and obliterate a world. The meaning of Mother Core's words were obscure, yet there was an underlying tinge of excitement. In ancient times, the war between Magi and the gods could not be avoided. Only the victor would discover the path to eternity. However, both parties suffered heavy casualties at the end. As for the upcoming war, it will be even more harsh and brutal before. Many elites lost in the last one will surface once again, returning to the limelight. The resurrection of ancient Magi? Ignox didn't know what to say anymore. He could only continue to listen. Once he heard everything and understood it, he realized that the war erupting once more was very likely. Having established bodies of laws as they entered rank 7, Magi were near indestructible with almost eternal life. Even if they were killed, their true souls would enter a deep slumber in the river of space and time. They would bide their time there, waiting for resurrection along with many conscients lying in wait in different locations. Ignox was merely a rank 7 magus. The resurrection of a large group of peak rank 8s was a scary thought. After all, the resurrection would not only happen in the Magus world. The world of gods too would traverse planes to the river of space and time, once again reclaiming their divine seats. In such a brutal battle, even rank 7 magi could perish easily. What does this have to do with Lyle? Ignox asked with a hoarse voice. We need to treat anyone rising up just before the final war with great importance. Mother Core's voice was still as steady as before. They could be favored by the world will, obtaining even more power from the origin force. It isn't just Lyle, I've sent my other clones into other worlds like Purgatory and the Icy World, looking for powerful magi with the strength to lead us into war. We're making preparations for the second war? I understand. Ignox nodded his head vigorously, wanting to return and start his preparations. He wasn't a coward, but the war was just too terrifying. A rank 7 was mere collateral damage in a battle between peak rank 8s, and he was now in danger of death. He wouldn't even know how he'd died. However, danger walks hand in hand with opportunity. Ignox's eyes flashed after Mother Core left. In the midst of such an epic battle, we magi can absorb the gods' comprehension of laws and grow stronger quickly. It won't even be impossible to advance to the peak of rank 8. Legends say that the path to eternity will open up when the magi and gods determine a victor, devouring the other party completely. Talent, determination, and luck were all factors required for a Magus to advance to rank 7. However, the most important requirement was something else: ambition. Ignox, too, aimed for immortality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1045, Planning. Planning. Misty green origin force surged in a boundless sea, containing absolute strength as it swelled and roared. This energy represented the Magus world itself, the power of its origin. Even Lyle, a rank 7 warlock, was a mere ant in front of the might of these waves of origin force. As a warlock, Lyle had already assimilated this aura into his soul. The origin force didn't reject him, instead enveloping him gently and replenishing his powers. Almighty and pure, as expected of the Magus world. Only the origin force of the world of gods could be of similar quality. With his advancement to a demigod in the prime material plane, along with his experiences in that other world, Lyle identified the differences very quickly. It's not entirely impossible to reach peak rank 8 or even rank 9 if I could fully master this origin force. Lyle's eyes held a trace of longing, but it was only a dream for now. Through his acute senses, he felt that this roaring sea of origin force had an extremely powerful conscience sleeping within, with numerous broken laws seeping out. One could absorb some of the origin force, but if they wanted to monopolize it, they would only be courting death. Even existences such as Mother Core were not able to do as they wish. Even with Bader's origin force, I can only wield the power my authority gives me. Ultimately, it isn't mine, and can be taken away any time. The Hag Countess was a good example. Lyle sighed. Lords were like feudal emperors. They could only mobilize their troops freely when they themselves were powerful. Similarly, once a lord no longer occupied their position, they would lose control over the world origin force. This was why Lyle would not hesitate to leave Dis. It was fine to use strength that was not his in the short run, but he would only be courting death if he relied too much on it. However, the scenario now was different. Although the origin force that he was absorbing was minute, but once he took it in, it would become his own strength. It couldn't be taken away. Beep. Host is absorbing the Magus world's origin force, statistics rising. Lyle smiled after looking at the indicator on the AI chip. Rank 7 is just the beginning. I need to grow stronger, advancing in rank. Lyle relinquished control of his body, absorbing a large amount of origin force to be absorbed. After converting it using the laws of devouring, he turned this strength into his own. His mind and soul were focused on comprehending these laws. The exposure to the laws of the world was a good thing for Lyle. With his body recently becoming a complete body of laws as well, his understanding of them was elevated. First were the laws of devouring and gluttony, followed by massacre, destruction, disease, and healing. The world of gods was simply a paradise for a Magus who wielded laws, the power of worship aiding their understanding of the world. As long as their worshippers continued to pray, a Magus would continue to grow in their understanding of their domains. It would aid them in their comprehension of laws. This process was too fast, though. Lyle wanted to slow down, avoiding an unstable foundation. My path leads to destruction, and is covered in darkness and evil. In the future, it will consist of a foundation of time and space, and Dreamforce is the bridging factor. Under such a conducive environment, Lyle repeatedly simulated the laws he'd comprehended, finding that there were some imperfections in his understanding that he corrected immediately. Time passed by without him realizing it. Beep. Time has ended. Leyland recollected his senses with the AI chip's voice. Just as the voice sounded, the large doors appeared once again. Sigh. I wish I could stay here forever, comprehending all laws completely and only leaving when my body is satisfied with the origin force, Leyland lamented as he left. In actuality, that was just a far-fetched dream. The origin force of the Magus world was extremely precious, and the world would grow furious if too much was absorbed at a time. There was a limited amount that one could assimilate. On top of that, there was a long queue comprised of beings who'd comprehended laws waiting for this small amount. If not for Mother Core's preferential treatment and protection, Leyland would not have had this privilege. Sometimes fairness was an advantage, especially to new people like him. Having understood this, Leyland went to thank Mother Core personally, seeing one of her clones to express his gratitude. AI chip, display stats, Leyland commanded inwardly. Leyland Farlier, rank 7 Warlock, Bloodline, Targaryen. Strength, 223.51, Agility, 180.67, Vitality, 306. 37, Spiritual Force, 579.86, Body of Laws. Law Comprehension, Devouring, 100%, Massacre, 58%. Origin Force Saturation Level, 27.99%. It looks like I can absorb it again. I'm not fully saturated with World Origin Force. Leyland had a satisfied look on his face at the increase of stats. Compared to those magi of laws who easily needed thousands upon thousands of years to advance, his speed was indeed frightening to everyone around him. However, the Magus world's data calculations are still different from the world of gods. The world's laws are different, and cannot be changed. The world of gods had its own unique laws, where each growth in one's statistics led to a more significant boost than the last. The Magus world was different, with the increase not significant. However, even with a conservative estimate, I could even be stronger than lesser gods. Of course, that's ignoring their divine realms. Leyland had a very clear understanding of his own strength. I have to visit Freya, Selene, and the first level of the subterranean world. Leyland shook his head, feeling extremely busy. He had many things to do, and with so many of just his direct descendants populating the area, he had a headache ahead. However, the Targaryen bloodline was strengthened through the flourishing of the Farliers. It gave him a bittersweet feeling. Leyland had a detailed plan on his schedule. First, he had to look for his women, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, nurturing those with talent. Next would be a trip to Dreamscape. The nightmare-absorbing physique was a mystery, and the quality of Dreamforce was changing. However, he had to find answers as to why the power of Dreamforce fluctuated so. After all, it was of utmost importance to his growth. For a peak rank 8 to advance to rank 9, their paths needed to accommodate spacetime. One needed a good foundation that could endure that power, and choosing the wrong type of force would prove fatal to him. This stringent condition had stumped countless ancient magi. Leyland too had suspected that Mother Core was in this position, hence she could not advance another step. He'd never heard of someone being able to change their path after starting on it. Dreamforce is currently in a weak phase, and the dangers there are minimal. It's a great time to explore. Once I find what I need and digest it, it'll be ripe time to meet the Snake Dowager. Although the Snake Dowager had sent Leyland a message when he advanced to rank 7, Leyland had no intentions of carrying out his obligation immediately. She had to be kidding. With 1,000 years on the contract, why would he act so quickly? The Snake Dowager had cancelled all their previous enmities by laughing it off. However, Leyland did not think that way. She would still have resentment that he'd split the throne over the 10,000 snakes, forcefully taking bloodline origin from her. She wouldn't be able to put it down so easily. If he could help her obtain the Shadow World, his path would be riddled with traps and danger. Even if the Snake Dowager wanted to let bygones be bygones and sincerely work with Leyland, he did not feel that he was invincible now. It was necessary for him to explore Dreamscape before he fulfilled his contract with her. Even if Leyland gained nothing from the exploration itself, he could completely understand his powers as a rank 7 warlock. It would also give him time to absorb more origin force, stabilizing his standing and prowess amongst his peers. By then, he'd be more confident in dealing with a possible pretense. No matter when, no matter who, only people with similar strengths could bargain on equal grounds. This was something Leyland held a firm belief in, and would continue to believe. With his speed as a rank 7 warlock, he could move anywhere within the Magus world in a moment. Leyland had returned to the core of the Ouroboros clan, to Targaryen Castle, in but the blink of an eye. This place housed many of the Targaryen bloodline. Father! A group of warlocks was waiting for him there, led by two handsome youths who resembled Leyland closely. Of course, Leyland looked young himself, but his eyes revealed his extensive experience and maturity. Standing side by side, the three looked like brothers and not father and children. Sire! Daniel! Rise! Leyland smiled gently as he looked at his two sons, their mothers behind them with his other clan members. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1046, The Skies. The Skies. Leyland sized up both of his sons. The eldest, Daniel, had inherited Leyland's law of devouring in addition to Dreamforce, given the name Jormungandr. Sire, the son of his first wife, had instead inherited his ability of endlessness, and thus was called Ouroboros. Currently Daniel seemed to be stronger, already a peak rank 6 warlock because of the power of his mature bloodline. Yet, although Sire wasn't as strong, his inheritance obscured his future, giving him an infinite potential. As the progenitor of his own bloodline, Leyland made a judgment the moment he saw his sons: I need to adjust their bloodlines. Other warlocks inherited negative side effects from their bloodline, such as bloodline shackles and emotional instability. However, Leyland's Targaryen family did not face this problem. As the progenitor of the bloodline and with the help of the AI chip, Leyland could fix its flaws. Such an ability ensured that few of his descendants experienced paranoia and madness, causing the Targaryens to be highly regarded by others. Now that Leyland's own bloodline had been purified once more, his descendants stood a greater chance of improving themselves. Leyland spent some time at Ouroboros Castle, enjoying playing with his grandchildren. Although such a thing was odd, Leyland even had great-grandchildren now. He had to placate all the women he'd left behind when he holed himself up. Leyland adjusted the Jormungandr and Ouroboros bloodlines, removing all negative effects in their genes and preventing his future descendants from facing defects at birth. At the same time, however, he began preparing to enter Dreamscape from the shadows. The flow of time in the Magus world is different from that in the world of gods. After a sumptuous banquet, Leyland entered his own laboratory once more, carrying a crystal ball with a strange expression on his face. He'd invited several of the Ouroboros clan elders to the gathering, and even other rank 6 magi from the central continent. Back when he hadn't stepped completely into rank 7 yet, these people had all been like ants before him. Now, it was even more so, his sons being able to beat up all the breaking dawns on the continent. Leyland had lost all interest in proving his might. Only a slight hint at his desire for information on the flying city on his part had his descendants and subordinates frightened the monarch of the skies into handing over the information. However, given his level, Leyland did not wish to rob these pitiful people. It felt like he was bullying a child. Thus he opened his treasure vault up, allowing the monarch's subordinates to take a few items as compensation. This way, the monarch would be satisfied in having struck a good deal. The flying city in the Magus world should be the original form of those from the world of gods, the AI. Chip's light flashed, and the information within the crystal ball was all copied as it compared Sky City with Voltanther. In doing so, it discovered many problems. City flight was indeed something devised by Magi, but the Arcanists changed it. Adding secondary energy functions, they turned flying cities into a weapon that could threaten the divine realms of gods. Not everything from the ancient past was useful. The creativity of the Arcanists had put the flying cities of the Magi to shame, even if it was likely that distorted shadow played an important role in establishing them in the world of gods and developing their cities. Yet all that didn't matter to Leyland. He wanted information about the original flying city so that he could better understand how to operate Voltanther. He cared not for old and new, good and evil. Disregarding status, he would use what benefited him and toss away anything that would bring him harm. Everything of value in the world is for me to use. This was the quintessence of ancient rulers' philosophies, and the motto of all Magi who'd comprehended laws. They pursued the truth, extracting strength from what had value. Such was the basis of their operations. Although the limited laws in this world stopped the Magi from harnessing its full potential, the theory behind the flying cities is similar. Leyland nodded his head. Beep. Technology behind Sky City has been sorted, storing into database. File name Flying City, analysis 100%. Ability to transfer usage to Voltanther, 9.85%, the AI chip's voice intoned. It is a prototype after all. An increase of 10% is already decent enough. The Netherese flying city he'd obtained in the Frostfall Valleys had always been one of Leyland's trump cards. He would improve it with every chance he had. In ancient times, great arcanists armed with flying cities were something even the gods had feared. In the end, the gods had destroyed them at all costs. However, Voltanther had been hidden away, now found by Leyland to become a killing trump card. There would come a day when it resurfaced in the world of gods again, opening its malevolent jaws towards the gods themselves. AI chip, transfer the data to the auxiliary chip in the world of gods. Leyland ordered. The Manderhawk plate had stabilized his connection with the world of gods. He believed his demigod clone on the other side would be able to make full use of this information. Done dealing with these trivial tasks, Leyland focused on the lab once more. Dreamscape, Leyland muttered, the dark crimson dreamforce appearing around the place giving off a misty and heavy atmosphere. The red light revealed multiple runes on his body, as well as a vertical eye between his brows. Dreamscape had stilled right now, Dreamforce entering a period of weakness. It made it extremely difficult for any beings to survive in the place, and even the vile existences of Dreamscape had to seal themselves up. It was even harsher for the other creatures, the usage of Dreamforce becoming more difficult, greatly weakening them. However, this wasn't a problem for Leyland. So much Dreamforce responded to a single though, and that's when Dreamforce is at its weakest. He was rather moved. The nightmare-absorbing physique is indeed something else. It's like the authority of a Lord of Bator. Nay, its power is even greater. After all, Bator is but one part of the world of gods. As for Dreamscape, at its peak it can even rival the Magus world itself. Leyland was no stranger to Dreamforce. He'd explored Dreamscape once back when he was still a rank 5 warlock. With the bloodline origin he'd absorbed from the Snake Dowager also giving him a boost to his ability with Dreamforce via the Alabaster Devil Snakes, Leyland's control over Dreamscape had increased greatly. His affinity with Dreamscape itself was extremely high too. However, all that paled in comparison to the nightmare-absorbing physique. No, it was incomparable. Leyland felt an intoxicating call from Dreamscape's origin force. I used to think the Alabaster Devil Snake bloodline was extremely powerful due to its ability to enter and leave Dreamscape at will. However, compared to the Nightmare King's bloodline it's nothing at all. If the Alabaster Devil Snake was of a commoner status in a kingdom, then the Nightmare Absorption physique was a prince, even a king. Apart from Dreamscape's world will, Leyland didn't have to bother about anyone else. No wonder the Nightmare King could rise to such power and was unstoppable in his tracks. It's like a hack. Just this one connection with Dreamscape left Leyland feeling extremely powerful. He would even dare challenge the Snake Dowager if they were in Dreamscape. I don't have any mortal enemies, but if I did I would drag them all into Dreamscape and make them suffer, or even die. Leyland's mind ran numerous calculations, combining the advantages of the AI chip and Dreamscape itself. Even if it was the Snake Dowager or nefarious Filthbird, he had a 60% chance of slaying them within it. But Magi who comprehend laws cannot act like that. Leyland sighed inwardly. Having become a rank 7 warlock he now had a better understanding of the social game in the upper circles. Magi of laws were just too powerful, and it was extremely hard for them to die. Even if they did, resurrection was an easy thing. This had caused many existences to join forces in fear. It was extremely easy to isolate oneself by blatantly declaring war on such existences. More important was that he had a decent relationship with the Snake Dowager, and she had even requested his assistance. He had no enmity with the nefarious Filthbird either, so there was no need to do such a thing. Of course, if those dignitaries of the Purgatory world still bore grudges and wanted to give him trouble, Leyland would not mind teaching them a lesson. On the other hand, it was time to consider a joint effort. The cake in the world of gods was too big. Leyland would definitely be ganged up by the gods if he were to start a war. Hence, seeking arrangements and help from other forces had to be considered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047, Returning to Dreamscape. Returning to Dreamscape. Be it the ancient Magi sealed at the core of the weave or the beings of law outside it, none are easily dealt with. Leyland stroked his chin, already having a clear strategy in mind. Having these sides control each other seems like a good idea. Whatever it is, when the time comes I'll be the leader in Tyrant there. I'll get the greatest benefits anyway. To gain these benefits Leyland had to create a good impression. At the very least, he had to guarantee that when the time came and he called out loud, numerous Magi of laws would follow him in exploring the treasures of the world of gods. I still need to wait and amass faith in the world of gods, but I can begin exploring Dreamscape soon, Leyland muttered under his breath, his body gradually fading away as he vanished. In the boundless astral plane, the world of gods and the Magus world were like two large funnels taking up most of the space and resources. They also possessed the most powerful world wills and origin forces. Numerous small worlds surrounded them like stars, the strongest of them being worlds like Purgatory, the Shadow World, the Icy World and the like. However, there was an interesting existence amongst all these worlds. It was everywhere, grown by dreams yet with true form. At the peak of power, its world origin force was comparable to that of the Magus world and world of gods. This was Dreamscape, a place full of strange incredible phenomena, a bizarre and terrifying world that could even warp time and space. Dreamscape was the only amazing place able to come into contact with the world of gods and avoid being suppressed greatly. In ancient times, the Nightmare King had used his nightmare-absorbing physique to become the quickest to reach the peak of rank 8, turning up his nose at numerous magi and becoming a nightmare for the gods. He had wished for death himself, the world of gods unable to do anything about him otherwise. Leyland had inherited such a bloodline, now seeing things from the perspective of the Nightmare King and beginning to focus on the outline of Dreamscape. Usually when traversing through worlds, Leyland could only passively rely on the abilities of his bloodline. The elusive defenses of Dreamscape had left him grasping at straws for information of its working. Yet right now Dreamscape seemed to treat Leyland like its own child, unhesitating as it showed everything behind that mysterious veil. This affinity. I'd believe it if someone told me that the nightmare-absorbing physique is a reincarnation of part of the world will of Dreamscape. Leyland's eyes showed his shock as he saw the seemingly boundless world in front of him. The place he was at currently seemed to be a crevice without mass and volume. It was like an intersection between a two-dimensional space and a three-dimensional world. An edge twisted up like a monster, showing him an unending number of dream worlds mixed with spacetime. Large amounts of small dreams were birthed at the edges of Dreamscape, just as quickly dying away. Many powerful dreams instead intersected with each other, forming strange warped regions with such destruction at their core that even Leyland would fear them. Most importantly, Leyland noticed that the entire Dreamscape was like a huge black hole, pulling in bits of light without end. They were dreams of intelligent beings from all the worlds, attracted by Dreamscape's might. All beings capable of thought could dream. And when they dreamed, they would unconsciously be attracted to Dreamscape. Dreamscape was actually a combined body of dreams from most intellectual beings. These beings originated from all worlds, including the Magus world and world of gods. This means there was no such thing as Dreamscape in the beginning. However, with the advent of intellectual beings, the dreams of powerful life forms coalesced to form Dreamscape? This possibility left Leyland speechless. It made him recall the world of gods, which itself was similar in its working. There had been no divine beings before faith took hold. This is why Dreamscape is so strange, being both strong and weak at the same time. Leyland sensed that he had somewhat grasped the key to the weakening of Dreamforce. But I can't conclude it just like this. I need to explore, move around, and see more. Whatever it is, I still have time as I cultivate my clone. There's a millennium left for the contract with the Snake Dowager. Crimson light flashed as Leyland broke through the boundary of Dreamscape, arriving in a true dream. Whoosh, surging, howling origin force appeared around Leyland, like a kindly mother seeing her son return home dead tired from travel. Deep. Discovered large amounts of Dreamscape origin force. Absorb? The AI. Chep prompted. No. Leyland shook his head, dissipating the origin force around him. The world origin force from Dreamscape was much more abundant than from the Magus world, equivalent to what all the Magi of Laws had access to combined. It would be enough to raise him to the peak of his current existence. However, Leyland didn't have the courage to do that. Before he dealt with the flaws of Dreamforce, suddenly adding Dreamscape origin force to the mix could cause great problems in the future. Dreamscape's going to be here anyway. I can come over whenever I want and absorb it, it's not like I'm missing any chances. Having thought this through, Leyland did not lament as he sent away the roaring origin force and sized up his surroundings. The place was desolate and bleak, lacking life. The plains, forests, valles, lakes and streams from before had completely turned into a yellow desert, and even the air itself had lost almost all moisture. Leyland's soul force spread far and wide. With his attainments as a rank 7 warlock, he could still only find the traces of a few life forms in the vast area. It was like the entirety of Dreamscape had died. No, it isn't death. More like Dreamscape is hibernating, his powerful true soul that was powered by laws combined with his delicate control over soul force to allow Leyland to notice some differences. Weak, tiny lives were hidden layers underneath the barrenness, like seeds germinating under the safe protection of the earth. It perfectly preserved their last chance at life, awaiting the arrival of spring. Destructive snow floated down a few regions, upon several powerful and vile soul undulations that were lying in wait. These were the evil gods of Dreamscape, the lords of calamity. Even these existences of laws had chosen to seal themselves in, struggling at death's door. However, one would be making a huge mistake underestimating them. Any lord that sealed themselves definitely had contacts, and could sense what was going on outside. The moment anything happened that would harm them or their reputation, they would unseal themselves. While Dreamforce was weakened, the origin force and accumulated soul energy in their bodies would couple with their advantage as natives of Dreamscape, allowing them to devastate and kill the invaders. Before this was known, many people had sought treasure when Dreamforce weakened. They'd all died. Now they were much smarter, like the one-eyed dragon he'd met before. Come to think of it, is this really the place where Jillian and her people once lived? With the authority coming from his nightmare-absorbing physique, Leyland naturally chose an area in Dreamscape that he would be comfortable in. However, as he gazed at the boundless barrenness, he could not help but look rueful. While knowing changes in the environment of Dreamscape happened quickly, he had not thought it would be so rapid. In his discussions with the Snake Dowager, he had come over for a while. However, the environment had drastically changed, but the terrain was still somewhat similar. Hence, he had found the place where Jillian had stayed at. But now, all traces, particularly the terrain, had completely disappeared. The smells in the air tell me that it's been about 15,000 years since I last came. Leyland's nose twitched slightly as he sniffed at the air, and then came up with a conclusion unwillingly. Looks like this place was unlucky enough to be affected by a terrifying wave of accelerated time. She did say she wanted to go to the territories of the Lord of Calamity in the north. I should take a look. Leyland stroked his chin. The reason Leyland had come to Dreamscape was to resolve the issue of Dreamforce weakening, and Jillian was just something on the side. So much time had passed already, and even her great-grandchildren would have died of old age. It was very likely that her entire tribe had died out. However, Leyland had a strange feeling. Before Dreamforce weakened, the changes to her people could bring him a huge batch of helpers and strength if he was lucky. And in Dreamscape, anything could happen. Also, this is just on the side. AI chip. Leyland commanded. Beep. Mission established. Gathering Dreamscape origin force undulations. Current progress, 0.0001%. Estimated time of completion, 3,987 hours 13 minutes. If host can obtain samples of rank 7 lifeforms of Dreamscape, this can be quickened. The AI chip faithfully intoned. The AI chip's analysis can continue as long as I'm in Dreamscape. Now I can go see the Lord of Calamity in the north, finding out their secrets. Leyland's body instantly turned into a boundless darkness sweeping towards the north, and 2 gusts of wind raced behind him sounding powerful and terrifying. The last time he was here, Leyland had sensed the auras of numerous Lords of Calamity in the north. Then he'd been unwilling to antagonize them, and was also busy with the world of gods. Thus he'd retreated. However, things were different now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048, Bodak. Bodak. The place Leyland had chosen was significant. It was where he'd first met the one-eyed owl, what he now suspected was a clone of the Nightmare King. The owl was the one who'd given him his dream feather, making his lab connect to Dreamscape. It was also at this place that he'd discovered Jillian, a native of Dreamscape. That time had given him precious research materials, allowing him to increase his understanding of Dreamforce. The many Lords of Calamity stayed to the north of this place, at least 5 to 6 of these sovereigns of Dreamscape there at the minimum. Normally they would radiate their powers unconsciously, bringing disaster upon the natives. It made the place a forbidden ground for them. But now, it was different. Dreamforce had weakened, and the area around these existences was the only place they could survive. After all, the reason that was the place the Lords of Calamity chose was that it would resist the weakening of Dreamforce. Compared to total annihilation, a blizzard, radiation, or any other calamities were a joke. This was why, in a critical period, it had made sense for Jillian's tribe to move north. Those evil sovereigns ignored their kind like they were ants anyway. Is this the wondrous nature of life? Leyland exclaimed. He could sense that the north contained the most life in all of Dreamscape. There seemed to be a strange parasitic ecosystem of the inhabitants there, where the natives sought shelter behind the lords who resisted the weakening of the Dreamforce. There were many tribes there like Jillian's. This should make for a good investigation. Leyland stopped in midair, as he scanned the gigantic dark figure with the AI chip, and recalled that familiar aura. I finally meet someone I recognize? Leyland smiled. Let's go greet him. Rumble. Leyland had grown used to his powers as a rank 7. With the addition of Dreamscape Origin Force, he could exert earth-shattering power. Break. Leyland willed the very earth to split apart, revealing a bottomless abyss. Even this was with him restraining himself, not using the power of the Origin Force. Had he done so, a small part of the continent would have been split apart easily. Transform mud to rocks. And earth to metal. Magi of laws were close to the source of magic. There was nothing unnatural about these effects, especially given Leyland's study of the world of gods. Under his control, bloodline energy fused with Dreamforce, forming spells that seemed to be from both magi and gods. Leyland was just like the gods who could perform magic with just a word, changing reality as the ground he'd split open had turned into a huge steel plate. Boom, a fast-moving black figure crashed into it underground, denting it even as an earth-shattering sound rumbled out. Damn it! Why is there a steel plank here? No, is this a layer of the ground made of metal? The surface of the earth was clawed open by two large dragon claws, and a tremendous dragon poked its head through like a dejected groundhog. Unlike the dragons of the world of gods, this one only had a large yellow eyeball, two thorny barbs like mountains on its back. Its large meaty wings that could cover the skies were currently curled up, streamlining its body while kept at its side. It was very suitable for digging underground. Even more terrifyingly, the body of this dragon emitted terrifying energy undulations like those of Magi of Laws. It showed the being's power. In the world of gods, perhaps only the legendary platinum dragon could compare to it. Long time no see, Mr. One-Eyed Dragon from the Ultron world. Seeing the one-eyed dragon who changed his profession to excavation, Leyland did his best to stifle his laughter as he greeted him politely. HM? Who dares make fun of the mighty Gigakel dragon race? The dragon patted his head with his huge claws, seeming to recover from his stupor, and here I was, thinking that it shouldn't be possible for me to miss something happening straight ahead. So it's that Magus from before. While mumbling and complaining to himself, he pulled his large body out of the ground. It's been a few thousand years since we last met, but you've already completely entered rank 7. Such talent leaves me envious. But then again, this is Dreamscape. Who knows how many years have passed outside? It might have been tens of thousands of years that just slipped through my fingers. Does that mean you've been staying in Dreamscape all this time, my lord? Leyland asked in surprise. Of course. Don't you know how plentiful the treasures in Dreamscape are? Especially at the core, the luster of the pure swallow gems. Ah, those are 10,000 times more beautiful than the mother dragon's eyes. If not for that damned Lord of Calamity stopping me then, I would have, pooh. The one-eyed dragon seemed to notice that he had accidentally revealed something and used claws to cover his mouth. I see. Leyland nodded, while scorning him inside. The greedy nature of dragons was something that would never change even in the vastness of the astral plane. Be the dragons in the world of gods or the Magus world, they all seem to have a similar characteristic. But please forgive me for my bluntness, but you seem to be in need of help. Leyland focused on this body that was as large as a mountain. A number of purple eyes were stuck to the dragon's thick horns and scales, looking rather disgusting. Streaks of deep wounds appeared next to these purple eyes, constantly healing and tearing apart. Just the sight could almost cause one to feel the great pain. Taking into account all that he said, could it be that he coveted some Lord of Calamity's treasure and was unlucky enough to be caught, thus leaving him in this state? He has no choice but to keep escaping, Leyland thought inside, but his hands did not stop moving. A light green layer of clouds covered the body of the one-eyed dragon, tiny droplets of water dripping down. The one-eyed dragon observed Leyland warily with his yellow eyes as the green mist arrived, sniffing with his long snout. That seemed to leave him satisfied, and he did not shy away. PSS, the green rainwater made contact with the wounds, creating large amounts of corrosive white gas. However, the wounds that healed no longer ripped apart, allowing the dragon to snort comfortably. There are 2 types of injuries on your body. The most terrifying is the curse of the purple eyes, which I'm unable to remove for now. However, I can remove the accompanying effects of eternal clawing injuries. Leyland looked satisfied. When it came to healing injuries made by Dreamforce, this was a very rare opportunity for him during his travels in Dreamscape. Besides, it was not so easy to get a guinea pig with the strength of a rank 7 Magus, as well as the chance to sense the strength of a Lord of Calamity so closely. Plague, Calamity, Curse, however, being so close, the power of Calamity he could sense from the purple eyes caused Leyland's expression to change. This was formed practically out of the most evil powers of law, which even he was frightened by. As expected of a Lord of Calamity. This ability perhaps surpasses the limits of rank 7, Leyland sized the one-eyed dragon in front of him up and down. Just the fact that the dragon could survive with his life while being pursued by such a terrifying character was more than enough for Leyland to think highly of him. Ha, thank you, Magus who possesses the abilities of healing. I feel much better now. The dragon happily stretched out his body's yellow eyes reflecting Leyland's figure. You are a good Magus, worthy of the friendship of the Gigakel dragons. The tremendous one-eyed dragon sniffed at Leyland. My real name is Bodak Abdizlak Ultron. I swear on my true name that I shall make a contract with you. As long as you or your blood summon this name for help, I of the one-eyed dragon clan shall give you power. Of course, you'll need to hand over a something of equal value as payment. As an existence of laws, there was no need to doubt his vows. However, seeing the sly look on the dragon's face, Leyland was speechless. Are you trying to bully me because I've never been to the world of gods and don't know about the dragon tribe's contract of alliance? Leyland ridiculed him inside. The dragon tribe's contract of alliance in the world of gods was said to be the contract with the least limitations. As long as enough gold kronas were paid up, a whole pile of demigod dragons could be called up. Of course, the cost was so high even Joaquin's church would go bankrupt. The one-eyed dragon Bodak's contract was the same. While this looked to be a contract for summoning at any time as thanks towards Leyland, the rewards he'd want would be enough for anyone to cough up blood. Leyland had a strong suspicion that the dragon had given all his friends the same contract, in order to amass his wealth. Forget it. I'm not going to use it anyway. Leyland rolled his eyes inside, and then looked at Bodak. Thank you for your goodwill, but I think it's better if we discuss the curse on you now. With Leyland's experience, the speed at which his attitude changed caused even the dragon to be astonished. Unless it's the spellcaster themselves, it's very difficult to remove it. On top of that, with the passage of time, it could cause even more horrifying harm to you. While Leyland was certain that he could remove it with a few years of research, especially given the nightmare-absorbing physique, he decided to hide this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049, Rescue and Treatment. Rescue and Treatment. Leyland, my friend, you must help me. At the mention of this curse that was like a maggot hidden in his bones, Bodak put on a painful expression. His huge body laid down on the ground, eyes pitiful as he gazed up at Leyland like an ant. The scene was rather hilarious. It's quite troublesome. Leyland furrowed his brows, as if this was extremely difficult. Why don't you try settling this with that Lord of Calamity? He's currently hibernating, so he probably wouldn't be willing to offend a foreign being of laws too much, no? He proposed. No, his swallow gems are still with me. No, Bodak didn't steal anything. I'm being maligned. The one-eyed dragon confessed everything without being pressed. I see. Leyland turned and left, having no interest in offending a powerful Lord of Calamity for a thief. Wait, my friend. Bodak can help you. Seeing Leyland intend to leave, the dragon immediately began to panic. Having been tortured by these injuries for such a long time, he knew that this Magus was the only one able to help him aside from that Lord of Calamity himself. Oh? Help me? Leyland halted his footsteps, judging the huge body of the one-eyed dragon and his yellow eyes with interest. You know what I need? No, Bodak answered honestly, but Bodak once smelled you near the northern territories of the Lords of Calamity. My smell. Leyland did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he did know that one-eyed dragons had extremely sensitive senses of smells. More importantly, they did not just distinguish between the particles in the air, but tracked things down based on the smells of souls. Hence, even though thousands or tens of thousands of years had passed, anything that Leyland had made contact with back then would not be able to escape his senses. Yes. It's a tiny area where some natives work. I once smelt your scent at the very center. It was rather weak. Whether the tribe, or you back then, The one-eyed dragon had a crafty look in his yellow eyes. I assume, pursuing that friendship in your youth must be one of the reasons that you've come to Dreamscape, right? Seems like he really has once seen Jillian's tribe. Leyland nodded, but you're too naive. Did you think I would offend a Lord of Calamity over a few natives? Even with my personal feelings towards them, the value of the natives can't be compared with what might happen. His relationship with Jillian and the rest were just like strangers coming together at best, taking what they needed from each other. Leyland had probably even invested more, and merely wanted to take a look at them on the way. Taking care of a complicated curse just to obtain information on them, even offending a Lord of Calamity? Leyland wasn't that foolish. I hate Magi the most. They're all so cool-headed and full of schemes. Don't you know that in the Ultron world helping others is a great virtue? Bodak mumbled in his dissatisfaction. That's why the Ultron world was swept into a few great wars, dropping down from a medium-ranked world to a low-ranked world without a name for itself. Perhaps you're its only remaining being of laws. Leyland gazed at him, causing the other party to unconsciously look away. Did you think that I'd never read the epics of Ultron's rise and fall? Fine. Your great knowledge makes it such that you won't ever be at a disadvantage. I'll need to include this in my reflections about the scent of Magi, and pass it down to those of my race. The dragon looked crestfallen. You've won. Speak. What do you want before you'll heal me? That's the way. Leyland turned, a smile on his face. News of a few natives was obviously not enough for him to change his mind, but a rank 7 dragon of laws was somewhat passable. Firstly, the dragon tribe's contract of alliance from before needs to be amended. Give me news about the natives too. And, even if we're found by the Lord of Calamity, I'm just a doctor that you sought out and have nothing to do with this. You are to swear all this upon your true soul of laws, to the astral and river of space and time. As a Lord of Bator, Leyland's ability with contracts was almost comparable to the great archdevil's. Even the one-eyed dragon broke out in cold sweat. Goodness! Even the Teeman astral beings, known in the astral world for how harsh they are in their contracts, can't set up such stringent and harsh contracts, Bodak lamented, grabbing at his head with his huge dragon claws. Unfortunately, the ball was now in Leyland's court. He still needed to get Leyland to solve his problems, and therefore had no way to say no. After they both made the soul oath using their true souls of laws, Leyland sized up the one-eyed dragon who was as large as a mountain and frowned. Your body is too huge. Become like me. That's easy, Bodak agreed, body shrinking and melting into a purple light as he turned into a middle-aged man with long purple hair. Perhaps it was the difference in their race's aesthetics, but Bodak had a single eye in this form, a yellow vertical one. Numerous red blood vessels bulged everywhere, making him look somewhat frightening. However, Leyland did not mind that much. After all, there were far too many strange beings in the astral plane similar to humans. Dreamscape was a region with even more creativity in this area, which was why there was nothing strange about strange life forms similar to humans here. But, Leyland took a look at the back of Bodak's hand, arm and shoulder. There were still purple eye marks there, stubborn and not disappearing. See for yourself. It's so troublesome, Bodak pinched and broke a purple eye, and large amounts of yellow pus dripped to the ground, corroding into it further to leave a deep dark hole. A new circle of eyes appeared around the purple eyeballs, even more slender than before yet still possessing the same immense hatred and malicious intent. You stole someone else's possessions and still dare complain? Leyland rolled his eyes inside, speechless. However, he knew that what he'd done was more infuriating than that, and besides he was making use of the dragon. He wasn't in a position to criticize Bodak. I'll need some time to remove the malicious intent, Leyland extended his right hand, swiping up some pus with his index finger. The corrosive liquid obviously could do nothing against Leyland, and was burnt to ashes by some green phosphorescence. Traces of black gas appeared above the green flames, converging to form a few wailing faces that gradually dissipated. This person's knowledge on souls is not too bad. It's an expert, Leyland nodded, motivation and fervor evident in his eyes. Leyland, my friend. Based on the contract, you need to remove a portion of the curse to prove your abilities before it can be effective. The middle-aged cyclops that Bodak had become gazed at Leyland with anxiousness. Desire and thirst were evident in that single eye. Though I can't remove the curse immediately, it shouldn't be a problem to interfere with his tracking you. Wear this. Leyland rummaged through his item-storing magic artifact and found a silver hoop for the head, tossing it to Bodak. The hoop was completely silver and had strange crimson lines on it, similar to a human's veins as it squirmed slightly. Leyland, have you gone to the shadow world before too? The Taoa people there like this style of accessories a lot. Bodak examined it again and again, and even sniffed at it with his nose carefully. At the end, probably after determining there was nothing with it and perhaps from faith in the contract, he chose to wear it. I sense that the malicious intent that seemed to be on my back has finally disappeared. The moment the one-eyed dragon the hoop, he immediately sighed in relief. He'd been afraid of the Lord of Calamity tracking him down before, which was why he'd been fleeing like a stray dog when he bumped into Leyland. No matter what he did, there was no way to stop the tracking from the curse. However, this feeling finally disappeared from his bones. Great! This is great, Bodak cheered, his sound so powerful that the dust in the surroundings vibrated. Leyland waved his hands and spoke stonily. All right. Bring me to the place you felt me connected with last, and be quick about it. No problem, Bodak patted his chest in guarantee, before looking at Leyland with worry. It's at the boundary of the river of annihilated size. We need to pass through regions where 3 Lords of Calamity are sealed. Leyland, my friend, does this thing really work? Don't worry. Let's go. With how Bodak was acting, Leyland knew that he must have offended one of these 3 lords. However, he was rather confident in his concealment. Besides, while Bodak had been discovered and was being pursued, the fact that the 2 of them were existences of laws would still strike fear in the other party's heart. When the time come, Bodak could hand over that swallow gem or whatever it was, and the other side would not put too much pressure on them. And, a Lord of Calamity? That would be an evil god native to Dreamscape. Between 2 existences of laws, with one possessing the nightmare-absorbing physique, who would have the upper hand? Leyland's eyes flashed, and he suppressed the fervor in his mind. The old one-eyed dragon was an experienced treasure hunter after all. He was extremely familiar with the regions in Dreamscape, especially the special underground passages. Under his lead, Leyland passed through the regions of the 3 Lords of Calamities without any dangers and arrived at the depths of the northern region. Life in this area was much more abundant, and according to Bodak's information, Jillian and her tribe had most likely relocated to this area, and seemed to be doing pretty well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050, Dream Demon. Dream Demon. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk the dried earth suddenly burst apart, forming two dark holes. A cloaked figure emerged from each of the holes, one of them removing his cloak to observe the surrounding soil. While it was still as barren as before, there was at least some form of life here. The place was not entirely dead. Bodak, why are all the routes you know underground? Leyland glanced at the one-eyed dragon, doubting its race. He. Don't get hung up on those trivial things. So? I wasn't wrong, was I? As long as we go through the underground whistling passage, we'll be able to evade the wild regions with masters, Bodak chuckled. Leyland was one who only cared for the results and not the process, so he did not pursue the matter. AI chip, conduct a scan. Leyland immediately received information on the environment, tracking its hydrology and even the origin force. A look of astonishment flashed on his face. It's not bad, huh? Compared to other places, this is already like an oasis. Leyland's scans revealed a few small dried-up shrubs in the area, making it look like the Gobi Desert. The presence of plants indicated moisture, and this flora would coexist with animal life. In an environment like Dreamscape, which was often weakened, this was incredibly difficult to achieve. Yet in order to survive, many have to kill each other. Death is unavoidable, Leyland wondered in his mind. Survival and reproduction were the two primitive desires of all living beings, and in order to attain these two goals they could explode forth with surprising strength. Of the two themselves, survival was the first priority. From ancient times, wars for survival were the most bloody and ruthless of battles. However, Leyland's attention had shifted from the battles between tribes, instead focusing in another direction. Why is this place so special? Dreamforce waning should affect the entire world. His interest now peaked. Leyland's gaze penetrated through the skies, mountains, and rivers, as powerful soul force burst forth. At that very moment, the skies and the ground seemed to freeze. Where are the Lords of Calamity here? Leyland instantly noticed the difference here. Theoretically, the places where the natives lived should be on the land of a Lord of Calamity, yet Leyland had found no signs of such. That wasn't all. Destructive snow was nowhere to be found, as if there was nobody in charge. You noticed it as well? The one-eyed dragon chuckled as he explained, the Lord of Calamity here has the true form of a dream demon. It chose a unique virtual seal as its innate skill, allowing it to avoid all attacks from destructive snow. So that's why. Leyland nodded, understanding the situation. Dream demons were a very rare species in Dreamscape. They were very compatible with Dreamforce, and it was rumored that adult dream demons grew as large as entire continents. Given one size, it could seal its territory up alongside itself. The gift of the virtual seal was one of the bloodline abilities of the dream demons. They could make their true soul illusory, being sealed into the dreams of numerous life forms. In other words, this vast territory that we see here is a part of the dream demon's body, and its thoughts and will have been broken up into pieces and sealed into the dreams of the beings dwelling here, silently taking in nutrition and fighting against the weakening of Dreamforce? Leyland felt enlightened. The way dream demons dealt with methods was just too ingenious. By surviving within others' bodies, they could both prevent the weakening of Dreamforce and evade the destructive snow. Evidently they'd formed a special symbiotic relationship with the other natives of Dreamscape. A dream demon could nourish the natives with its dream force and help them with its body, who in exchange would give it the soul energy to support its true soul and prevent it from weakening. Dream demons were one of the creatures least weakened by dream force entering a trough. But this method would need to be paired with a specific bloodline ability. There might be a single pure-blooded dream demon in all of Dreamscape, the one-eyed dragon Bodak side beside him. Whatever the motive is, this Lord of Calamity's methods has allowed numerous natives to survive. Leyland was quite in favor of methods like these where both parties benefited. Given the characteristics of Dreamscape, the chance of a native turning into an evil existence is 1 in 10,000, maybe even 1 in with the characteristics of Dreamscape. The Dreamscape natives that survive could turn into evil existences could be a possibility of 0.0001% or even 1 in a billion. But over a long term, the dream demon will obtain goodwill and connections in Dreamscape, which in itself is terrifying. Leyland immediately categorized the dream demon as someone not to be provoked. But my goal in coming here isn't to go against the comatose demon. It probably wouldn't even care if a native or two disappeared. That's like plucking off a strand of hair. Even as he thought this, Leyland hastened towards the place with the most concentrated life aura, Bodak alongside him. The dragon said this was where he'd smelt the souls with Leyland's scent. The dragon had only been looking for treasures then, too lazy to come and take a look. Hard soil had condensed into slabs as solid as steel here, but Leyland nodded in satisfaction. This region was much better than others in Dreamscape. The ground over there was full of sand, with no signs of anything else to be found. In comparison, with the nourishment and support of the body of the dream demon, the life here could somewhat be comparable to terrible places in other worlds. Asterisk swish. Swish asterisk 2 black streaks suddenly appeared from underground, pouncing towards Leyland and Badak. There's a living being? Not bad. Leyland grabbed forward, and 2 mice with coarse fur were caught suspended in the air, beady eyes full of insanity turning into fear as the hunter became the prey. Sawtooth mice? The toughness of the fur and the contamination, blue light flashed in Leyland's eyes, and the AI chip scans immediately allowed him to gain all information regarding them. A vitality and radiation comparable to a rank 1 Magus. Unfortunately, that's only the bottom of the food chain here. The intelligence hasn't completely developed either, it can't even realize our might. The single-eyed dragon snorted in annoyance, unable to understand why Leyland was interested in a few little ants. Then again, creatures who don't know their place won't live for long. Leyland waved his hands. Asterisk crack. Crack asterisk a sharp sound rang out as the 2 mice with bones like steel broke apart. Their eyes lost all luster as they fell to the ground. Leyland gazed into the distance and spoke profoundly, "Be careful, Bodak. We have guests." Guests? Bodak looked in the same direction with puzzlement in his eyes, and a look of understanding then flashed across his face. 2 powerful existences were present there, waiting quietly in place. A soul aura that was slightly more powerful than that of the 2 sawtooth mice slowly drew closer. The black grass in the distance rustled, and as if the being had discovered something, the sound stopped. It gave Leyland the feeling that the other party was feeling hesitant. However, perhaps the temptation of the 2 coarse-furred mice was too huge. After a period of muffled breathing, a slender dark figure headed over. It looked like a child, only coming up to Leyland's shoulder. He wore tan leather hunting gear that was torn in many areas, with countless patches on it. Even then, he was still revealing a lot of skin. Even with all these layers, Leyland could still the purplish patterns on the skin. It immediately caused him to recall Jillian and her people. The young hunter's face was tanned, and it was difficult to see what kind of expression he had on his face. His eyes first darted to the prey on the ground, and then at Leyland and Bodak, obviously frightened. No matter how he saw it, someone wearing such complete and luxurious clothing were not people to be provoked. Gulping, the young man struggled for a long while before pointing at the bodies of the mice on the ground. "This, mine." Thanks to Jillian, Leyland had learnt the language of dreamscape, so there was no language barriers. However, this wasn't much anyway. After becoming a demigod, he was able to understand all languages, and existences of Lost who could transmit information through soul communication. "Yours." Leyland gestured, inviting him to take them. Following his gaze, he obviously saw the purple pattern markings on the 2 mice's hind legs. "He ran so far just for these 2, and even risked offending us. Looks like the scarcity of food here is rather terrible." Seeing the young man cheer and rapidly throw himself over, Leyland had his own thoughts. The natives of Dreamscape had all experienced Dreamforce being poured into their bodies, their strengths boosted greatly on average. Leyland estimated that they would have no problems with becoming comparable to rank 2 Magi upon reaching adulthood. The young man was now kneeling on the floor, seeing the blood that had spilt onto the ground with a look of pity on his face. He then picked up the mice and sucked the fresh blood out of the wounds. The blood of these sawtooth mice had a strong taste of iron. With just a look, Leyland could tell that there was a terrifying amount of radiation and contamination inside, yet the youth looked like he was sampling something extremely delicious. "TSK, what a good appetite. It's comparable to our rot-eating dragons." Bodak pursed his lips. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1051, Village. Village. There were now 3 travelers crossing the barren plains. One of them was a young man in tattered hunting gear. He had a black ironwood lance on his back, from the tip of which hung 2 coarse-furred mice. Leyland and Bodak were following him at the side. After that friendly and enthusiastic interaction, they'd successfully gotten the youth to bring them to his tribe. They had found out his name as well. He was called Cabadol, and was a descendant of a large tribe nearby. While he had yet to reach adulthood, he'd already had to take on some responsibilities. Having obtained his prey, the youth was obviously elated, and he even began humming a strange tune. While Leyland suspected that these 2 mice could only provide for a few meals, but based on what the young man had said, this was already plentiful. The animals in the wilderness are extremely sly. Even the best hunters in the village can't be confident that they will get harvests every time. Cabadol stared at Leyland and Bodak with worship in his eyes. "Are you the legendary emissaries of the master?" "No." Bodak answered resolutely. He had no idea why Leyland was so interested in these ants, but since he was the one asking for a favor, he did not dare go against Leyland's wishes. However, Cabadol would never get any goodwill from him. Unfortunately, the young man was now full of curiosity which even overshadowed his fear. Then, did Mr. Bodak come from the city? Is it Maxi City? I've been there before. Along the way, Bodak almost broke down from all of Cabadol's antics. When they saw the low walls in the distance, the dragon was the most excited of the group, finally able to escape. The tribe Cabadol lived in didn't just own some land. They'd built a wall at the outer regions of the village. While the defensive abilities of the wall were questionable, the strength this implied comforted Leyland. Clang, at this moment, the entrance to the village opened. A group of villagers dressed in coarse black clothing walked out, a few elders at their center. There seemed to be some sorrow in the air, and many women were weeping while covering their mouths. Looks like they aren't here to welcome you, kid. Bodak chuckled, but Cabadol did not retort at all. His eyes were fixed at the few native elder at the center, fists clenched so tight that he was almost bleeding. Are they expelling the elders? Leyland had a feeling that when productivity was lowest, many tribes would choose to chase the elderly with no ability to work away. No, they're doing this voluntarily. Cabadol's voice was low, for the better survival of our race. This is what's so heavy about life. Even though I've passed through so many worlds, I can't help but sigh at this. Bodak gave Leyland a long look. Could you allow me to create a historical poem to record this? No. Leyland rejected him without hesitation. This one-eyed dragon's talkativeness was also worthy of being recorded into a poem. His writing skills, in particular, were more than enough for those bards to cough up blood. He was also rather shameless, which left Leyland speechless. At this moment, Cabadol put the lance down and picked up his prey, looking perplexed. What is it? If you're going to hand it over, do it quick. A mouse like that won't be able to last for long anyway, Bodak mumbled to himself, but was then shut up by Leyland. Fine. Fine, I won't speak. I won't say anything. From the very beginning, even after taking out the prey, Cabadol had not hastened forward. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with hot tears as he watched the few elderly walking straight into the dark wilderness with their backs straight. The children in the tribe need this more. My lords, please. With what had happened, Cabadol seemed to have matured a great deal. He stood up again and led the way. Not bad. This kid has the potential to become a leader. Bodak nodded, and then covered his mouth. After entering the village, Leyland could tell that there was a distinct difference. This did not come from the natives who, on average, had the strength of rank 2 magi, but something at the heart of the village. That has the aura that I'm familiar with. And, ignoring the natives that had surrounded them, Leyland headed into the deeper parts of the village. The further in he went, the more secure the place became. At the end, there was even a glint in Leyland's eyes. At the innermost region of the village was a square built next to a large black mountain. Natives with metal armor and sharp weapons formed the last line of defense here. A deep hole had been excavated into the mountain, powerful radiation emerging from within. These energy undulations are already comparable to rank 5 or 6 magi. So you're the real guardian of this place? Foreigner, this is a forbidden area. Halt your footsteps. A man who stood taller than the rest blocked Leyland's way. Tens of elite hunters with armor and lances stood by him, including Cabadol. However, he looked rather anxious. Bodak could take this no longer and stood out, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Kiki. When have mice become so gutsy as to block my way? Wait. At the crucial moment, Leyland stretched out and stopped him. These were the descendants of someone he knew, and it wasn't good to do things so forcefully. He could feel the unique aura of knights and magi from the Magus world from these guards. Evidently they'd passed through rigorous training as knights and magi, likely sourced from Leyland himself. Seems like after the huge change to Dreamscape and the strength system I passed down, they've managed to study and achieve something. I do not have malicious intent, Leyland said, though he did not hesitate in the least in his movements. Along the way, all who wanted to obstruct him collapsed silently to the ground. TSK. I could just swallow them all. Bodak muttered in disdain at the sight, but he still followed closely behind Leyland. It would take but a thought for existences of laws like them to destroy the entire village. However, for old time's sake, Leyland did not want to go too far. The cave was not deep, and they reached the end after walking a few steps in. Minerals similar to quartz crystals filled the ceiling of the cave, reflecting fine rays of light. The ground was slightly damp and had watermarks on it. There was also a sort of black moss that had grown everywhere. We meet again, Jillian. Leyland gazed at the depths of the cave where a huge pit was curved in. The skeletons of many animals, mixed with green vines, formed a thick layer here. A white marble pillar in the shape of a cross stood tall here, on it a strange statue seemingly merged within. The top of the statue was that of a young girl with strange purple patterns on her face. The face was somewhat similar to Jillian had been in her memories, though she seemed to have matured quite a bit. Waist down, everything had dissolved into a chrysalis, looking like the combined body of a human and a pupa. The young girl looked serene, as if only in a deep sleep. Leyland closed his eyes and felt as if the girl who had called him uncle was right by his side. Silence? Mutation. Badak widened his eyes and made a big fuss. Could this human pupa be the ancestor of the natives outside? Isn't the gap too large? She should be in the fission stage of her soul, so we shouldn't disturb her. While Jillian looked like a statue right now, Leyland could still sense the powerful vitality in the human pupa. The special energy radiation that she emitted was like how a ferocious beast marked its territory, chasing away all other terrifying lifeforms and protecting its clansmen. Leyland closed his eyes, somewhat guessing at what had happened. Jillian at that point must have been the same as her other clansmen, or their strength mutated. Out of desire for survival, the entire tribe moved to the north. There's no pattern for Dreamforce entering the body, and mutations are extremely common. With this power, Jillian and her tribe could finally settle in safety. After that, some things must have happened that I don't know about, which left Jillian alone and reaching the limit as a rank 6 Magus. She fell into a deep sleep here to evolve, and has been protecting her clansmen for so long? After walking out of the cave, Bodak suddenly spoke. I smell the scent of the dream demon on the sleeping native just now. The one-eyed dragon had exceptional talent in smelling out souls, able to find traces of Leyland from thousands of years ago. But of course, with how powerful Jillian is now, how could the dream demon let go of her dreams? Leyland shook his head and answered, but then he suddenly froze. Dreams, absorption, powering up, replenishing, yet another cycle? If that's how it is on a small scale, it could be a pattern used in an entire world. A trace of understanding flashed in Leyland's eyes. But there's no point just knowing this. Without any strength, there's nothing I can do. Leyland shook his head, and then watched the frenetic and anxious natives surrounding them. What are we going to do now? Bodak asked at the side. I'm just here to see someone I knew long ago. Now that my goal has been achieved, we could take a look around or attempt to remove your curse. Leyland didn't mind at all. As long as he stayed in Dreamscape, it would be easy to research this world. Hence, there was really nothing he had to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.